Good evening, everyone. Glad that you are out there watching and following your favorite program on Mutembei TV. We are glad that you found time to choose this channel as your channel of right information on the latest development as far as our politics are concerned. Well, today we're looking at Mama Ida's statement about churches that has sparked off a row of issues, right from the church to the politics and the other stakeholders. I believe that she means well for this country and she means well for the church, being a church member. But there are those who have taken advantage of that particular statement and blown it out of proportion. So today I invite your sentiments and your thoughts on her statement and the implication thereof. But more than that, it is important that we remain genuine and factual even as we proceed with our discussion. There are many that would want to pull things out of proportion to the advantage, but we don't need that. We need a country where we are all together, ensuring that we are participating in national building and ensuring the safety of not just us, but our children and our children's children. That's the whole essence of our existence. So wherever you're joining us from, welcome again to Mutembei TV. This is your favorite program, Open Forum, political discussion with me, Bernard, and the rest of my colleagues that will be joining me later on. The link to use to get in the studio is right there in the comment section. You click on it, allow StreamYard to have full control over your camera as well as your audio, and then you will be in studio. Thank you so much, Okengo Omwangu, on board from Nairobi. We salute you. Thank you for your faithful followership. We have Bakiz Mohammed. Good evening to you. Thank you so much. We have Alum. We appreciate you. Hi. Tuned from Karen is Eugene M. Japan. Thank you so much. We appreciate you for choosing Mutembei TV, and we look forward to having a great interaction together. He said, Bernard, we had a Western consultative meeting today. I thought it could have been our topic today. You would have reached us in good time. Probably we would love to get a reporting from your end. Find your way into the studio and inform us how it all went. And we would love to be informed from all angles. We are not limited to one perspective. Nyaboro Chieng, thank you so much. Tuned in from Haiti. Wow, God bless you. Derek O. Okomo, already tuned in from Kirinyaga County. Thank you so much. David Oro, hey, thank you so much. We appreciate your company even as we proceed with the show tonight, which I believe it has a lot to tell what kind of country and what kind of people we are dealing with at this point in time. Beja Nduke, this is an electioneering period. Any statement you say might be used against you, so be careful with what you say. Good counsel, thank you very much. Roma Indomabo, Wangeji, watching live from Doha, Qatar. Hello, my fellow Kenyans. Hello to you. Thank you so much. John James, tuned from Jogorod, Baba Tosha. Thank you so much, John James. Jero Shez. Thank you. Thank you, all of you that are joining in fast and furious. We appreciate you. Fatuma Nasimiyu, thank you so much. And Bashir Muhsin, we appreciate you so much. Selecting Raila Odinga as your president is like killing Christianity and churches in Kenya. Odinga is speaking on behalf of her husband. Hey, God have mercy. Hiyo ni maoni yako, and tungependa uthibitishe haya maoni. I say so sad for such words for Aida Joseph Getutu. And then we have Wapembe Johnny Wapembe from New York. Thank you for joining us. And those of you that are coming in the studio, please keep your mic mute until it's your turn to speak. It is important that we hear from all angles and then we make better conclusion. It is important. Waswahili wanasema msema pweke hakosi. Inamaanisha when you only hear one side of the story, you may not have the proper facts to make right conclusions. So the danger of half a story, the danger of one side of a story is that it's in their own direction. And so let us not be rushy about this, but be sure to secure everybody in proper understanding and in proper perspective. Politics doesn't give anybody authority to stretch matters out of proportion just to make somebody look bad or look having made a mistake. Well, it is time to hear from others that have joined me in studio. Mama Selina, habari ya leo? Mama Selina, vipi? Are you able to get me? Okay, it's like Mama Selina is yet to get me. Respect, how are you?
I'm fine, sir. How are you?
I'm good. Good to see you. How is it going out there?
Good, good.
Yeah.
We're just hustling.
Good, good. Here is great.
Yeah.
Yes. What are your thoughts on the matter at hand today?
Well, I'll first of all start off by saying that Ida has her own opinion, and she is entitled to say whatever she thinks. She's a leader in the country, and so whatever she thinks of what is happening, I think she has a right to that. One thing I can say that to some respect I agree with her. There are certain individuals that could be using religion as a form of business. There will be leaders. There are so many churches that will crop up, and they have no form, they have no constitution, they have no way. It's like individuals' businesses, and that's how they are run to the most extent. To the most extent, and so it's concerning because there is no direction whatsoever. There's no vision for how some of these churches even run, and they are looking and asking for money from congregants, and some of these are within very poor environments, and the pastors are asking these poor peasants to bring in cash, to bring in money from all of and even give up. I've seen instances where people even don't pay their children's school fees. They don't pay for certain needs that their children may have, but they have to make sure that a pastor has his car fueled. A pastor gets his rent paid. Pastor has to get his needs met. But when you look at their home responsibilities, some of these people, they are not taking care of that. They've completely neglected that. And some are struggling, and they are put in a situation whereby they are made to be to feel guilty if they are not contributing to the pastor's welfare. And I think she has started a good debate, and we can talk about that. So for now, that's all I have to say, and just to open up the debate. Thanks, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Respect to. We appreciate your views, and we look forward to interacting further, even as we get down to understanding what exactly transpired. And I would love to hear it from Mama's perspective. Mama Selina, how are you?
Oh, I'm fine. Oh my God, hata sijajua leo nasikia Kakamega. Sasa sijui hata leo mnaongea kuhusu nini, ndio nimeingia tu, but wacha niseme tu yale nimeona. Nimeona Kakamega viongozi wanaendelea, na ninaona ni kama nyumba yote ya Mlembe. Alafu nikaona statement yenye imetolewa na Muthama, chairman ya UDA, anasema ya kwamba hakuna agreement, ni kama waliandika na Musalia. Sasa sijui kama ni
Sorry, it's like Mama Selina dropped out. How are you, Sarah? Long time no seen. What happened?
Yes, Bernard.
Yes, how are you?
I'm good.
Kwani ulienda wapi?
No, I lost one of my daughters. Hello.
Hello, we can hear you. Sorry about your daughter.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that is what that is why I went mute.
Oh,
but I thank God for the gift of life.
Welcome back.
So Bernard.
Yes.
I wanted to talk about this thing of Mama Ida.
Yes.
People have misquoted Mama. Because as you look nowadays, most of these charges hata saa zingine unaangalia ingine mpaka unashangaa, because even there is another one I was watching today. Unakuta pastor ati amelalisha watu chini na kuchapa kiboko. So unashangaa hii ni kanisa ama ni kitu gani? So what Mama Ida was talking about, Are you getting me?
Yes, we can get you.
Yeah, so what Mama Ida was talking about, she was not on a wrong side, because anasema hii kiketi wakipata kuna makanisa yatatolewa, because unakuta hata ingine I know you've been seeing in social media, wengine wanaambiwa watoe nguo wanapatizwa na maji wakiwa uchi wa mnyama. Hiyo ni kanisa ama ni kitu gani hiyo? Hiyo sasa mahali Mama Ida amesema he is on the correct place, because nowadays hata mtu analala akiamka kwake anasema leo anataka kufungua kanisa yenye maandiko Sara Kaboni. So hata ukiangalia kanisa unashangaa ni kanisa aina gani? So with me, I'm in hand with Mama Ida, because what she was talking sense. And I thank for that, because watu wengi wamejificha kwa kanisa. Wanasema nini ngozi ya kondoo, kumbe ndani ni mbwa mwitu. Hapo tuwezi kubaliana nayo. So for that, hata kama inawezekana, hata mimi sikuona haja Mama Ida ati anaenda kuomba msamaha. Msamaha ya kitu gani? Wenye waelewa ni vichwa mbaya. Hakuna haja ya msamaha hapo. Mimi napenda kusema ukweli, si ati kwa sababu ati Mama Ida ako kwa nini? The what do we call oka, ati ndio nisikose kumwambia ukweli. Give the due what it is there, because hata mimi ni mtu wa UDA, lakini siwezi kubali kanisa ifanywe visanga kama hiyo. Mtu anatoka tu na anaenda kusema ati kanisa mnalala chini mnachapwa viboko, ati hiyo ni Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit gani? That is uncalled. Mimi hapo siwezi kubaliana naye Bernard. Na heshima idumu kwa makanisa, because that is where we pray our God, and that is where we nurture our spirit. So hii mambo ingine yenye vijana ya 20 years to 30 years ati wanasema ati hao ndio mapasta, walipitia wapi? Which course did they go for kupata hiyo? Na siku hizi kanisa si kwenda kusoma. Kanisa ni wito kutoka kwa Roho. So hizo vitu zingine hapana. And I wish Mama Ida is hearing these things. Hata hiyo kitu ya kuomba msamaha atoe, haisaidii. Inasaidia nini? Wenye wasikii ni vichwa mbaya, ati kwenda kusema lazima aombe msamaha, anaandika praise ya kitu gani? He was on the correct side, because there are some other things he's seeing as a mother. Vile watu wanaenda kwa makanisa zingine zenye ziko so awkward. Hata mtoto mdogo ya class 1 akiangalia hata naogopa kama hii ni kanisa. Watoto wengi watakataa kwenda makanisa. So what is there, Bernard? Mimi hapo sijakubaliana nayo. No. So for now, wacha niwaachie wengine nafasi.
Bernard, can I say something?
Yes, Vicky, mbona nyuma ya curtain?
I am, I'm in Kenya. I'm in somewhere where that now lights are off. I'm just using my generator, so okay. I cannot know. Hey, I'm in my bedroom. So let me just say something.
Yeah.
I'm an Adventist, and I wouldn't wish that we talk about what Maida said. Me, I just joined. I know I've been inaitwa mashabiki au mshabiki. So issue of church, let church take control of itself. I'm an Adventist. With us, we have got people whom Maida was trying to describe. But what I'm against is each and every day anybody can just purport. If you have just decided you don't have the cash, you just form your own church. But let churches be. Let's have just some decorum. Like I'm an Adventist. In SDA, you cannot just come that you are a pastor. You will have to go through Bogema or Baraton or wherever, and then you will be ordained. You have to be ordained. But matter of church, I will wish that you put aside. Let's get to real politics. I'm just waiting for politics, and I've got a lot to say today. I was in Western, and I need to share something there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vicky. We'll get to Western, but let's just weigh into this statement, because I am from the church world, and it seems to have raised a lot of issues in the church fraternity right now, and I want to hear what you think about the same. There are those who want to take this and then spin it to their direction. Is that what should be happening? Mama Selina,
Mama Ida had apologized. Sorry, Mama Ida had apologized.
But according to Masara here, there is no need for apology. And I've listened to that video over and over again. I didn't see anything wrong with what she said. Honorable Bundi.
Yes, how are you, my brother?
I'm well. Tusaidie kwa hii maneno wewe.
Kabona said it all, but let me add something. You know, let us be sincere, and I wish our president should wake up today and follow suit what President Kagame did in Rwanda. I want to give you a small example. Dr. War alipata mama ngine pale karibu amunyang'anya nyumba zake, went almost 800 million in the name of maombi. The sisters wakalia rais. Wakati sister wao walilia rais, now because alikuwa amemwambia if kama hata surrender was having some 14 days to die. So was my sister yake wakaenda continue, they stopped that, and the houses were back. Huyu mama bado ako hai. So we don't know whether the period of 14 days was broke after these people went to court. And the families, many families are going through a lot. They are like, I don't even know the good word I can use. I can give you a small example. When we were campaigning 2015, because I've been a good support of Timu Wanyonyi around Kankemi, a place called Nandamanga. I'm sorry to say this because I'm not going to say the name. There is a mother there, anachoma mahindi. So I wanted to listen to this mother because I feel like she's not getting enough. Nika feel like nimunulia mahindi gunia moja, hard value, awe na mahindi mingi stock. Personally nilikaa na huyu mama nikamuuliza, how much do you make? Akaniambia mahindi moja ananua shilingi 12 na iuza 25. Out of 25, 30 shillings, no, sorry, 30% inaenda kwa pasta. Honestly speaking, I'm not lying, nililia machozi kabisa, ilitoka kwa macho. 30%. And I cannot say away, hata kama uko hapa na unaenda hiyo kanisa, it's sort of anaitwa Pastor Manyora, sini Manyora, somebody our lady way somewhere there. So mimi nikaangalia hii 30%, hii mahindi surely how many people are going through this nonsense? Because nilikuwa namuuliza unalipa nyumba ngapi? Akaniambia analipa 2,500. Those are the houses tule tu mabati. Some of you wale wametoka vibanda kama mimi mnaelewa. Huyu mama ako na watoto watatu, hana bwana, hanachoma mahindi. Out of that amount, a pastor anaongoja hii pesa. Na huyu pastor utapata secretary ni pipi, bwana ni pastor, mtoto ni chairman, and so on and so forth. So a lot of people are going through a lot. What Mama Ida was saying, some people somewhere must take seriously. This is a true reader. Huyu mama anajua mambo watu wanapitia. Hata si wameenda hapo even killing itakuwa kesho. Ulete hapa sadaka tuombeane. Sikae hapa mwaka moja and then you come back. Ananunua masamba mahali. Anakuja anakuambia setani hiyo pesa si mzuri. Hii pesa ilikuwa imeraniwa. Wacha tusichome. Analeta singine feki anachoma ukiona. So then there is a lot of people wenye wanatumia china ya kanisa vibaya. Yes, of course, we may have small churches yenye iko sincere. Na kuna wengine, for example, unapata mtu alienda jela. Amekaa miaka 5. Amekucha ati ameokoka ameanzisha church. You have not even told us uchaomba hata msamaha wale ulikosea ndio kaenda jela. But today hapo ndani we don't understand kama kuna mahali pa kujifunza pale. And I'm not saying mtu ametoka jela hawezi kuwa pastor, but you see where you are coming from. There is where you are supposed to pass through for you to be a pastor. or a reverend or somewhere. Lakini umetafuta mahali nyumba, umepaka rangi, umeandika reverend piece of. Once unaanzia piece of, you are not even starting from down. Unaanzia piece of, unaanzia huko juu. Umeandika jina kubwa hapo kwa mlango. Kubwa tena unaandika with capital letters. That's very wrong.
Now,
Finally,
honorable, give the way forward. Haraka tusonge mbele tafadhali.
The way forward is let all pastors waangaliwe, wajulikane, walisoma wapi, na waweke messages wherever they preach in the churches. Let those nonsense be crossed off. Wafunge na wapomoe. So Mama Ida was right, and I stand with her.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Bundi, on your views.
Bernard.
Yes, Sarah.
Naona nataka kumkosoa Honorable Bundi kidogo.
Endelea.
Yeah?
Go
Can I
ahead,
go on?
go ahead.
Honorable Bundi amesema kuna mama alikuwa anachoma mahindi and then akasema those percentage yenye alikuwa anapeana. You know there's some other things. I cannot even hiyo siwezi kukosoa pastor. Mwenye nitamkosoa ni huyu mama. Was she forced to give out? She wasn't. She gave out from her own heart. So mambo ya Bundi hiyo wewe rudi kwa huyo mama umuulize alipigwa ndio atoe hiyo pesa. Kuna vitu zingine lazima utumie akili. We are all Christians.
Coercion, my sister,
no,
coercion.
let me finish fast. Vitu zingine lazima tuambiane ukweli. Na lazima tuambiane ukweli. So for now, hata mimi my own spiritual father, he will tell me something. And then I'll go and sit down and focus what he has told me. Is it genuine I do like this? Do I have it? Lakini this story ati mimi naenda kuchoma mahindi ati nikuje nipeane yote na nimechoma mjana mzima. Kuna kile nitapeana kwa hiari yangu. Sio ya lazima. Also, I want to go back to Vic. He said he is an SDA. Tusiongee mambo ya nini? My old children went under SDA school. And I'm also a board member in Baraton and Segero schools. And I know all about SDA. So kuna wengine wanapitia mlango ya nyuma. So Vic, mimi najua nyinyi mnaogopanga kukua kwa kamera kama watu wa SDA. Mnaogopa mkistuliwa hivi mnaingia nyasi wote. So vitu zingine lazima tuambiane ukweli. If it is for us to save other people. So for now.
So are we here to start talking about SDA and churches, or we are, you know, I think you're going overboard. And I think
Okay, let's do this.
Bring the debate in
Let's
a
do
wrong
this.
way. No, Bernard. Bernard, 1 minute. Bernard, 1 minute. Bernard,
Alex.
1 minute. Bernard, I've never insisted. 1 second.
Okay.
Lex.
Hold on,
a minute.
hold
on.
I was responding to Vic, and you are not there.
A second.
So can you go to your clip fast for Vic, and then you come to me because I was responding what Vic was saying.
Hold on. You people, it is too early. It's too early in the day. Relax, okay? Thank you very much. I think we are stretching this matter too far. Can we restrict ourselves to Mama Ida's statement about churches and the national unity, whether it was genuine or not? Because the propaganda being spinned out there that she's anti-church and they plan to close churches. So let's discuss the statement and the political implication of the same.
Bernard, can I respond? Can I say something?
Bernard, I wanted to say something on a second.
Alex, can you keep quiet? You just joined.
No, I was behind.
Okay, Alex,
don't think that I just joined.
Alex, please. Alex, please.
Now you are beginning to spoil the nini. Let's do this. Alex, give what you are saying.
I was just saying, Bernard, as we are having this debate, let us be careful not to start
going into specific denominations. If we go that direction, Bernard, we are not going to handle this debate in the manner. Let us concentrate on the statement of Ida. But if we start going into specific, and I don't want to name denomination, Bernard, we will not have a conversation. Let us have Ida's statement and look through what she said and try to find a solution. But if we start going to specifics, we will not have this debate. Trust me.
I agree with you 100%, Alex, and that is what I am directing. Let us not come to settle score on this platform. We are on this platform to provide leadership by shaping the opinion of Kenyans on certain issues, especially political issues. And the statement that Mama Ida gave, as much as it was touching on the churches, right now it has been spinned to be a political issue. And there are some political movement right in the church that are now decampaigning Baba's presidential bid. They're saying that the wife has spoken against the church. These people are anti-church. If they are given presidents, they are going to fight churches, close churches. Those are the things that are happening right now in the churches. I was in a meeting this afternoon, and if you listen to what some of the bishops and the pastors are talking about that very statement, it's a bit scary, and some are you know, they are serious that they So I want us to restrict ourselves to that statement, analyze it, and look at it keenly. Was it any issue of closing churches, or it was a concern? Because from her statement, she said churches are supposed to bring people together. Bring people together, meaning we don't have to collide. Like me, I disagree with my bishop, then I go and open a church next to the one that I left. The church is supposed to reconcile people that fall out. The church is supposed to bring families together, not to tear families apart. So I believe Mama Ida's statement was a motherly concern about the society. And now, since we are talking about Azimio la Umoja, or bringing the nation together, there is no need of us having the same belief system, but disintegrating in the same. So I want us to respond to this both politically and to some degree spiritually, if need be. But let us not turn it into spiritual warfare, like we had started to go. Mama Selina, and there are those who are demanding that we change the topic. We'll just expand on the topic. There was the Western consultative meeting today. The Mulembe nation seems to be solidly together, and they want to, you know, provide leadership in that direction. You're free to give the latest on the political front. You don't have to restrict yourself to that. Only let's be factual and do what we do best. Sawa sawa. Twende kwa Mama Selina.
Ben, can I add 1 second to please? Ben, I'm requesting 1 second to answer Sarah. The question was directed to me, please.
About the mama and kuchoma mahindi, hapana. Start your story. We'll deal with that later.
Sasa umeacha mkisina kisungu mingi hapa. Alex amepomoa kitu kisungu hapa, mimi umeninyima nafasi. Naona vile anacheka.
Kama swala ni la kuhusu mahindi na kuchoma, napasa kuchukua 30%, hapana. Naomba liishie hapa.
Lakini sawa, lakini si mnajua Chichopefu mpaka alipata wengine kanisa mpaka wamelipwa wafanye midomo na wana hii. The whole day.
Mama Selina, karibu. Achana huyo honorable.
Sawa, nimeacha, nimetoka.
Asante sana. Mjadala ya leo, ngawa mimi sijaona hiyo ya Mama Aida, lakini kulingana na vile nimesikia maoni mnasema,
yes bane,
saa zingine kwa sababu ni wakati ya siasa, hata kama unasema maneno mazuri, watu wanajaribu kutafuta makosa kidogo waipendue, lakini hakika ni kwamba makanisa ngawa wako freedom, nikisema kulingana na yale makanisa iko huku. Zamani kanisa ilikuwa inatokana na wisdom, si kila mtu angekuwa pasta, lakini kwa sababu watu wamefungua makanisa, wameona ni biashara mzuri, alafu unakuta mtu ni pasta lakini anasema ameenda kanisa tu kuomba, lakini akimaliza anafanya biashara yake. So kwangu mimi ningetaka tu kusema ya kwamba kuna mambo mengi inaendelea makanisani. Kuna mambo mingi yameenda kinyume cha yale Biblia ilikuwa inatufunza zamani, kwa sababu watu wengi wameifanya kanisa kama biashara. Na kama si kusikia vile Mama Aida amesema, lakini vile nimesikia mkisema ni kwamba kuna makanisa mingi watu tuseme pasta wase ya kanisa, unakuta vile mwenzangu amesema, mama, tuseme wale watu wachiwezi, kwamba kama wewe ni maskini ama unaamini ya kwamba nikiwa na kitu kidogo nipeleke kwa nyumba ya Mungu ndio pengine inisaidie. Unaona watu wengi wananunulia pasta magari mpaka wanachengea, lakini ukiona wale wanachenga waumini, ama umeenda kanisa na shilingi 1,000 yako na pasta aseme hebu leo sisi wote tuweke mkono juu, chochote umekuja naye Mungu atabariki. So hapo utaitoa, saa ile umeifikisha juu, wanasema sasa hizo pesa zote peleka huko mbele, ukienda naye itakuwa mbaya. So nafikiri tu kwa sababu ni wakati ya siasa, chochote mtu akisema kidogo watu wanajaribu kupendua. So mimi sitaki kusema hapo sana, kwa sababu mambo ya Mungu saa zingine ni ngumu kushindania naye, kwa sababu hatujui. Yeye mwenyewe alisema mniwachie hawa watu, yeye mwenyewe Mungu anawajua. So wacha tu niende vile nilikuwa nimeona mambo ya Western. Naona vile mkutano imekuwa kubwa, viongozi ya Western wote, hata nimeshangaa kuona ya kwamba ni karibu kila mtu na wanaheshimu Atuoli, wanamuita baba. Unaona watu wengi wanaamuka wanasema baba Atuoli. Alafu na hiyo kitu niliona ya Muthama ya kwamba UDA hakuna agreement walifanya na Musalia, wakati Musalia alisema, ama wakati makaseti wanasema Musalia aliahidiwa maybe prime chief minister, alafu kuna viti aliahidiwa, alafu sasa 50-50. Alafu hapo pia unakuta kuna youth wa Central waliuliza tribute Ruto ya kwamba wangetaka kiti ya tribute iende kwa Kashakwa, na kwa sababu waliona na chama ya Mudavadi na Wetangula wameingia, ni kama kwamba kuna choto katika hiyo nyumba ya UDA sasa, kwa sababu Musalia ameingia na wajui anapata nini. Alafu Central wanasema tulikubaliana 50-50. So kama wewe president utaenda kupatiana 30% kwa Musalia na wale wanapata 50, then the president will have 20, kama ni 50-50 kwa serikali. So kulingana na vile nimeona, alafu nimeona Martha Karua pia wanasema anatakikana akuwe running mate mara nusu, lakini kulingana na vile nilisikia akiongea, yeye ako upande hii ya Azimio ya kusema nikuje na chama yangu, si lazima tufunje vyama. So hayo tu ninaweza sema, lakini ingawa umeiongezea mambo mingi kwa leo, hiyo ya kanisa nitaiwatia hapo, lakini hii ingine ya siasa nafikiri hiyo ndiye tunataka kusema sana, kwa sababu tukiendelea kujadiliana hiyo mambo ni kama tunaongezea kuni kwa moto. So at least wacha tuwache, lakini makanisa kama bishops wako genuine na wanaona mama alikuwa genuine akisema wangesupport, lakini kwa sababu ni wakati ya siasa hakuna vile tutasema. Nafikiri ni hayo tu kwa sasa naweza sema, alafu niendelee kusikia vile wenzangu wanasema viongozi. Nimemaliza Penat.
Thank you very much. I wanted to add on the discussion so that you don't limit yourself. You can say something about Maida's statement if you want to. If you don't want, you leave it alone. Then let's talk about Muthama's statement of no deal between ANC, UDA, and Ford Kenya. Is there a deal or no deal? Then, of course, Western unity is solid. The Mlembe nation has always been taken to be disintegrated and unable to vote as a basket. Will it work in 2022? So karibu kila mmoja na wanasiasa ambao walikuwa kwa comments huko mmesusia kwa sababu tunaongea masuala ya church. Rudini basi. Aya, naomba nani huyo? Otieno ameenda? Oh God. Okay, let's hear from Mr. Wangira, sorry.
Bwana asifiwe Bernard.
Amen. How are you?
I'm fine.
Yes.
Sasa leo tunaongea maneno ya kanisa. Na wewe uko hapo kama pa.
Tunamalizia kisiasa.
Okay. In regard to Mama Ida's statement, I'll start by saying that we must accept that we are having a problem with the Kenyan church. And this problem starts with the way things are being faked. Look at the way pastors are faking, starting with the titles they are holding. Every pastor today in town is called Dr. blah, blah, blah. It's only you, Bernard, who doesn't have that title of doctor. But every other pastor that I know in this town is called Dr. Otieno, Dr. Kamau, Dr. Wanjala. You know, they have gotten some American university that is dishing out honorary degrees to pastors as if they are dishing out degrees. And they have made every pastor in town to become Dr. Blah, Dr. Blah, Dr. Blah. And the question I always ask is, for you to preach the gospel of Jesus Christ, must you have a title? Must you have a title of Dr. Blah, blah, blah for you to preach the gospel of Jesus Christ? Can't you just preach the gospel of Jesus Christ? Like we had Bill Graham. Bill Graham for his entire life was known as Pastor Bill Graham. He was not Doctor, Bishop, blah, blah, blah. He was just Pastor Bill Graham, and that was enough for him for the entire time that he preached. Then that faking is translated in the way the gospel is being preached. They are now preaching to the congregants what the congregants want to hear, not the true gospel of Jesus Christ. And as I always insist, God is not a God of confusion. God is God of order. Anywhere where you see confusion, be it in church, know that there's no God there. But because there's no mechanism that the state can use to really regulate the church, we will allow the church to regulate itself and allow every congregant to follow whatever route that he feels is correct for him. Because you cannot tell congregant A that you must go to point B and not point C. Allow people to worship the way they want. Because I think that's what the Bible says. You know, allow them. We are not, let the state not interfere, let Mama Ida not interfere. Allow them just to continue the way they are continuing. Because the more the state gets involved, the more it creates confusion. Just look at the confusion that this statement has created. Just a simple proposal from Mama Ida that churches should be regulated. Look at the type of confusion it has brought around. So to me, I tend to believe that let us allow people to worship where they want to worship. I used to have my pastor when I was in my 20s called Pastor Joe. He used to tell me, I remember those early times in 1990s, that don't go to a church whose spirit you don't understand. That is the only advice I will advise to any Christian, that don't go to a church whose spirit you don't understand. You better stay at home. If you are not, if you don't really understand the spirit of the church you are being called to go to, as far as the church is concerned, I think let me leave it at that, so that I don't end up becoming so controversial. Now to Muthama's statement in regard to UDA just being in friendship with Ford Kenya and Ford Kenya and Musalia Mudavadi's party. This is my take. I think UDA must have overrated Musalia Mudavadi and Moses Wetangula. And over the last 1 week, they are now discovering that what they thought Musalia Mudavadi was and what they thought Wetangula was politically is not what they are. Because look at their currency in Western Province, especially where Musalia Mudavadi's political party is concerned. Each and every, nearly every MP who was elected on his party in Kakamega has moved on to Eugene Wamalwa's party. Then, if that is the reality on ground, then what value do you give to Musalia Mudavadi as a core principle or as a principle in a coalition? And that's why you hear Muthama saying that no, we don't have any coalition agreement with Musalia Mudavadi and Moses Wetangula, and we are going to have candidates in each and every places. Because they have discovered that Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula are not really adding that value. The value is not there. In fact, it was better UDA remained what it was with the support it was enjoying, especially in Bungoma, because it was a more popular party the way it was before it welcomed Musalia Mudavadi and Moses Wetangula. Finally, to the Luya unity, the Azimio, and to the extent that the Democratic, the party that is associated with Wamalwa, Eugene Wamalwa, this party is likely to bury Musalia Mudavadi's political career forever. I remember I told this lady called Petronila Wele Locorio, who is a nominated senator on ANC, the Musalia Mudavadi's party, that you guys, you'll be lucky. The other time you got 14 seats. This time you guys will be lucky even if you get 7 seats. Now look at Kakamega and show me anywhere ANC is guaranteed a seat today. Is guaranteed a seat today. The way things look in Kakamega, ANC has been chased out of town. If you go to Bungoma, Bungoma is more of a Ford Kenya zone, and even in Bungoma, Eugene Wamalwa is trying to recreate himself. So to me, I see another wave that is coming into Western Kenya, and a wave that is going to sweep Musalia Mudavadi and Moses Wetangula completely. Thank you very much. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wangira. We appreciate your perspective. Let's hear from, I think, Princess. Princess, how are you?
I'm fine, Bernard.
You're welcome.
And Mama Selena, Alex. Thank you all. Mimi nashukuru. Maoni ya Mama Ida ni maoni yake mwenyewe jamani. Tusije tukamtia kwenye shaka kwa sababu hiyo ni maoni yake mwenyewe. Makanisa yenyewe yamekuwa mengi mpaka mengine unafikiria ni ya biashara. Makanisa yamekuwa mengi mpaka unaweza sema ni ya biashara, lakini hatuwezi tukaingiza maneno ya Mungu. Ni kila mtu atauchukua mzigo wake mwenyewe siku hiyo ya kiyama. Kwa hivyo tusije tukaleta maneno mengi. Mama Ida aliona maoni yake, yeye alikuwa akionea hayo tu, na kama ameomba msamaha ni sawa. Tuachane na maneno ya kumwekea mambo mengi ya kwamba alisema yeye alikuwa akisema ni nyakati ya siasa. Kwa hivyo nyakati ya siasa, chochote utakachosema, hata ukisema uje useme hapa tayari useme Alex, leo nimeona umevaa vizuri sana, itatokea mambo mengine, sio hiyo umesema. Kwa hivyo nyakati za siasa tujaribu kusema tu mambo, na sisi wenyewe pia wananchi tuache kuchukua mambo kama imesemwa vibaya. Mina habari ya Muthama kusema ya kwamba hawakukuwa na maungano, kuungana nao pamoja katika tikiti moja. Hata Msali amesema katika Kenya kwanza hamuna rais, haijasemekana ni nani rais. Kwa hivyo hiyo kuungana kwao walikuwa wakidhani ya kwamba Musalia na Wetangula kule Western washachukua. Kwa hivyo walikuwa wakiongeza namba, wanaongeza namba zao, wanaona kama tumewaongeza hawa wawili wote tutakuwa tumechukua Western yote. Lakini kwa sasa hivi vile tunaona hawajachukua Western, imebaki ni kama DAP inachukua. Na upande huu mwingine Oparanya pia anapigania sana huku upande wa Kakamega. Oparanya anapigia ODM, upande wa Bungoma Wamalu wanapigia pale DAP. Kwa hivyo Western ni kama inachukuliwa, lakini naona itaelekea kuwa ni DAP. Hata ODM itakuwa imesonga nje. Hiyo ndio naona kwa maoni yangu, sababu naona ni kama DAP inachukua kote Western. Kwa hivyo Western ni kama itakuwa DAP. Hayo ndio maoni yangu kwa sasa.
Okay, thank you Princess Selina for your perspectives on the current development in politics. I want to appreciate all of you that are responding to our Operation JAZA Law, the initiative of Mutembei TV and Mutembei Foundation on participating in contributing towards relief for the people affected by the drought in MARSABET. Due to public demand, we extended this for another 7 days. Therefore, we'll be officially closing the initiative by Sunday this week. So let us all gang up and make a difference by making our contribution. No amount is too small, no amount is too big, but let us all do our very best to see to it that tunajaza hii lori bila problem yeyote. Tunataka serious. And you don't have to make it monetary if you don't have to. If you have cereals or you have whatever, beans, maize, rice, something that are not perishable, then you can contribute for us to transport to Marsabit and make our brothers over there have it easy in a hard time. So be part of what is happening, even as we continue discussing our politics. Thank you very much. Let's move forward. Can we now hear from Maxwell Jr.?
Right. Hello, guys. Hello.
Hello to you. Welcome.
Brother Bernard, long time.
Long time no seen. Where did you go to?
I've been busy up and down. Yes, unajua tu kawaida. Okay, let me speak very quickly because nahitaji watu wengine waongee. Let me speak about the statement ambao Mama Ida aliongea. That statement was right. Mimi on my side, as I said earlier, also mimi nimeokoka. I'm pastoring. I'm a pastor in the Reverend Church in Maradaima. Nowadays, hata hapa ndani unaweza pata kila mtu anataka kuwa pastor. Hii kazi ya kuwa pastor imekuwa ni business in Kenya. In Kenya, it is not all about the calling. It is not all about God. Eti Mungu ameniita. Leo siku hizi Mungu haiti mtu. Mtu akivaa suti kama Bernard, kesho ni pastor. So, hii sheria mimi ninafuatilia hii sheria because most of the pastors hata hawajaenda shule ya theology. They know nothing about the leadership skills. They know nothing about church planting and all those. So, pastor waende shule wasome. Na pia ili kupatiwa certificate wewe ni mchungaji, uwe na good conduct. The latest good conduct mpya ambao imetokea kama miezi miwili, kwa sababu pastors wengi ndio hawa leo siku hizi wanapaka wamama mafuta.
Sasa Bwana Maxwell, tafadhali.
Well, give me time. Brother.
Tumesema restrict yourself to the statement that Mama Ida said, and you know, it is very difficult to, okay, graduating from a theological school doesn't make you a pastor, okay? First and foremost, pastoral is number one, a calling. And from my understanding of biblical being raised as a pastor, it is just like being raised in your family, okay? So pastors are supposed to reproduce pastors within the church setting. It's not advertised and then hire pastors. This thing of hiring pastors has started now, but from when we were growing up, people were growing within that fellowship, and then they grow into others pastors, others become apostles, others become evangelists, and it was all controlled within that environment. When we turned it into a profession whereby we are now hiring and advertising, that's when we are having all these things. But all the same, let us get back to politics. Like some people are fighting me on the comment section. Wanataka siasa. Tafadhali tuwapigie siasa. Just make 1-2 statements about what Mama Ida said. Tusonge mbele. Tuache kuingilia wachungaji.
Okay, wacha kunikatia kwa barabara. So let me say this. Pastors ambao wako hapa Kenya ni wengi kuliko hata kondoo. Watu wengi ambao wako Kenya wacha warudi back wakae chini wahubiriwe, because most of the pastors they are doing this as a business. Na nimemaliza. So Mama Ida was right, na asonge mbele, na tunachagua Azimio la Umoja, baba kama president liwe liwalo, walete hiyo mswada bungeni. Pastors wafunge kanisa zikuwe kanisa moja, because Catholic ni moja, sijai kusikia Catholic 2, 3, SDA ni moja na other churches. Hizi zingine ng'anga naita kio.
Maxwell nakupeleka quarantine side.
Okay, wacha nikuje kwa politics. Okay, I'm sorry kama nimeongea hate speech, lakini I'm sorry. So the statement of Muthama, Muthama alikuwa vizuri kwa sababu most of the leaders from Western like Wetangula and Mudavadi, they came to UDA, they came bila makubaliano, kwa sababu kuna mtu mmoja ambaye nilisikia kwa habari kwamba alisema those people walinunuliwa 300 million. So wacha niseme hivi, was right. Ile ni chama ya UDA ambayo alianzisha. na vile alianzisha hakuna dili yoyote, hakuna jambo lolote ambalo walisikizana. Mudavadi na akili yake, na kwa sababu alikuwa na tamaa, he came akajirusha huko ndani. Kujirusha, Wetangula naye kwa sababu ni mtu ambaye anabebwa na Mudavadi, akamfuata kama gurudumu ya gari. So let me say UDA very and very soon itapotea mwelekeo na people will come back and join us in Azimio la Umoja. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's hear from Jared, please.
Thank you, the panel. Thank you, Bernard, and the other colleagues here on the panel. Justice that you have changed the subject, but I would also want to weigh in on what Mama Ida had said. Personally, I think Mama Ida was very genuine, only that the message came on a wrong time when everything, more especially coming from a certain aspect, is being magnified. But personally, we cannot regulate morality in human beings. I know that it might be business, it might be whatever it is, but who are we to make that judgment? You as an individual, I'm very sure that nobody is forcing anybody to go to these different denominations. I believe that because of what the country is undergoing today, where there is no employment, where people are having problems, and if you see the messaging from this, I don't want to call them small churches or what, because I don't want to demean anybody, from these different denominations, their messaging is, come, we pray for you, we are praying for you to get a job, we're praying for those who are having difficulties in marriage, those who are having difficulties to find a partner. So they're targeting a certain people, and those people are being skewed to move there. So it's because of where we are today. Because it is a willing buyer, willing seller, I think that as much as I would agree with Mama Ida, I don't think that there is any way you can regulate the morality on it. I bet you if it came from somebody else, it would not be a topic today. So this is not about what Mama Ida talked. It is about who Mama Ida is. If Mama Ida was not a wife of Raila Amolo Odinga, I bet you we would not be talking about this. It would not be news. So this is politics as normal. We want to throw something out of proportion. I'm very sure that it was very genuine from her, but we cannot regulate morality. And I'm going to finish there because this is more of something which we don't have much to say on it, because we are not people who can also make judgment on others. I will move quickly to the topic now you have put, because I've realized in this panel, if we put talking about the Bible, maybe nobody might show up. So let's go to the politics where people want to hear. And shout out to Alex. It was almost getting out if we didn't change the topic. Of what Muthama is said to have claimed, Muthama was right. You know, Muthama was stating the facts. And I don't see why we are throwing this out of proportion. There is no agreement as of today, other than the rumors which are being peddled out. We working on the agreement, or the UDA is working on the agreement on how they're gonna work with Musalia Mudavadi and Moses Wetangula. You know, as politics, Musalia can say whatever he wants to say, but he came joining UDA knowing very well what is his position in UDA. You have seen the campaign trail which we have gone through. There is no any time it has missed words from running for the. So I don't take it as a big deal, other than our brothers and sisters from Asmio want to make it a big deal. It's not a big deal at all. We know what is the law right now. Thanks to the law, you guys brought it. You thought that you are the only monopoly to use it, but we're gonna use it to our advantage, and you might be surprised. So Muthama was just stating the fact that today, as we speak, there is no official agreement. He didn't say that we are not working with these people. We're going to work with them, and the majority of them are going to come along. There is more. We have not talked about Mount Kenya parties. We're going to get them along. So, but for today, it's not a big deal, honestly. We should be looking for a different topic than that. We should talk about something different. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jared.
Point of order, Bernard, point of order.
Yes, Captain, what's your point of order?
I'm here to say that Bernard has said that when Azimio has they are trying to do a shimo, wanachimba shimo wakifikiria UDA tutaingia, lakini wao wenyewe wataingia. And I can say that ukichimba shimo usifikirie mwenzako ataingia. Wewe uchimbe ukifikiria, ichimbe iende mbali sana, utapatikana ukiingia mwenyewe. And I can say, guys, let's fix this country for us all. Tengeneze Kenya ikuwe yetu sisi wote. Nimekuwa mbali kidogo, unajua unafly ile kitu ingine napita hewani na hii yapita chini, sio rahisi bwana. So siasa ni ngumu kidogo, na hii hata kupitisha ndege hewani sio rahisi pia. Tuendelee Bernard, sina maneno, ni hivyo tu. Alex ni kwa area leo bwana Alex. Unajua ile Alex kwanza alikuja akanipata hapa Istanbul, hapa kwangu, akanitoa kwa nyumba. What are you doing in the house my friend? We are fighting here. Alikuja mpaka kwa nyumba bwana Alex. Ni kwa area leo ndugu yangu kutoka Nyamutio huko kutoka Kisii, ni kwa area leo. Tutaenda mpaka asubuhi saa 12 asubuhi tuko na nyinyi hapa. Thank you Bernard. Let's continue.
Captain Nyamaza.
Bernard, Jared, nataka kujua kama Jared alitimisha ile challenge yetu ya jana. Jared alisema Mpesa ilikuwa chini, nataka nijue kama ilikuja ikaenda juu. Ilikuwa bottom down, lakini sasa hivi nataka nijue kama ilienda up.
Jared, can you confirm? Jared, can you confirm? Jared.
Everybody, thank you very much.
Okay, I can confirm. Yeah, Bernard, please confirm because he might not believe it.
Jared Oguzo, 4,000 came in.
Thank you, Jared. Thank you.
The 2,000
Jared, thank
from
you.
Patriots also came in.
Thank you, Jared, for that. Now challenge me kesho, Jared. Whatever figure you start, yenye itabaki, challenge me kesho, not today. Today I have somebody to challenge.
Usiniingilie Alex.
Sawa. Now,
I think when Alex say he has somebody to challenge, I think he's picturing me in a way that he doesn't want to tell me.
Relax.
Bernard, I need to be told so that I can be arranged. I can be aware.
Relax,
to
Captain.
Plan my
relax.
budget.
Sawa, thank you.
No problem, Bernard. Thank you very much, Kenyans. I like you guys. I really miss you guys. I'm happy to see you the way you are. Napenda sana nikiona hizo nyuso zote vile ziko. Salina, kongoi mama, kongoi Picho, kongoi Salina, Tara Gabun, kongoi. Thank you very much, guys. Let's continue that way.
Okay, thank you. Let's bring in Mr. Kamau, who drives the bus every day, every day.
Thank you, Bernard. How are you, everybody? I'm happy to also be part of you tonight. And as everybody has also weighed in on the statement on about the church, I also want to say something about what Mama Ida said, and that is just a small statement that we in Kenya, the mushrooming of a church is alarming. We have, last I checked, over 1 million churches, and still Kenya is the third most corrupt country in Africa. So sometimes I usually wonder, when we talk about morality, when we talk about church, what is this church doing to us? Is it really helping our morality? Is it really making us be better? Or do we preach water and drink wine? Because for me, I think that Mama Ida was very, very right. I don't think we really need, because if you look at the Google map, for example, the other day I was trying to get to somewhere near Kinango, yeah, and I wanted to Google the hospital, but what was around that hospital was about 50 churches. I don't have a problem with churches, but I think I have a problem when we say we are a Christian nation, and yet we don't practice Christianity. That is a problem. Anyway, that is not the main issue. I want to talk also about the statement of Muthama. I think, if I may use these terms, Mudavadi and Wetangula used what we call, they were girls, they were politically, waliingia box haraka, if I may use that language. Unataka kuwakatia, lakini badala hata
You mean they eloped?
Yeah, they eloped haraka. They were not even given the terms of reference, the contract, what the marriage entails. But because they also wanted to make an act quick, they wanted to cause us, a story, they got into a marriage. Now they are already boxed. And then they are being told, you just came by yourself, hata siku kutumia fare, you stay here or go. I mean, they are in a situation where they are in a catch-22 situation. They are told, we didn't even agree, you just came. So I usually, that reminds me on how boys work. Yeah, you try the first, when you want to, I'm using this language, but it's political, yeah. Unataka kukatia msichana, lakini nafika mahali unaona hata is too easy, wacha tu akuje peke yake bila hata kutuma fare. This is what Mudavadi and Wetangula did. They went into somebody's box, and now they are unable to get out because of the shame. But at the end of the day, they are getting into more complications than they were in before. Because I would rather they could have accepted that, let us first agree on what is part of us in your government, if you ever form the government, even before we get into that marriage. So for me, I find Muthama, if you look at him, he even didn't make that statement from the offices. They find them, they are now trying to make sure that they manage now the two people. And now it is so difficult for them to get out. And because now there's also the issue of Mount Kenya, there's also the issue of Eluya Unity, it becomes a big problem on where they're going to live. But I think at the end of the day, as we continue like this, there'll be more confusion, and particularly in UDA side, and I'll say that without any contradiction, because UDA seems to be in a hurry to get to a presidency. And in this game, it is not draft. This is chess, where you can even manage your opponent from a very big distance. So for me, I think they are getting confused each and every day. Personally, I would say that initially I was an UDA person, but the more they make those mistakes, the more people are now scared of them. And I don't think I have a lot to say. I'll also send my contribution in this week, Mr. Bernard, so don't worry. And I will let somebody else to also contribute, unless there is a question. But for me, those are the three things that I need to talk about. One, let us not accept that church is a source. You know, they say one of the things is that let us not accept that without, you see, Jesus Christ. I happen to be in St. Paul's University. Jesus Christ trained his disciples for almost 12 years for them to become effective. Imagine Jesus himself, who we follow, who we say we love him, who we confess and get saved. He had to train his first disciples for about 12 years so that they can go now to preach the word of God. Where did you get the idea that one day you can just wake up and then go and start a church? It doesn't work that way. Even God, you know, is a God of plan. That is why he created the world before he created man. He created accessories and the things that the man needs to use. Yeah. So for me, that one I agree with Madam Mama Aida Kabisa. Number two, I also agree. I also say that there will be a lot of confusion, and in fact, the moment now the deputy president is mentioned between the two sides, then I think that is when we'll see the labor meeting the road. Kwa hivyo asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Bernard, nataka sijui kama nitauliza Mr. Kamau ama ni kila mtu. Muthama ni mwenye chama. Deputy president ni nini kwa hiyo chama? Kwa sababu kama deputy alinegotiate na Musalia na Mudavadi bila kumwambia wenye chama, so kwa hiyo wait, nani ni mwenye chama? Ni mwenye anakombea rais ama ni mwenye chama Muthama? Hivyo tu ndio nataka nielewe, kwa sababu pengine deputy alinegotiate na Musalia na Wetangula, alafu sasa Muthama akujua na yeye ndiye mwenye chama mwenye hata anaweza sema leo hii chama nitasimama kama rais. So Bernard, sijui kama ni nani atanichibu hapo nielewe, kwa sababu nataka kujua chama ni ya nani, ni ya Muthama ama ni ya mwenye anataka kuingia kwa chama.
Bernard, can I say something?
Nataka niseme hivi Bernard, nataka niseme hivi. Utaningoja hata wewe Bernard, utaningoja.
Ngojeni tafadhali, nitawapeleka quarantine. Sikilizeni, ngojeni kwanza tafadhali. The rightful person who talked about chama and not yet negotiation is Jared. Let Jared answer first, wengine watafuatilia.
Hata mimi sijaongea, nimeongea tu ya Mama Ida peke yake.
Hey, Jared, Bena, you are biased. I've not even talked, but
Sawa. Let me sort this to Mama Selina. Mama Selina, I know that you know these things, and you know the reason I like you guys. You like to pretend so much, okay? You know the lead owners. UDA, the owner is none other than Dr. William Samoei Ruto. Just like you see DAP and all this, those people which we put there, we just put there for the sake of it. We put Muthama there because Muthama was not he was able to come out of whatever wiper. But as a deputy president, he was this. Whoever calls the shot there is William Samoei Ruto. Is the one who paid for the ANC meeting and Congress there. So he's the one who is calling the shots. As I said, this is not a big issue. What Muthama said, at the moment, we don't have an agreement, which is a fact. But the agreement is coming. It's going to be signed. Don't worry. You know, we're going to take this one step at a time. I hope
Okay.
Mama Selena have
Jared, I
answered your
confirm
question.
from Jared. I confirm from Jared. I confirm from Jared.
Now, all of you, please, you stay in order, or else you stay at the quarantine. You are only supposed to speak when given permission to speak. We are not here to create noise. We are not here to confuse Kenyans. Sawa. Thank you. Sarah, respond on the question of Selena.
Thank you so much, Jared. No, Bernard.
Okay.
I think the owner of UDA is William Samoei Ruto. And the issue of Muthama saying that we don't have an agreement, let me put this example. I think in our culture or our culture, I personally in Kalenjin, because I'm coming from a Tugen land, mostly wazazi wetu hata wazazi wetu kuendewa engagement, walipelekwa tu hivyo hivyo kufuata nyuma mpaka kwa boma, and they stayed because of what? Because of the agreement they said. So that agreement is still there. Muzukua na wasiwasi ati hata ukifanya harusi leo na muko in good terms, you will divorce. What matters there is the agreement in the team. Si story ati hata leo wakiandika agreement na wataenda kukosana, tumesaidia nini? Let agreement inakuja tu pole pole, haina shida. Watapanga nyumba yao pole pole, maisha inasonga. Some of us mpaka saa hii wazazi wetu hawakuenda engagement mpaka mwisho juzi, wakati wengine wetu tunataka tuolewe ndio wakaenda kupeana mahari, but they stayed more than karibu 30 years. Watu kukaa pamoja, familia tu wanajuana, lakini hawakuenda kulipa hiyo dowry. So what is there? Agreement is the most untrustworthy two things. Lakini story nyingine mnasema hata leo kama wangeandika juzi kwa mambo ya wakati walikutana huko Kasarani na wakosane, hiyo agreement inasaidia nini? That is just a paper. So please, Mama Selena, hii chama ni ya William Samoei Ruto na ana appoint na ako na secretariat ndani, na hata yenye nimesikia nani anasema watu walilipwa. Was he among the secretariat yenye aliona hao watu wakilipwa? Can you give us the evidence?
Okay, thank you, Mama Sarah. Let's Captain.
Thank you very much, Bernard. I like the way Sarah Gabon is putting it. When I say Gabon, I put it in a Kalenjin language, the way I come from, that tribe. And let me say this: if at all is some payment to join UDA or whatever the chama it is, let me tell you guys, that will cost William Ruto in our region. Bernard, Alex, and Princess, we've been here before. Selena, you've been here with us. I don't know who is here. I've been here with us before. These other guys are new. I always put the truth as it's supposed to be. I always say that UDA is our party from Rift Valley, but we have problems in it. The first problem has been put on by Selena Gabon in herself. We have our own issues inside there, and she has said before, she has said as it is, and I'll insist. I have not had that time to talk in this forum. I only take a shortcut to talk on what Selena Gabon has said. But let me tell you guys, what is there is William Ruto and his chama UDA put things online the way it's supposed to be and will be there. Mimi mwenyewe niko shingo katikati, siko ndani na siko nje. Mguu yangu iko ndani na haiko nje. Nimehang hapo katikati hapo. Yes. Hapo siyonge nikipinga, iko shida. Tuko na shida mingi sana kwa UDA. What's wrong? There's some echo somewhere. There's some echo. I don't know. There's some echo. Tuko na shida pale UDA sisi wenyewe. Tuko na, nikitoa tu mfano, hata tu mfano ndio tukiendelea tukiongea, hiyo ni mfano tu kawaida. Tuko na pale Kirinyaga, tuko na huyu mama alikula pesa ya NYS Waiguru, na tuko na ule mama anaitwa, kuna mama fulani hapo ametoka ameingia independent,
Anaitwa
Ngirishi. Na mimi nataka niwakonfamie wazee leo sahii. Bernard, we usiseme, usiongee hiyo. Alex, we ni mtu yangu sana, usiongee hiyo. Mimi nataka niwakonfamie hapa, William Ruto ana fund wote wawili. Mwenye atatokezea pale ndio atasupport William Ruto. Wote wawili wanasimama na William Ruto. Sasa William Ruto amebaki akiwa ule kaseti wa Stano. Purity Ngirishi akitokelezea atafurahi. Waiguru akianguka aende kando. Waiguru akitokelezea atafurahi. Purity Ngirishi akianguka aende kando, atafurahi bado. Tusimame na tujise tukacheshwe kwa hii siasa, kwa sababu sisi wananchi tutabaki tukijeshwa akili, tunatumika vibaya na hao watu wanatutumia. Mtu unapata mtu hana kazi, lakini sisi wenyewe tunawapeleka kwa kazi. Sarah Gabon, I've never been with you in this forum, but I've been in this forum, and you will find me. I think you might have played some other videos before. You have had my conversation. Mimi ni mkale, nasimama ni UDA, lakini tuko na shida na chama yetu ya William Ruto. ANC wamekuja wameungana na sisi, Wetangula amekuja kuungana na sisi, lakini do you think ANC na Wetangula's for Kenya wata deliver to Kenyans? For sure. We have to tell ourselves the truth. Raila Odinga is having Azimio the thing, and other parties that is coming with it. I cannot confirm here that we are having Raila Odinga to take Kenyans to Canaan. I cannot confirm that. But we have a problem. We have a problem in this country that we need a party to take us to Canaan. We need a party to take this country to the next level. Let's not take Kenyans for a joyride. We are not joyriding these people. Tusitumie Bernard, tusitumie respect LSK, Princess, and whatever the people like Selina, Mr. Kamau, and Victor, and all those people. Tusitumie Wakenya wenzetu, alafu mimi mwenyewe nimepata ile nataka, lakini Victor and power and respect and labda Bernard amenisaidia, nimepata power, nimefika penye nilikuwa nataka. Yule mtu amenisaidia, nimemwacha pale nje. Can we fix this nation for all of us? Is it possible we fix our nation for all of us? For me, I know I don't support that Azimio, let's kill William Ruto tuingie kwa power. I don't support that. I don't support William Ruto tumalize Raila Odinga aende Bondo once and for all, na tuingie kwa power, tutawale wa Kenya. Sawa, Raila Odinga ataenda nyumbani. Hao wenye wamebaki na sisi tutawapeleka wapi? Tutafurahia Raila Odinga akienda nyumbani. Salina Sego and Sarah Gabon, tutafurahi sana. Raila ameenda nyumbani kabisa, tumemsahau. Tutapeleka watu wa Western. Tutapeleka watu kama kina Achieng. Tutapeleka wapi kina Wanjiku. Tutapeleka wapi kana Nasieku, wale wa Masai Mara. Wataenda wapi? Tutaenjoy power as Kalenjins, tuko kwa kiti tumekalia. Ama Wajaluo watakalia kiti, wamekaa pale, wanapendelea sasa Wakale wameenda nyumbani, Wakikuyu wameenda nyumbani. Sisi Wajaluo tukalie kiti na matako mbili. Where are the tribes going? Tutawapeleka wapi? Can we come, our friends, can we come to the table and we negotiate? Where are we taking our people in this country? Tusifurahie kabisa sana. Sasa naona watu wa UDA wanafurahi ati sijui they are the power, they are the people, they are ruling the country now. What do we call? Sijui kuna mtu alikuja akasema ati William Ruto is now the king. anaendesha siasa ya Kenya kuliko wale wengine. Mahali fulani watasema Raila anaendesha siasa ya Kenya kuliko William Ruto. I think those are the flying Moses. They call them the flying Moses kuliko wale wengine. Now, they fly the horses. Where am I in those horses? Am I on William Ruto? Am I on Raila Odinga? Where am I? We have ourselves tell. Let's speak the truth. Tuongeleshane ukweli. Ikifika wakati wangu, nitarusha azimio yangu, nitarusha my submission ikifika hiyo wakati. But guys,
Sawa, Captain.
Thank you very much, Bernard. I was almost finishing, but I can finish from there. Let's continue from
Can
there.
I respond a bit, Bernard?
In half a minute, yes.
No, half a minute is a little bit. So, what Captain is saying, in fact, he's saying the truth. My home county is Baringo, and where I reside is Eldoret, a cosmopolitan town. Huwa nawaambia watu hapa chini, I might be, my neighbor is a Kikuyu, a Luya, a Luo. Na nikiwa na issue, I will run to those immediate neighbors. These big people, these politicians, wanatugonga hapa chini, wakifika pale juu, I was in another meeting in Nairobi. Wanagongana wakati tunakutana, wanacheka wakisema, ulionaje vile nilikugonga bwana? Si uliona leo nimekugonga kabisa? So these people are playing on our minds, of which as the voters ground here, we need to have our sober minds. And we give someone mwenye anagomboa hii nchi. Mimi, siwezi sema ati I'm for Gideon Moi. That is my home county, and he's also running for presidential thing. I'm here in Wazingishu, where Ruto is running for a presidential thing. But one important thing, we need someone who can lead this country in joining all the tribes in once. And that is why hiyo kitu tunaimbanga kila siku hapa Eldoret, hatutaki vita. Kwa sababu gani? Tunataka amani. Hii nchi ni ya kila mtu. Hakuna mtu mwenye ako na title ya Kenya, be it Ruto, be it Gideon, be it Raila. Hakuna mwenye amebeba title ya Kenya kwa nyumba yake akisema Kenya leo ni title yangu. Never. So what we need sober mind, guys. Si wenye wanatumia chest thumping na kufika huko wanatusiana ile matusi kubwa kubwa ile unashangaa, is this a leader? So what we need a democratic country that has peace. Hatutaki story nyingine. Hata kama chama itakuja kama hata yenye inaitwa live and it is peace, we rather go with it.
Okay, Pena.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Mama Selina.
Wacha niombe kitu moja Bernard. Naomba wacha nikuombe tu hapo. Nataka
Please, let us be fair, okay? Let's be fair. This is not ping pong. You throw, you collect, you throw, you collect. Let the debate be regulated fairly. Mama Selina, after that we hear from Vicky. Power have not said anything. They have been waiting silently. Mama Selina, come in.
Okay, asante sana Bernard. Kwa sababu Carbon na Captain wameongea na mambo, mimi nataka niongee tu kwa hawa nikiwa mmoja yao. Sijui Alex, sijui yeye na anatoka wapi, lakini naonanga nataka kusema hivi. Sisi kwa jamii yetu tumekubali Wakalenjin. Mimi nimetoka Nandi, naishi Nakuru. Lakini kiongozi yetu William Ruto alikimbia peke yake akawacha wasee. Hakuna msee Mkalenjin, hakuna elder, hakuna wale retired members of parliament, ama wale viongozi, ama wale aliingia serikali ya Uhuru. Akafuta kila mtu wakaenda nyumbani. Wakati watu walijaribu kumuuliza, akasema wamuulize yeye mwenyewe. Kuna watu wengi sana walifutwa kazi. Na wakati wakale walijaribu kuuliza, alisema muniwachie na tumuulize. Nataka kuuliza Gabon, nataka kuuliza Captain. Ingawa tribute anapelekwa na watoto ya nyumba ingine, kuna msemo Kikale inasema, kagile magirari yege lagapchi. kagilenda ngibai kipkelate iboitai nebo mununwa. So kwa hiyo yote nimesema deputy president ako wapi? Kwa hiyo kikale inasema unapotuma mtoto achunge ng'ombe, unaandika mfanyikazi, lazima mtoto yako afuate ndiye achue ng'ombe imelishwa vizuri, wamekunywa maji ama hapana. Mwingine akasema unapocheka, kucheka kutoa meno nyeupe, inasema saa zingine si rahisi kucheka na meno ya watu. So hiyo tu ndiye nimeuliza Carbon na nimeuliza Captain. Inakuwa sweet. Nasikia kuna mambo inasemekana, hata nilikuwa chamani wanasema ukiambia waongee Kiingereza wanasema hapana, wanataka kuambia maneno kwa Kigermany because it is sweeter to talk from their mother tongue. So yale nimesema ina maana kwa Kikalenjin wanaelewa, but hiyo tu ndiye nilikuwa nataka kuuliza. Na asanteni sana kwa sababu mumeingia hii mjadala ili tuweze kufungua watu yetu macho na tuambie pia na wajue sisi ni Wakenya, na wajue pia tuko pamoja na Wakenya wengine kutoa maoni yetu, wasitupepe Wakalenjin wote vile wanafikiria. Kuna watu wanajua na kuna watu wangetaka sana kuishi na Wakenya. Tulikuwa na serikali for 24 years. Carbon, I was in Baringo. Lakini tukiuliza Wakalenjin kama walifaitika, sijui ni wangapi. Na saa hii hata tunataka kukimbilia tena na hatuna mtu hata moja serikali. Hata rais leo anataka kiti. Niliona juzi Mheshimiwa Rais alinominate mmoja mkubwa kwa jeshi. Ni kama kumwambia Raila, haya baba, nimekupatia mtu yako karibu akuja akuchunge. Kuna vitu zingine iko ngumu. Hakuna mtoto ya nyumba ile, hata wa mama wawili wameolewa na bwana moja na wamesaa. Huwezi fikiria mtoto ya mwenzako atakuchunga kama yako. Saa ile tunaongea kuhusu viti, sioni Mkalenjin kati ya jeshi, kati ya police, kati everywhere huko juu. Utaingia huko peke yako, nani akushikilie? Ruti nyumbani, chukua watu, kucha na watu mpaka wakati watakupeleka mahali unataka. Lakini hiyo mtu alikimbia peke yake, Kalenjin, I'm sorry, hatuko na kitu hapo. Asante.
Captain, respond in a minute, please.
Thank you very much, Bernard. And I can say that I'm very much happy that I have Selina Sego in the forum. And I have Sarah Gabon in the forum. Bernard, what I can tell you is this. Can you kindly please, for Selina Sego and Sarah Gabon, give us time. Because you guys, I know, like you, Alex and John and all whatever, maybe you are lying on us.
Captain, I've given you time to respond to the debate.
I'm responding.
Asking for more time is using your 1 minute.
I'm using my own minutes, but that is it. That will give us time to respond to you guys, because when we are on the other side of UDA,
you're out of order. You're out of order. Just respond to the debate, and the debate has to be wholesome. We can't turn it into one-side debate. Thank you.
Okay, no problem, Bernard. Let me say this. Selina Sego, thank you very much, because of where you are is where I am, that let's streamline our people to understand the things. And Carbon, let's streamline our people to understand where we are. For Bernard, I think Bernard is not understanding what I'm saying, because I was come there. But for now, can we continue with the debate? Then I'll come in when I'm giving my submission. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Captain. It is not that I don't understand. It is only that my job is defined, okay? And it's to facilitate the conversation. And the conversation has to be wholesome, not one-sided. I appreciate what you are sharing, and some of it is deep, like what Mama Selina has just said now. Wezi cheka na meno ya mwenyewe, sijaisikia msemo kama huo. Then ukituma
Bernard,
ng'ombe kuchunga.
and that is where I was coming, but ulinicut short because kukucha
So,
karibu na hiyo wezi cheka na meno ya mwenyewe, nilikuwa na kujabu lakini ulinikata mapema, so ikabidi tu
hapana,
nikukate
Captain.
nikuelewe.
Captain, I gave you ample time to make submission, and I was very lenient. You spoke for almost 15 minutes. That is against all the laws of this platform. You are only supposed to debate 3 to 5 minutes. And the debate is good. Let's converse. We give another person who will revisit. It's not that we have closed that chapter. That's part and parcel of what we'll be conversing here.
Okay, can I say this, Bernard? Can I say this? Bernard, can I say this?
Now, Captain, I'm going to send you to the quarantine. Okay, if you talk when I'm talking, that's creating noise. Sawa, mute your mic. Thank you. Let's listen from Vicky.
Thank you, my brothers. How are you? I hope all you are fine.
We are
Alex,
good, thank you. Welcome.
Alex, you're still driving today. Bernard, I'm grateful, but let me take you back a bit. Just 1 minute. Alex, I hope you're getting me. I'm an Adventist, but the issue of the church, I will not argue, but I will leave it the way we had said. Me, I'm being led by a pastor who is ordained, who has gone to school, in our church, you cannot just come here that I'm a pastor. Alex, I think I'm right. You will just come there that when you are ordained and you've gone to school. That one left aside. Today,
Vicky will drop that. Please, let's do this. Let's not use this channel to campaign other churches or campaign for other churches.
No,
I'm
Bernard.
a raised Catholic, a practicing Pentecostal, and trained in another organization. So,
okay. Sorry.
So cannot define me. Very relax.
Okay, sorry. So back to Western. I was in Western on some official duty, and then but then I was somewhere. So we were with Western leader. I took one of the Western leaders there. I was in his entourage. So what I want to convey here is that I was in Western and I had all the conversations, and Western people are amazing, and I don't know what I can say because what these people were saying they were saying something that was well and clear, and coming back to Nairobi. Hello? Yeah.
Talk. We can hear you, bro.
Temba, are we okay? Are we okay for it? If we are not okay, can you run the show and give the next person if the show is not working well?
Vicky, you are mute? Unmute and speak. Oh, Vicky.
Hello?
You have mute your mic. Now you can pick from where you left. You came back to Nairobi.
Yeah, I'm in the house. I think it was a problem. I'm using some kind of network. So what I can say, let us
Okay, thank you. Too bad, sorry for your network. Let's go straight to P power. And please, let's avoid staying behind the curtain if we must not. Please, we want to have life on the screen, not black. P power, are you there? Power.
Yes, yes.
Yes,
Good
come
evening,
in and
everyone.
how are you today?
I'm very fine. I hope everybody is doing okay.
We
Okay,
are
regarding
good.
the
Go
topic
ahead.
of today, Mama Ida's statement, I think we have to look at it we have to take that statement as it is and to whom it was intended. So the first question is, are there rogue churches? I think everybody agrees that there are rogue churches, not only churches, also there are rogue pastors around town. So it is something that all Kenyans, including people who are criticizing Mama Ida, are aware of. So personally, then you go to the solution that was proposed, because she said the statement was directed to, I think, the congregation, the people who regulate churches. I think it is, I don't know, CCMK, I guess. So she was talking to those people. Yes, exactly. She was talking to those people. So she was giving some bit of self-regulation, that there is need for some bit of self-regulation. So the next question we need to ask ourselves is that solution she was proposing as Christians, are people in the Bible, were they used to be trained? If you look at the Bible, a lot of people were trained, including Samuel was trained by Eli. Jesus trained his disciples. Elisha was trained by Elijah together with other prophets. So training is a necessary component. You just don't push people that you just come out of nowhere and you start teaching. So there is a need for self-regulation. She wasn't asking the government to regulate. She was asking the pastors themselves to look for ways to train these people so that the message of the word of God is not used to again exploit members of the public. So to that extent, the next question is, was it politically, was it the right time to make that statement? Probably not. So it wasn't a politically correct statement to make, because in the manner it is now, we are in a political a campaign mood. So people would pick on things, some of them small things like that, and then turn them and use them against you, use them as political weapon against you. So otherwise, those who attack Mama Ida for the statement that she made are hypocrites. In a sense, there is no other way we can describe them other than hypocrites, because training is necessary in every field. Now, the second topic, I think, is regarding what Muthama said, that there is no agreement between, or coalition agreement between UDA, ANC, and Ford Kenya. So it is known, I think, if two or three people set out to work together, they must have a meeting of the mind, at least some form of agreement between them, that let us go to Kisumu. So we set out to go to Kisumu. Let us go to Mombasa. So there's some bit of a meeting of the mind, whether that meeting of the mind is oral or otherwise. So there is an agreement why they have coalesced together as Ruto with his UDA party, Musalia Mudavadi with his ANC party, and Wetangula with his ANC party. Why was Muthama then making that statement? I think Ruto viewed himself as a Mount Kenya kingpin in a way. Therefore, the interest of Mount Kenya people, he assumes that he covers it there, because there is nobody who negotiates on behalf of Mount Kenya. So automatically, he is the one. That is why he wants every party in Mount Kenya to fold and join him so that he can negotiate on behalf of Mount Kenya. So this thing backfired. So Muthama was, in my view, trying to alleviate the fears that the Mount Kenya residents might have regarding the position of Mudavadi and Wetangula within the coalition. And I also think the youth that came out to speak and also demand that the deputy president position be given to Gachagua forthwith were being used in a way by the same people so that they might put political pressure on William Ruto to name his successor as quickly as possible. So there is some sense of betrayal on either on the part of Mount Kenya people, but they don't want to come out because then it would appear like their house is crumbling down. So I think in a way, Ruto has a lot of balancing act to do going forward, especially in view of the fact that Mudavadi is now making statements this side saying Ruto is not the automatic flag bearer of the One Kenya Alliance because it is called Alliance, therefore there must have been an agreement. And then Muthama coming out to refute that there is no agreement. So Ruto's words are coming back to bite him. That he wasn't not seeking to have a coalition or seek for positions for people, ama wadosi as he used to call them, but rather to uplift Mama Mbogas, to form a coalition with Mama Mbogas. So his own statement is coming back to bite him. And right now, I think they are trying to find a way of alleviating fears of people who might think, especially from Mount Kenya region, that they are being sidelined. Bernard, that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's an interesting perspective. I believe we need to weigh on the same. Now I want to bring in John. John, are you there? John. Right? Okay, Jacob.
Habari zenu wase.
Vitu namna gani?
Sawa, tuko wasima, tuna ubaya. Okay. Naona mambo ni si mabaya vile. Nimepotea kiasi kwa sababu yale ya maisha, kazi hapa na hapa, baridi kidogo tu zinapamana, baridi kidogo hapa. Baridi imesidi. Naona kana kwamba nimefuatilia kiasi fenye watu wanaendelea kuzungumza. Nataka kugusia tu Mama Uli ambaye mambo ya Mama Haida na haya mambo ya siasa. Katika maoni yangu naonelea kana kwamba jambo kuwa sijaona Mama Haida mahali imeongelea, sijapata ile kiini ya mambo, lakini kulingana na kwangu kama Jacob, mimi nimekuwa mtu wa kanisa, mimi najua mambo ya kama.
Okay, just a moment, Jacob. I think let me play this clip and see whether it can help us have some light.
Of my home in Bono, a place called Baruti, and I put a pin on the map, and the pin is 1 kilometer, and I radiate it around from the center of my home and make it 360 degrees. Inside that area of my home, there are 200 churches. Some of them, you find a man and his wife and his two children, they have a church. I know it is good to have a church, but we are not being very effective that way. We are not being very effective. Let's pull our resources together and do a church that all of us can pay. But why are they so eager to have everybody to have a church, every village to have a church? It's supposed to find 2 churches in one home. Why is it that? What is it? Churches are meant to bring us together. The Bible still remains the only book that will lead us and teach us about Christianity and Christ. Why is it that we have so many churches? And that is where, Professor, you come in. And that is why we have organizations known as NCCK, National Council of Churches of Kenya. Let all the churches be registered.
I think that's the statement, unless somebody has a different view on the same. Jacob, you can come in.
Okay. Sasa kulingana na mazungumzo ya Mahaida, sioni makosa ambaye ninaanza kukosoa kana kwamba ameingilia mahali fulani, kwa sababu Kenya ni taifa ambaye anajifunia kama taifa anaongozwa na Mungu. Na wakati taifa wanakubaliana na Christianity kupewa nafasi hawe sehemu ya maisha yetu kama taifa, inafaa kabisa ama inastahili viongozi awe na sura ambayo inapendeza na iwe na mkataba yenye inadumu, kwa sababu sioni makosa ya makanisa mengi kukua. Mimi sioni makosa hata kama makanisa itazidi kuwa mengi, lakini kuna ujanja mahali fulani ambaye washungaji especially, kwa sababu mara mingi wa Kenya wamepotoka kidogo, wanasema wewe siongelea mambo ya Mungu, wewe siongelea mambo ya kanisa, wewe siongea kinyume na washungaji. Kitu moja nimejifunza katika maisha yangu, kama mambo yangu si sawa, kwa nini watu wengine asiongee kinyume na Jacob? Lazima watu waongee kama mambo yangu haiko sawa. Na sote ukisikia mtu anaongea kinyume na mtu, ama watu familia na marafiki wakikosoa mahali, lazima kuwa na shida mahali. Kwa sababu nikiangalia sasa taifa la Kenya washungaji wamekuwa mstari wa mbele katika utapeli kupitia jina la kanisa. Mimi nimesomea theology school basic from America wakati nilikuwa Kenya. Ambayo kidogo naelewa mambo ya kanisa kidogo. Nimechapa kidogo mambo ya kanisa. Najua mambo ya Biblia. Nikisema mambo ya kanisa najua mambo ya Biblia. Kuna mafundisho kanisa na kufundisha, hata kama utakuja kuwa pastor, ukuje kuwa nani, lakini kanisa Biblia kuna mahali inakuelekeza kuwa. Na nikiangalia katika Biblia kuna mahali Paulo amesema ukona wengine ndani yenu ambaye wasiofanya kazi, ambaye wanaomba maombi marefu katika sinagogi. So kuna watu wanaomba maombi marefu, hata sasa ndio maana naona hii imekuwa historia katika taifa la Kenya. Wachungaji amekuwa na watoa mapepo, wanachukua muda kutoa mapepo mingi mpaka imefika kiasi wanapiga watu makofi. So ninashindwa ile mtu anapiwa kofi, ama kwa sababu anasema pepo ni kama hewa, hawezi muona. Na ukimpiga mtu ni kama unaumiza mtu, kwa sababu shetani anasema roho hiyo pepo ako ndani yake ni upepo. So anasatoka kama hewa, ni kama spirit. So ukimpiga spirit inapewa kitu yenye uoni. Jambo la pili, makanisa wamekuwa na kisumukuti na serikali kwa sababu makanisa na wachungaji hawataki kuelekezwa kwa venye nastahili kuwa. Hao wanataka, wanasema haki yetu kuhubiri injili. Ni sawa, tunahubiri injili. Hata hapa Amerika mali mimi niko Winston, makanisa ni mingi. Na sijaona hata mahali serikali imekataza watu kufungua makanisa. Lakini mwenendo ya kanisa inafuatana na ile ambayo inastahili kuwa. Kwa sababu unasapata mtu sai ukiangalia mtandaoni, wana watu wanauza kitambaa, wana watu wanauza maji, wana watu wanauza mafuta. Si sehemu ya Biblia. Na masi hayo kwa hapo, alafu naingilia kidogo mambo ya Muthama. Katika mkataba ya UDA na NCNC na mambo ya Ford Kenya, nakubaliana na Muthama kidogo kana kwamba bado wanafanya mkakati kwa sababu bado wamepatana tu kama wiki moja imepita, so bado wako na wakati ya kufanya mkakati. Na kana kwamba nikiona katika mtazamo yangu, nimeona pale mbele fenye nimesema awali, itakuwa na mitego fulani ambayo itakuja kuwanasa hii timu ya UDA na hii timu ya Kenya Kwanza, nasemanga pesa mfukoni. Kwa sababu nikitazama sahii wa Kenya wanaangalia mikakati gani wataweka kuhakikisha Western wanapata Kenya limpeleka Mudavadi na Wetangula kwa William Ruto kwa UDA. So katika mtazamo na wafuasi wote na wakaaji wote wanataka kuona kana kwamba mkakati gani watu wameweka kusaidia watu wa Western. Na saa hii ni kana kwamba Mount Kenya wameanza kufungua macho kwamba kufuatilia mikakati gani William Ruto anapanga na Ford Kenya na Mudavadi katika serikali. Kwa sababu hakuna chama yenye Mount Kenya wameasilisha katikati ya UDA na wale wandugu kutoka Western, Mudavadi na Wetangula. So ni kana kwamba hii the three parties wanafanya coalition. So Mount Kenya tayari wameanza kuongelea kana kwamba tulikuwa na machama Mount Kenya na hajatambuliwa, na baada ya machama kufanya coalition agreement itakuwaje kwa Mount Kenya. So kwangu mimi naona kana kwamba pale mbele kwa muda si mrefu tutaelewa mbivu na mbichi kulingana na hiyo mkataba ya pesa mfukoni na hiyo bottom up wataweka baadaye. Kwa sababu ikifikapo mwezi wa 3 mwezi wa 4 tumejua mbivu na mbichi. Lakini nikiangalia sehemu ya bado Western ni kwamba hesabu ya Wetangula na Mudavadi yameharibika kiasi. Naona kuna fenye mambo haviendi. Na hii sheria juzi ilipitishwa bungeni, kuna fenye imekuja kubana koo ile machama zingine ikifikapo nomination. Kwa sababu wenyewe wameanza kujitokeza na kuongelea mambo ya nomination. So tutajua baadaye na malizia hapo.
Okay, thank you, Jacob. And please, I want us to be clear on the statement that Mama Ida gave. Let's just remain within that. You give your opinion on it. Let's not open up the debate afresh and profile other churches and pastors. I don't think that was the aim of the statement. You can just give, because the debate is about, was she right or was she wrong? Because just that. Don't get into the issue of which pastor is buying what and selling what. We may end up quarreling over what is not necessary. As far as we are concerned, there are issues with our freedom of worship, and it's not just with churches. Every form of spiritual persuasion in the country has its own excesses, and has its own raw people. So let's not get too much into that unnecessarily, so that we restrict our time within our framework and be able to do our very best. A reminder, Operation JAZA Lorry is still on. We are running, we are accepted to extend due to public demand so that everybody can get opportunity to participate in the same. And I want to appreciate those that have sent in their contribution. Samuel Muru has sent 200 shillings. Jared Onguzo, 4,000. The challenge was for yesterday. And Henry Ondicho, who is a patriot, sent the 2,000. And then Eric Muhanda, 1,106. Let's keep sending. Use either the paybill number, which let me read it out, 9205481. That is the till number, sorry, not paybill number. Mpesa BuyGoods till number 9205481. You will get the name Mutembei TV. Or those of you in the diaspora, you can use 254 or +254 718 454585. Bears my name, Bernard Ingozi. So please, let's keep at the course. Let's not get caught up into the discussion until we forget of making our contribution. Remember, we must fill the lorry so that when we get to MARSABET, we don't get eaten up because we have brought very little and there is too many people that need to be helped. So let's stretch again and be able to make some some good progress by the close of the show. Thank you very much. I want us now to bring in John. Did John come back? Okay, it's like John has left. Patriot?
Patriot is asleep.
The guy is sleeping. Mweke background bana.
Hey, Alex, ulikuwa prefect shule. Wewe ndio class monitor, ulikuwa unaandika noise makers. Although you are the one leading in making noise. Okay, wacha tumsikilize WG before Alex comes in.
Bernard, I've not made my submission.
I know. That's why I'm putting WG ahead of you.
Bernard, patia Alex kwanza, bado ninajiorganize.
Okay, Alex umepewa.
WG, asante sana na kushukuru kwa the opportunity umenipa. Naka next time I will donate for you. I have 3 points to make. The first one is the statement ya Mama Ida. The statement. I think what she said was right because she's also a believer. According to what she said and what we have seen, and it's good that you have played it, she's a believer. She believes the church is part of the community and it has a duty to perform to us and up to the larger conversation of what is going on the country and in the country. The only thing that I disagree with her is the name Odinga, Mama Ida, Mama County, Mama Taifa, Mama Wetu. She should know that anything that comes from her mouth is too sensitive and too emote. By now she has known that there are things like his husband you just can't speak, because whether you are in the right forum or in the wrong forum, her words are almost canonical to our constitution. Or kuna watu wanaweza enda huku nje waseme hata Mama Aida alisema hivi na hawajui chenye alisema. Unaelewa? So I think she should know that whether she speaks on the good way or bad way, it will be a national conversation. And at this time, it looks bad to start a conversation of religion and denomination. But whatever she said is right. And the good thing is that we are not going to stop the conversation. Since she has started the conversation, I think in the larger area, it's going to be implemented one way or the other. And the good thing is that she mentioned the people who are supposed to do it, which is NCCK. So she did not say it's a political arena that this thing is going to be solved. When people will hear her words, will know that she directed the NCCK to do the right thing. Na hayo nitaiachia hapo. Ya pili, utaona churches that are being owned by state, like Anglican is owned by the British monarch, and all over. And they have tried so much to see how, in the end, people will never be taken into advantage. And that is a conversation that we must have as a country. So that ikiwa pastor amekufanyia vibaya, ama a congregant, you will go to the state to get retribution or to get justice. So we cannot run away from the subject. But Mama Ida, to start the conversation is what is wrong. It will be taken as a political thing. Kitu ya leo ya Muthama, we saw that coming and we have said it. When nominations will be done, whether we like it or not, we will lose people from Azimio, and UDA and the new outfit is going to lose people. Bernard, we are remaining with 9 good days for people like Boni Aluale to decide where they are. In 9 days, you must be in a party that will give you a nomination so that you can run. And that's why this new law is very specific. It has confused people. It's not like before whereby you are going to party hope. In 6 months, you must be in an outfit that is going to help you. So people like Boni Aluale today, you saw they were trying to play the games with UDA that Mukikata, you are not giving me the nomination ya UDA, I might go to Azimio because it has many outfits. And that's why you saw that fake news ambayo ameweka that, oh, the ODM officials are Kakamega. So every politician is trying to play it. But Muthama, as the chairman of UDA, knows and understands that in Western, they are going to lose a lot of people because already ODM has lost people and many outfits have lost. And as Mama Nani amesema, Mama Princess, you can see that ODM has lost ground even in Bungoma, which means DAP is the party. So why is Muthama saying this? It's because of zoning. Mudavadi wants the zoning. The zoning is UDA should not put a candidate in Western so that the ANC, not Mudavadi, the ANC party and the Ford Kenya party will have the advantage of the UDA support and their support to put it together so that their candidates can ride over it. But UDA knows very well, if they zone there, their supporters will not vote for Mudavadi come rain, come sunshine, which means they are going to lose big time. So Mudavadi is coming after probably speaking with these people in a board where they realize that they are not going to sell their heart and soul for them to lose even the few votes they could have gotten, because it's not about the seats they are going to lose. If a person is not going to vote for ANC or UDA, probably the presidential candidate is not going to be Ruto. So Muthama is doing the right thing, giving or zoning ANC so that the UDA is not going to put candidates in Western, is practically saying that Ruto is not going to get any vote completely. Even the few people who are in UDA that have been convinced by Washiali, has been convinced by Baraza, has been convinced by his troops in like Malala in Western. If zoning is done, they are going to go on the other side, and that's how Baba is going to win landslide. So I think what Muthama has realized, and the people who own UDA, that zoning in Western is dangerous. And that's why Muthama said, we have no agreement So it is not Muthama's statement. That is the overall UDA calculations, and which is right. And whereas sisi tunaangalia Waazimio kutoka hapo, ours is coming. Wacha tarehe 5 ifike. We are going to start seeing people making such kind of reckless statement. So our Secretary General in ODM is also going to come out and say, yo, these are not our statements. So in the event a nomination is being done in your stronghold, once you get the nomination, it's almost like winning the seat. So we are going to see contestation that we have never seen before, because euphoria is going to take center stage, especially in the Rift Valley. Ukipata hivi nomination, you are going to be in some areas. But Captain said it very well. Some areas it's not going to be as easy as that. He gave an example a couple of weeks ago that if Ruto and the UDA makes a mistake and gives Kostani a direct nomination by force as the governor, running governor in Uasin-Gishu, Buseki takes that thing before even the election starts. So we are in the season whereby people must play hard to make sure that they make nomination. And I think for UDA, Muthama has made a good move so that they can still get the votes that they have. And congratulations to him, though I don't support him. So UDA has come so strong, other parties needs to come so strong that this is our area. We also put our people there. Those are my few comments for today. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Alex. We appreciate your perspective. Let's keep the conversation going. If WG you are ready, you can come in.
Yeah, let me come in. Thank you very much. I don't have a lot to talk about Mama Ida's statement regarding the church. However, every rightful thinking Kenyan should be worried about the activities of these nondescript churches that are formed when people sleep overnight and just dream of beginning a church, and tomorrow they are all over the buildings, renting buildings in towns, within the estates, all over. It has become, it's more a lot about business than churches. So, but I don't want to judge, but that is what we are seeing around. It's about business. Very few of them are about true worship and taking people to Christ. So I'm one person who thought who've always thought that the churches should be regulated, and that is my stand. Now, William Ruto, I think when he was rushing to get Musalia Mudavadi, he did not know that he was this act was going to expose him for what he is. Number one, he is emerging as one whose main mission is just to stop Raila. But he has no plan and strategy to ascend to the presidency of this land. That's the reason why he would just, jump on every opportunity that he has seen that is either able to, to embarrass Raila or portray him as a man who can outdo Raila in some things. And therefore, when he jumped to this act of going to dish or to fish Mudavadi out of ANC and Oka, I feel that was a mistake. It was a big mistake. He should have thought otherwise, because as for now, I'm thinking that he should have left Mudavadi to play his role in Oka, and with that, people who, especially from Western, who are not satisfied with Baba, would have remained. He would have, put them in some corner and denied Baba their vote. But he went and took Musalia before even sitting down and thinking to himself what he was going to do with Musalia himself. What was William Ruto going to do with Musalia? Was he going fishing him so that he can be his running mate? Was he fishing him out so that he can just be like any other, like Didmas Barasa and any other person? That is what we are asking ourselves. Number two, for our whole party to just get into some form of excitement and going for without a very serious discussion and agreement, I think that is careless. If they will continue doing those kind of mistakes, and they are Baba's opponents, I'm telling you, Baba will really whip them, because those are some of the mistakes that Raila uses to whip people who do not think so seriously. The reason why I'm saying that, take for instance that today Musalia comes out of UDA and claims that he has been conned. William Ruto has been singing all over around in every other space that Raila is the conman. He is even denying the reason why the political parties bill is there. He is saying that is meant to guard others from political conmen. So what would that be? It would end up showing William Ruto as a man who is practicing what he is criticizing others for. So let's say that Musalia now comes out, crying out. Do you know that even what Alex has just said, that Muthama was out protecting the Bungoma area and their territories in Western. All those votes will go if today Musalia Mudavadi comes out of UDA running and shouting that he's been, deceived. I'm very sure that nobody will trust William Ruto in the entire Western area. He will come out of that empty-handed. The lawyers will come out by saying that they've been conned. The little vote will not need. So when DAP comes in, those who are not comfortable with Raila will go to DAP, and the rest will go to Azimio. So I'm seeing this is a two-edged sword that is able to work against William Ruto. As for now, I think even Musalia knows when he made the move to UDA, I think he had concluded that the presidency is far way above him. So he's a person who's lost everything, and therefore this is a very dangerous person. He can decide to destroy you totally because there's nothing he's losing. So that is my school of thought, how I'm seeing that thing working against William Ruto. Because it seems William Ruto is rushing for presidency without strategy. He is jumping in every other opportunity and is actually just playing games. Number two, this confirms that every other thing that William Ruto accuses Raila of, he himself does it. He is the con man now. When he's dealing with the people, he doesn't. He is dealing with the people. He is not able to keep his words, because I know they must have talked with Musalia, and the reason why Musalia trusted him to move to his end, there must have been agreement. Payment aside, because all those people are politicians. The reason why they get paid is because of politics. So they must have discussed Musalia's portion. That is my take for regarding the issue of Nani Muthama. I think it was, to me, it was a reckless statement and a prematurely put out. He should have waited and wait for things to take their own shape with the time. It wasn't at this time. Even if it is like that, these are some of the things that they should have mentioned down there. And number again, I'm reminding the UDA guys that some of us who are you know, the supporters of Baba had a very soft spot for Musalia. The entire Western and Nyanza, he was a man we were looking forward to. So when we shout and just criticize him here, it is because of the hurting that we have inside, that Ruto came in to compromise. One of those people that we really had high hopes for to work with. And therefore, we are not going to feel so good, even in this other side, when William Ruto can decide to destroy Musalia Mudavadi's political career just carelessly like that.
Okay, WG is umemaliza, naomba nikuulize swali.
Uliza ndugu.
Don't you think Muthama is doing firefighting? It is not a statement that he would have avoided to state, because the mountain is furious. It wants to be sure of the DP slot, and it seems like the way DP is playing, the slot is been cut out for Mudavadi. And so in their bid to contain the Mount Kenya vote, they must keep them waiting for that deputy thing. And in the course of waiting, probably buy some time before they sort out matters.
Sorry, that is true, Bernard. But my thing is that the whole thing was done hurriedly, even going for Musalia. That is my thing. You can see these are just the impact. You know, the way the former speaker put it, Marindi, is that Musalia was talking of an earthquake, but he was a suicide bomber. The suicide bomber who would bomb himself, you know, his political career is gone. Even where he was going, he is not now served as an effective, you know, help the way those people wanted. Instead, it is crushing them, even themselves, you know. So where there was very tranquility, that the UDA was tranquil, peaceful, but his presence there has now brought commotion and exposed the underbelly, the weaker part of UDA. So this one is just something to show that William Ruto wasn't even prepared. And I doubt if William Ruto is prepared to run for this presidency, unless he was thinking it was very short. It's something that can be gained by conmanship and you know, cheap games. It is more serious than that, as he can now see.
But WG, there is another perspective whereby William Ruto going for Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula, it was not for the Western vote. It was on how to handle the mountain, or looking for an exit strategy from the mountain when it begins to look obvious that the mountain vote may not be his. And he is stranded in how to tell the mountain that now if you walk away, I won't be able, even if I give you the deputy slot, you may not deliver because you're now hanging in the balance. Then I strategically bring in Mudavadi to help me begin to balance my games, so that even if I pick somebody from outside, it will not be I'm betraying the mountain. I'm only expanding the house, and because you have expanded the house, we should accommodate everybody so that the mountain understands, especially for the future, and every other person looks satisfied. So it could be the desperation was not with Mudavadi or Weta, but it was with BP in the aspect that he's boxed with the mountain, that the mountain's demands have to be fulfilled, and he doesn't know how to handle that because he doesn't want to bruise the mountain, and so he desperately reaches out from Davat to help firefight the mountain by soothing them, by telling them you can be satisfied by cabinet secretary in case we make the government, but for now our house is bigger, let us accommodate every other brother.
That's true. There are a lot of aspects, a lot of way to look at the reason why DP ended up for, going for Mudavadi, including even the fact, the ICC factor, which was he might have thought that the government, Uhuru's government, might have pushed for. So in the presence of Mudavadi, maybe, just in case that Musalia was taken to ICC, and therefore that would mean that is not viable for running. Sorry, Ruto. So just in case Ruto went there, then Musalia would stand, which again he thought would also complicate cases for Raila in Western. So that would he would now push Musalia. Ruto would push Musalia's presidency as to scare the state from sending him there. So I think there are a lot of aspects in way to look for the reason why he went there. Because actually, I don't think William Samoei Ruto, with his capacity and his experience in politics, that he did not know that going to fish Musalia would just be an empty shell, just an individual like that. He must have known that. So it baffles us why he still went there, unless he was just outright careless.
Sawa WG, thank you. Before I bring in Jared, he has an issue. There is Agri where how can I join the conversation? The link is just shared on Mutembei TV. The link, you click on the link, it will lead you to StreamYard. StreamYard will ask you to control your camera and your audio. Please allow it to do so. Then you will find yourself in the studio. Then you can be part of the conversation. That is how to get into the studio. Probably when you get in, you may find a notification that the studio is full. That means we have already reached the maximum number of people to be in the studio. You keep trying because other people will drop out, then they create space for you to come in. And the show is long enough to accommodate everybody. We'll be going for as long as 8 hours. So if you try this hour and you didn't succeed, try the next hour until you get in and give your views. Thank you very much. And the contribution towards MARSABET relief program, courtesy of Mutembei TV and Mutembei Foundation. Please, let's keep the contributions coming in. Use the details are scrolling right now on the screen. You use till number, BuyGoods till number by Mpesa 9205-481. Mutembei TV is the name, or plus 254-718-454585. Let us keep doing good. The Bible says, don't be weary in doing good, for you will reap in due season. So let us extend our hand to support our brothers who are affected by the drought. And I believe that's the right thing to do, because we are right people for this particular season. Jared, karibu. Ulikuwa unasemaje?
Thank you. I was wondering, I'm over here, and Bernard and the WG are struggling to put speculations here of what UDA is doing instead of asking me so that I put the record straight. Don't speculate. Tell us what Asmio is thinking. Don't just speculate on what you don't know.
Listen, Jared.
Add one.
I think.
WG.
Wait. There's something. There's a
Order,
notion.
order.
Just a moment, Bernard.
I said
One statement.
Order, please. Let him finish, then you will respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard.
Jared, wacha uchokozi.
Anyway, let me put the record straight, okay? As I have said before, WG, you were not there, maybe I forgive you for that. The Muthama, whatever you call claims, is of no consequence at all. It's not a big issue, okay? Muthama was stating a fact that at the moment, there is no formal agreement. What is there is a gentleman agreement that we're going to work within this aspect, and we're going to fine tune everything on an agreement. So that is a statement of fact. So we should not lead beyond that. But the aspect of claiming that, we are losing Mount Kenya. So are we going to lose Mount Kenya when we are ahead in Mount Kenya? Come on. What is happening is Mudavadi came in with Angola, knowing that we have one and only one candidate for the presidency, and actually to go further, knowing that the running mate is coming from Central. That should be a done case. We should not be we should be discussing on who do we think might be. That is what we should be talking about. Who do we think from Mount Kenya should be?
Jared, what you are saying is not valid because Mudavadi and his team still say there is no clear candidate for the Kenya Kwanza. We are not the ones saying that. We are not speculating. It is an expressed statement. So you telling us that they came knowing that there is a candidate and there is a running mate. You are taking us for right. Why?
So I know you better than that, Bernard. If he could not get in Oka, he's going to get in Kenya Kwanza. You see, the person who pays the piper costs the cost. Did he even pay for that Kwanza? Kenya Kwanza.
So you guys took a useless guy.
Yeah? No, seriously. If he could not even
so are you confirming that you have just taken our son for a ride again, the third time?
So we are actually helping him. You see, the chief, this is as per Baba, that this is a thief for cemetery, Goldenberg, and embassy. Who were partners yesterday? Were they stealing when they were partners? Now when they have gone is when he has realized. Come on, this politics of being sanitizing somebody when you are with them, when they go, now they become bad people. We should stop this and start discussing on issues. Okay, Mudavadi is going to be a bigger part of UDA or Kenya Kwanza, but not as a deputy president. In fact, nobody should be running for deputy president because we have seen what Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta has done. We want to be humiliated in that post. So, but we're going to give it to where it belongs. It is in Central. So let us not speculate. Okay?
Bernard,
I want to put that one in rest.
Bernard and everybody else, can somebody see what is happening in Meru? Munya and the Merus, they have shown, I don't know what they call earthquake or they call Atupangwangwi. Can you guys check what is happening in Meru? Oh my God. Don't even, I was happy until I say, let you guys see what is happening in Meru. Check it, Bernard, and then tell us.
Maybe you tell us, Mama Selina.
Okay. Thank you. Let me try to get that clip.
Yeah.
If it's ready,
But
I'll
meanwhile,
play
can I,
Bernard, let me
let's do this.
remind.
Jared,
Let's
Bernard,
do
can
this.
I say, Jared, can you
No,
give me 2
no, I
seconds?
want to answer. I want to
Order,
answer
Alex
Jared.
and WG. Order.
I want.
Thank you. WG respond to Jared, then Alex. Thank you.
Now, Jared, a point of correction where I want to put you right. You know, I may be in Azimio, but that doesn't mean that we don't know what goes on with UDA. So for you to have the role of a know-it-all of what happens on the side of UDA, yet you also read from the newspaper and social media the way we do. That one is not good. Let us respect one another's knowledge. We are knowledgeable, all of us. I can't pretend that you don't know what is going on in Azimio. So therefore, don't dismiss us on the fact that we don't belong to UDA, so we don't know what is happening there. Number two, we have been in politics long enough to know how politicians enter into agreements and how they break them. William Ruto promised, Musalia Mudavadi a lot, but now he doesn't want to be the one pulling out of it. So he's sending Muthama to make some statements. But the thing is, William Ruto went for Musalia Mudavadi and took him. What he wanted to serve was to embarrass Baba and to show that he can actually beat Baba, Raila, out of that. And that is how it ended. How it was going to help the UDA grab presidency, that was another question that it's not working for in that line. So all this is just firefighting that the inclusion of Musalia Mudavadi has brought in UDA, which even you cannot explain to us here. You are just telling us to wait and see things are working. Which things are working? The house is burning.
WG, thank you, WG. I think Jared is afraid that
Let me wait for Alex so that I can respond both.
Hold on, Jared.
Let me wait for Alex, then I can respond to
Yes,
both
you
of them.
respond to Alex. Alex is next. Wait, I just wanted to throw this in that Jared is afraid that our speculation may lead us to the hidden agenda they have for Musalia Mudavadi. The fact that Musalia Mudavadi went to UDA did not cease to be our son. And watching his back is still our responsibility.
Correct, very much correct. And we are so painful.
Alex, continue.
I first of all, Jared, thank you so much for clarifying that. And I think Jared was playing politics of a lighter note. He was acknowledging that the points we had put are too heavy. And remember, people from both aisles are watching. So there are people looking onto him of UDA in the panelists ambao wana text. They want also to know what he's saying. So I think that was a good salvo you gave back. Politically, I don't think he was dismissive that he's a know-it-all. No. I think he was trying also in politics, whether you know it's true or not, you must connive something and bring a better thing so that you can strangle the other person. But I think the good thing he has said is, and I think UDA is acknowledging that the effect of Mudavadi is 0%. Even when they brought him, they knew it. And Mudavadi went there knowing UDA is Ruto and Ruto is UDA. Themba told us the other day, we haven't gotten to a point we play politics of principle. If Raila moves from Azimio today, Azimio is not there. If Ruto moves from UDA, UDA is not there. So I think he's acknowledging that the decision of Ruto and his running mate And what remains is Ruto cannot risk to play the second field to Mudavadi when it comes to the vice president, the deputy presidency, because you have seen what will happen to him. He has invested too much. So I think, Jared, you are right. You are right, but at the same time, that is why we are using it politically to tell you that we will hammer you on that. If Mudavadi brings 0%, when he comes to us, he brings 100%. So you're not going to use him the way you want. Maneno ya madimoni iliisha.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Let me play this clip. I have
You don't
not
want
had
him to
a preview
respond
for the
first?
same, but let's
You don't
get
want
the
me to
clip.
respond first?
No, let's play the clip. You will come in immediately with your response.
Okay.
I hope it's the right one.
Azimio ya Meru leo, showground ya Meru, tumekubaliana na tukamaliza, tukasema dunia yote ni nini? Dunia yote ni nini? Azimio yapi? Azimio yapi? Raila wapi? Raila wapi? Uhuru wapi? Uhuru wapi? Na Munya wapi? Asanteni sana. Thank you so much. Asante sana.
Okay, Jared, you can come in and then maybe we'll need Stone PK to help us break that one down for us. Jared,
All right. Thank you. Okay, first let me go with WG. I know Alex maybe dropped, but thanks for Alex for your compliment. But WG, if you have seen in this debate, I do not. It's not like that I don't know what is happening in Asmio, but I give the respect that you, the Asmio followers, you guide me on what is your plans. What you were saying, you were not saying that I know this. You were speculating. That's why I was saying, why are you speculating? Why don't you let me tell you what is happening? So I was not dismissing. You didn't come with a pure point that you know from a point of knowledge. You said from a point of speculation. What if he's planning to put out of Central? What if this? That is what I was responding to. Don't do the what ifs. Let me tell you what is there. So no dismissal. We, of course, we follow each other. It's about passion. You know, we do this out of love. I love you all, guys. No bad intent, but it's fun. But we need to have somebody challenge something. So I have also to stand for UDA so that the people who are watching cannot take this as a gospel when you are coming up with a crescent. As I have said again and again, the way we look at Mudavadi is not the same way you look at Mudavadi. Let me to be honest. Before Mudavadi and Wetangula, it was Ruto. You have been asking here that other than Ruto being the MCA or MC, I mean, who else can be? We wanted to bring people who can go and hold a meeting, who we can send and hold a meeting somewhere when the campaign starts. When Mudavadi might come by himself as a person, of course he came with Malala, and Wetangula as a person, but what they have brought is bringing the nationalistic. Now the UDA, Kenya will look like, hey, now Ruto is looking more nationalistic than the way it was. This is a Kalenjin and what with other few people. So the way we're looking at Mudavadi coming in is all different than the way you guys might want. But let me tell you, you can dismiss as you want. Still, there is a few votes. If in this election, where it will be very close, if Mudavadi takes even 200,000 people from Western, that is a big deal to recover. We have the plan. We know how we're going to use it. Don't tell us how we want to use Mudavadi.
According to
knows
what
that
happened,
we're going to...
according to Jared, according to what happened in Kakamega today,
Order,
nyinyi
WG.
hata 1,000 hamtapata.
Jared, thank you for digging in for UDA, and we wish you all the best. But if you brought in Musalia Mudavadi and Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula for appearance, then you have very good flower girls for your party. Please make good use of them. And we wish you all the best. They have also escorting girls like Malala and
Didmas.
and the bullfighter. So if you have bullfighting sessions, please, you have experts, make good use of them. Now, let me do this, please. Let me do this. Let me bring in John. John has been trying to get in. Let us get the people who have not said anything to speak first. I know Princess has been waiting for a while, but let's hear from John first. John, come in.
Hi. I guess everybody's getting me. Like, it has been a while that I'm trying to get in my connection. I don't know what was wrong, but I thank God that I'm in. Majorly, I go straight to the point. Today's discussion. To me, when I look at what Her Excellency Ida Odinga said about churches today, I don't see that there is something wrong with Her Excellency. Whatever she said is something that we experience, that is there. I'm a Christian. Whatever she said, like, why should somebody go and like you sleep overnight and in the morning you're like, I start my own church, my family? No. And all of these churches, they're not like registered legally, like you're like, you're supposed to operate within these boundaries. Like we have a body that is concerned about those issues, like registering them. Some of them, they're not registered. So I don't think so that she mentioned something that was wrong. And another thing, Johnston Dama gave a red indication of the two principles, that is ANC, Musalia Mudavadi, and Wetangula. Like UDA will return to be UDA. They don't dissolve whatever they have so that they can join them. They can join UDA fully. That's my understanding. He's gonna look for another guys because he knows if he doesn't do it, that like inform them in the area time, right? This is what is on the ground and this is what I can do. He's gonna frustrate them soon. The two guys who joined him recently. I'm sorry to mention this one. I'm done with today's topic. Right? I'm sorry to go back. I'm somebody who has been following the Bay TV, the shows for that's a December background, right? Nyuma curtain. But yesterday you had something that was good. I thank Bernard. I saw Patriot. There is another guy who called Omariba. I really thank you so much because yesterday you tried to like tell the UDA guys, like, this is what Azimio needs. And this is what Baba needs and needs that the needs that he has for Kenyans, the goodwill that Baba has for all of Kenyans. He doesn't want like anybody to be left out, like hii ni kabila fulani niache niache, hapana. He's trying to unite everybody. So thank you so much for yesterday. Nilijaribu kuingia but sikupata nafasi. I really thank you. Nayo nilikuwa nayo kwa leo.
Okay, thank you, John. We appreciate your continued support and commitment to Mutembei TV. Thank you for sharing your views. Let's keep the conversation going. Princess.
Niko Bernard.
Washirika wanasema umenyamaza sana. Wasalimie kwanza ndio tuendelee na mkururu.
Mjambo nyote. Alex, bado waendesha gari? Ukifika uniambie. Haya. Hii mambo ya Muthama, ukirudi tu kwa mambo ya Muthama wameshtuka. Kwa maoni yangu mimi, wameshtuka kuona kana kwamba sio vile walikuwa wanadhani, kwa sababu saa zile walikuwa wanamchukua Musalia na Wetangula, walikuwa bado wanaona kama Bungoma bado iko mkononi, sababu DAP ndio saa hiyo ilikuwa inafunguliwa, na ANC walikuwa wanaona, kwa sababu hata niliona Savula alienda kufungua ANC huko upande za Homa Bay. Kwa hivyo walikuwa wanaona ANC inaenda kwa kasi. Kwa hivyo walikuwa nafikiria kwamba wanavuna kiasi. Hawakuwa wanajua, yani hawakuwa na lengo la kuvuna yote, lakini walikuwa wanavuna kiasi. Lakini walipoona watu wamevuka pande ile nyingine, kwa sababu wengi walivuka pande ya DAP, mpaka Marende ule alikuwa amekuja anatembea na Musalia mwenyewe, aliamua kung'atuka, hakurudi kutembea naye tena. Kwa hivyo wazo lao alikuvua dafu. Kwa sasa nafikiria wameenda drawing board, wamerudi kwa drawing board. Ndio sababu sasa wanasema hawakuwa na ushirikiano wowote, lakini bado wanasema wangali watakuwa wanatembea pamoja. Hiyo ni jinsi ya kuogopa. Jared, na kuona, sikiza tu kwa makini na kuelezea. Kwa hivyo nafikiria wataendelea, wamerudi drawing board, wataendelea kujaribu kujua nani, na hivi karibuni tutajua mbivu na mbichi. Tusubiri. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa, Bernard.
Okay, thank you Princess. Tunakushukuru kwa maoni yako. Tuendelee na mjadala. Sasa naomba tumlete Omar. Omar, vipi leo?
Omar, iko sawa?
Siku
nyingi sijaongea, nimenyamaza tu.
Haya, karibu ongee. Naona uko na nembo fulani huko nyuma, sijui ya maanisha nini?
Nembo?
Yes.
Iko kwa ukuta.
It's your design.
Ni maridadi tu, iko kwa ukuta.
Okay.
Leo ilikuwa mada Musalia na Wetangula wake get one get free.
Buy one get one free.
Hiyo ndio lugha sahihi inaendelea paka kwa watoto wadogo. But get free, kila mtu anaongea hiyo maneno. Ukiangalia vile mambo inaenda, Raila Odinga tunamwombea sana. Raila Odinga tunamwombea sana akuwe next president wa hii nchi. Bernard, mambo inabadilika. Ground inabadilika. Saa hii wale watu walikuwa UDA, niko na wenzangu marafiki zangu karibu 10 tulikuwa tunabishana nao kuhusu mambo ya UDA na Azimio. Ajabu, wote 10 saa hii wanasema wamebadilika. Nikauliza wamebadilika kwa nini? Kutoka tu ku Central wanasema wanaona weather vile inaenda, kusema ukweli wamesema huyu mzee wacha amalize tamu yake, alafu Ruto atakuja baadaye. Na si kitu na wadanganya, ni kitu nimeshuhudia. Nimetoka nao leo katika Mwea. Nimetoka Mwea kubeba mchele kidogo. Ningewagaia lakini ni kidogo. Sasa mambo vile mzee ameenda huko, mambo imebadilika. Na wanasema ati wanataka aende tena. Vile walikuwa unamchukulia mzee, si hivyo. Hata picha umeniekea leo ya Meru, hiyo nilikuwa sijaiona. Lakini sasa hivi watu wamekuja kuona ukweli iko wapi. Na tukiangalia upande ya Western hiyo imeshaenda na Raila kabisa. Kwa sababu nasikia Ijumaa atakuwa na mkutano, na hizo siku nyingine watakamp huko. Atuoli amesema ana camp huko. Sasa hiyo ni kumaliza Wetangula na Mudavadi. Ni kama Ruto alichukua body ya gari, akasahau kuchukua engine. Aliona hiyo body ndio ina maneno ndani, kumbe alisahau kuchukua engine. Aliona hiyo engine haina maana. Sasa hata hiyo mambo kuna wafuasi wa Musalia wameshtuka sana hiyo mambo ya huyo jamaa Muthama kuzungumza kitu kama hiyo. Wakasema kumbe tulikuwa tukitumiwa, hakuna agreement yote. Wakasema Musalia ni bure kabisa. Na kulingana na hiyo wave ya Western, hii party inaitwa DPK Kenya inafagia watu wengi sana. Na tupatie kitu kama 1 month mbele inakuja, itakuwa ANC na Ford Kenya itakuwa hakuna Western. Vile hii mambo vile inaenda speed sana. Yani mzee ana gang. Yani ana grow. Yani siasa hajaanza vizuri, lakini watu wanaanza kubadilika. Watu wanaanza kumtaja huyu mzee, na imeshtua watu wengi sana. Vile watu walikuwa wanatarajia, watu upande ya UDA walikuwa wanakimbia mbio, ndio nimekuja kujua ile Uhuru alikuwa anazungumza, alikuwa anatuambia sisi wa vijana tuache kukimbia sana. Ndio nimekuja kujua kauli ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Mzee anakuja polepole tu na bakora, baadaye anakupita. Sasa hiyo ndio ina happen sahi. Sahi mambo aswa Central Kenya inaanza kubadilika polepole. Nashangaa na sijai kuona kitu kama hiyo. Hiyo tu ndio ilikuwa nataka kuzungumza ya leo.
Okay, asante Bwana Omar kwa maoni yako, tunashukuru sana na kutupatia habari ya Mwea na vile mambo yanabadilika. Nothing is permanent. Kila kitu kinabadilika na lazima tukubali kama mabadiliko yametokea. Cha muhimu ni kujifunza kwamba siasa hupangwa na hufanywa kwa mpango. Wale ambao wanataka kupia ama kustukia katika siasa, hao ndio watakuwa majeruhi kwa wale ambao wanakifahamu Kiswahili mufti. Naomba sasa tumlete nani huyu? Mama Sara, upo?
Niko.
Yes. Tuletea habari tena.
Habari iko.
Yes.
Unajua kila mtu anacheza mpira yake.
Yes.
Sisi wauda tuko kwa mpira yetu, nyinyi wa nini Azimio muko kwa mpira yenu. Of which I think from next month mambo yanabadilika Western. Na sio siri. I work there and I know what is going on. Even the meeting of today, I had to sneak inside. Kidogo tu nisikie 1-2 na nitoke. So, hii mambo msichukulia, kila mtu anapiga kifua akisema tutashinda. Kuna watu by tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 kuna watu wanaenda kuwekewa maji kwa drip yenye waamini. One, personally, Bernard, I've been with you here, but due to some circumstances for some months, I was not there. I'm telling you, in where I reside is Uasin Gishu, but where my home county is Baringo County. Sai huko mambo ni tofauti. Hata leo hii nikikwambia Seneta ati anajaribu kuja kusimama tena, hata kura hata akienda kusimama ya kettle dip hawezi pata. And even now when we are talking in Baringo and Uasin Gishu, unless Ruto, if Ruto wants to be sharp, aweke kitu inaitwa friendship kando. Friendship kando. Hii kitu atapenya. Lakini mambo ya kwenda the sitting politician who are sitting with their seats from MCS up to senators. Awatu 99.1% ni nyumbani saa 11 asubuhi. That 1% ni wachache sana wenye wanarudi kwa Rift Valley. So Ruto has to go to a very clean drawing board. I know I'm one of his diet supporter. So lazima aingie kwa very tough drawing board. Asikuja kudanganywa ati sisi mimi nitarudi. Hakuna mwenye anarudi. Here in Uasin Gishu, already we know who is the governor of Uasin Gishu. Tusidanganyana. Baringo County, Kiptis is not coming back. The person who is coming back is the former governor. Hata akina Fred Zigora waonekane. Hiyo ni kama ile sazili when you are win saa ile una win nini mahindi ndio uende kusiaga ile upepo yenye inaenda naye inabeba watu kama kina Fred Zigora na hao wengine kina Chelugui. Hakuna kurudi huko. The person who is coming in Baringo County is the former governor Cheboy. Here, I'm telling you for free in Uasin Gishu, there is this guy called Koti Moja. That guy by saa 11:30 ameshabeba hiyo kiketi ya governor wa Uasin Gishu. Lakini hiyo watu mnatudanganya hapa ati akina nani, they are not there. So ile kitu iko saizi ni mpangilio. Na mambo ya kupeana direct nomination ati kwa sababu huyu ni best. Alafu saizi wengine wanataka kutumia pesa. unapeana pesa ndio upewe direct nomination. Hiyo ni upuzi ya hali ya juu. Some of us tunaangalia na tutamwaga Muthama. Tunataka tuambiane ukweli. Kuna kizungumkuti. Kuwacha hiyo kusema ati wa siasa lazima kuna mpangilio. Na ni hiyo mnasema mpangilio, na hiyo ni mpangilio ya haki, si mpangilio ya kando kando ya mchana unasema ni huyu, usiku unaenda kupanga wengine. Haiwezekani. This time round mpiga kura amekuwa na akili ile hujawahi ona. Unaenda kwa crowd wanasoma. Yesterday I was in my own county. We were talking about the security of the county. Pokot wametumaliza. Ilifika mahali jana kila mtu anakuwa wazimu kivyake. Ukisikia Laikipia, mpaka sisi tunasema we are not Kenyans. Baringo, we are not Kenyans. Because if we are not, kama hatupewi mpaka security. Ni nini ingine tunabembelezana? You had a clip, and I know you are following Baringo politics. You had a clip of this member of Yala, Florence Yamatia, what she talked. Paka anasema hatutoki hapa bila baby. So vitu zingine ni uchungu nani? Sisi tunasema tuko Kenya lakini hatuko Kenya, because I'm hosting in my home now. I'm hosting karibu 7 people wenye wamekuwa displaced. And the government is not talking about it. The other day it was in Laikipia, malori litembea huko kama kitu ingine. Sasa tunataka kuchagua swaba leaders. Hii story ya kuchegeana hapa. Mpaka tulikuwa tunaambia Gideon, wewe ukipiga simu moja hapa imesikizwa, lakini Gideon apigi because anajua what he is getting from those sides of Pokot. Tuambiane ukweli. Na sisi hata kama ni kuwekwa ndani siku hizi hatuogope. Tumeamua kama ni ndani, uzuri huko kuna chakula, tunaenda kukula, masiku zinaenda na unatoka. So what is there? What we need right now? Ukweli tuambiane ukweli vile kuko Kenya vile kuko. There is some other families hata naona mko na pay bill number hapa ya wengine kusaidika. Au kuomba hiyo kukua na hiyo shida. Kuna wengine hata wanalala 3 days bila kukula. Na ukifika pale wanacheka. These people are sitting in the same table in hotels. The Azimio and the UDA. Ati jamaa leo unaona vile nimekugonga. Na kufika asubuhi wanakaa kama wajuani. Kufika usiku wanasalamiana. So lazima as that is why I was telling you the other day, Bernard. We need to go and do this civil education to our own people on all grounds. Tuambie ukweli vile kunaenda. Wengine wanataka kusema wao wanasema nini? Pandi wanasema nini? Na unajua siku hizi hii social media imedanganya watu ile mbaya mbovu. So saa hizi tunataka tuingie mashinani, tuambiane ukweli vile kunaenda. And then tuone vile tutasaidia watu wetu, because we need a better Kenya tomorrow. Sio ya saa hii tunye tutakuja tunamaliziwa kesho kutwa. Na wakishamaliza hawa mababa wakishamaliza the first thing that year, that is 2022 2023 ama hiyo holiday ya December, watu wanaenda vacation outside the country na wameweka simu dunga. Hata juzi nilikuwa naona kwa social media, this is the time hata uki reverse call the sitting politicians wanakupigia, masimu zimefunguliwa. Wacha ile yenye ilikuwa imezimwa, sasa hizi zimefunguliwa because there is something that they want to nini. Alafu nadanganywa na 50 bob, 500 at most. What is 500 kwa saa hii? Kuna watoto wanafukuzwa shule. So what we need right now, mimi kwa kichwa yangu I'm for UDA. Si yuko KANU yenye vile watu wanasema Baringo, mimi niko UDA. Lakini lazima nikosoe. Siwezi sema ati I blanket them ama ni wapampe. Lazima niwakosoe, niwaambie ukweli vile kuko. Na hivyo ndio this is a democratic world. Lazima tuambiane ukweli. Kama ni mbaya ni mbaya, kama ni mzuri ni mzuri. For now, these people surrounding, I know I have got no beef with Raila. Raila is a very good person. But watu wanamsurround, ni Mungu peke yake anajua. That is all for now.
Niko na swali Bernard.
Sorry, there is a video that played in the background. Ngoja kwanza WG. Sara, umemaliza? Ulikuwa umemaliza uulize swali na WG?
Wacha uliza swali ndio nimjibu, ndio niendelee.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. The way you are looking at things critically is very, very encouraging. But I wanted to ask you, if you are saying you are in order, and you know the politics of that of your area where there are those challenges, most of those people who are sitting MPs who should be taking the responsibility of solving out those problems are in UDA, and it's just a branch of Jubilee that has been in power since 2013. And that is a span of 8-10 years. If that insecurity is at that level, it means the blame should go squarely on the people who've been in power, both at the national government and at the county level, which is the grassroots. So how, in what capacity, or why would you still be in UDA, yet the leaders there have let the citizenry down of those areas? Could it be because of the person who is heading UDA is belongs to, is one of your own, or what prompts you? What ideas? Because sometimes, you know, Sarah, sometimes we criticize leaders, but we are the people who put them there. So how would you, you know, reconcile your being in UDA vis-a-vis their lack of performance?
Can I respond? Can I respond?
Yes, respond, please.
WG, let me give you the lineup of Baringo County. Senator Baringo County is coming from Kano. Women rep is coming from Kano. Governor, we elected from Jubilee. MP Baringo Central, we elected him from Maendeleo Chapchap. Women MP Baringo, MP Ravin Mogotio, and Baringo South, Baringo North, we elected the Jubilee members. Tiati constituency, we elected Kano person. So this thing is not a lineup of a suit. This is mix and match. And that is why I was telling you, I am for UDA. The senator is a very close person to the president of this Republic of Kenya. That is why we summoned them on Sunday. We told the senator, wewe uko karibu hata ukipiga phone call right now here to the president of this republic, atasikia. But all in all, kidogo bado tumekaa tu hapo, risasi zinalia. Tusidanganyane, tuambiane ukweli. The problem are these sitting politicians. They have business with those bandits. Mbona ya Baringo North, Baringo South, NPR walitolewa. Nasikia? Marisasi, mabunduki walinyang'anywa. But if you go to Tiati, even a child of 15 years, akona bunduki. Kama ya juzi. Weze kuniambia ni watu wawili waliingia hiyo mahali. It was over 100 people. Marisasi tulisaraundiwa. Who are we to blame? We are supposed to blame our leaders. Now the same leader when ndio nimekupangia, the women rep and the sitting are Kanu. Now those are aligned to where? To Jubilee. And they are very close to the president, especially Gideon Moi. And he's the person who wants. No.
Sorry to intercept, but
yes.
The question that WG is asking,
yes,
that the current government right now is called Jubilee government.
Yes.
Headed by one Uhuru Kenyatta,
yes,
deputized by William Ruto.
Mm-hmm.
Matters security is 100% squarely on their shoulders. Somebody's asking here, where does Gideon Moi come in on the same issue? Do you get security because you're closer to the president, or you get security because we have a government that is functioning and provide to every Kenyan required security?
Bernard.
Yes.
Gideon comes in here because he is the senator Baringo County. Am I clear?
I'm not I get it. Senator
Yes.
Baringo County.
Baringo
Okay?
County. Yes.
As a
And why we are
representative.
complaining?
Yes.
Why we are complaining, Bernard, is because one, the other day the insecurity was there in Laikipia, but within 3 days, the caravan of GSU vehicles were going that direction. Why us in Baringo?
No, hold on,
Carbon,
sir. Hold on.
carbon.
Mama
Deputy
Selina, ngoja
President,
kwanza.
kidogo tu,
Ngoja
Bernard.
Mama Selina,
Deputy
one moment.
President, kidogo tu.
Hold
Oh my
on,
God.
Mama
Deputy
Selina,
President.
one moment. I beg, hold on, thank you. I want us to have an understanding here with Sarah, okay? The senator of Baringo, okay? He's in the Senate courtesy of the people of Baringo to represent them, to legislate and oversight the executive. Those are the two roles of senators. And of course, dig in for the county government. Now, you're talking about the insecurity in Laikipia and what happened to counter it. Do you have any information, the role the Senate of Laikipia played in getting the GSU to Laikipia? Because I want us to be balanced here. Not that I am in Kano or supporting Kano. I want us to be balanced here so that when we want to lay a blame, we lay it to the right office. And what is even baffling from what WG is asking is that the deputy president who has access to the Security Council, okay, he sits in the Security Council at the highest level of national, okay? You are fronting for him to be president when he has been sitting in the Security Council for 9 years and you're complaining about insecurity in your place. So what is he going to change when he becomes president on the issue of security that he cannot do now as deputy president?
Bernard, I think you know what happened.
Bernard, can we move to another point, please? Because we are dragging we are moving out of the topic. Let us stick to the topic. There's a very big issue. We have to take a whole debate to discuss it.
Bernard, unmute.
I agree.
Unmute.
Let's move. Bernard, are you there?
Bernard, unmute.
Bernard, you are mute. Can you unmute first?
Now, you people, please, let's do this. You can't run this show the way you feel like. It doesn't work that way. If there is a point, we need to exhaust it so that the viewers can understand where we are coming from and where you're going. So if you don't like what is happening, it's still okay. You can comment about it when it's your turn to make submission, but you cannot, we are in the middle of something and you say, let's move. I don't think that's the way we want to go. So please, let's carry ourselves with respect and understand. You may not be in Baringo, but the issues in Baringo affect Kenyans, and it should be an issue of our interest. We can't brush it off because we are from Western and the insecurities in Baringo. If we want to be part of the nation of Kenya, we should be carried and be pained by everything that is affecting every Kenyan anywhere. And from what Sarah is sharing, I'm beginning to understand some things that have been happening that I've not been privy to. So I'm interested. I want to know what it is, and also we accept to lay the blame where it belongs, so that the reason why we have elections after every 5 years is so that we vet the people who are in power previously. How did they perform? If they performed well, we promote them. If they did not perform well, we send them home. That's the reason why there is season for elections after every 5 years. And we have that opportunity this time. We need to assess everything so that we help Kenyans make informed decisions. Thank you. So Yes, Mama Selina, before Sarah comes in.
Okay, thank you so much.
And Bernard, Bernard, please, when I'm talking, let these people not distract me. I'm not distracting anyone. So tell
Subiri
them.
kwanza, let Mama
And
Selina
nawaambie,
come
mimi
in, then
sipendi
I'll
kitu
give
ya
you a chance to
kubatizwa.
speak. Subiri kwanza tafadhali, relax. Mama Selina.
Okay, nilikuwa nasema vile Kabona amesema ni sawa. Kuna insecurity Baringo, kuna watu ya KANU na kuna watu ya Jubilee. Nilikuwa nauliza Kabilo kuhusu seneta yake Gideon Moi na vile crowd ya Baringo wame lean kwa deputy president. Kama yeye deputy president na yeye ndiye ako namba 2 kwa serikali, na wale watu wanauawa ama wanaumia ni watu yetu. Yeye kama deputy president na watu ya Baringo walikuwa ya kwanza kupiga no hata kwa ile PPI, na wamejitokeza kusema wanasimama na yeye. Hata sidhani huyo senator yako ako na nafasi sana kwa Baringo, but chinsi wakati ya Moi mpaka sasa Bokot na Baringo sijui nini inakuanga iko na shida vile umesema, but tunataka kusema hivi, saa ile tunauliza Gideon Moi maswali na deputy president kama yeye king yetu ya Rift Valley, kama kiongozi yetu ya Rift Valley, apart ya yeye kuwa kiongozi ya national, anasaidia nini watu ya Baringo? Ameai kuja kwa sababu ako na influence na Bokot na ako na influence kwa Baringo. Ameai kuja kukutanisha wasee ya Bokot na wasee ya Baringo kuuliza sisi watoto ya mama moja tunapigania nini? Kwa sababu uongozi bora inatoka nyumbani. Kama deputy anataka kiti ya rais na anashindwa kutengeneza hiyo kidogo ya Bokot na Baringo, ikifika siasa ya Kenya ataunganisha hizo jamii namna gani? Kwa sababu kama ni wakati ya watoto wetu kuuawa, Kitio na Ruto wanastahili kukua pamoja na viongozi yote waseme tutafanya nini tusimamishe hii. Akienda Pokot anasema yeye ndiye anatawala Pokot. Akikuja Baringo yeye ni kiongozi ya Baringo. Ikifika wakati wameuawa watu ya Baringo inakuwa ni Gideon. So tunataka kiongozi asimame, akuja amalize hiyo kazi, aenda atafute President Uhuru. Hii ni matters of national. So kama yeye atakuwa kiongozi na kwake inachomeka, sijui kama atasaidia mtoto ya jirani aje. Hiyo tu Gabon nilitaka kusema, kwa sababu hakika Gideon sahi akisimama Baringo ana chance. Watu wanaongea UDA, councillors na kila mtu unaona kwa barabara. So wawezi uliza deputy akuja awasaidie ama aongeleshe Pokot. Ni hayo tu.
Can I respond?
Yes, sir, respond please.
Mama Salina.
Yes, my sister.
Yenye unasema ati Pokot were there even when the Moi's regime, kuna siku mzee alifanya operation na hiyo operation iliisha mpaka wakati mzee alienda retire. Wakati mzee Moi alienda retire ndio hiyo kitu ikainuka. But there is time he paraded those people na hiyo kitu it is kabisa. And for now, sisi tumekuwa na mkutano mali inaitwa Lamoywe, that is along the Muchongoi way. And God willing, by God's chance, the other 2 Sundays, I attend Mama Rachel came to my church where I go to my services. And then I was given a chance to talk to her. Immediately, the same woman called the husband, that is the deputy president. We talked and I talked about that place. And that is why on Sunday we had a meeting there. He sent some of the representatives. Na kuna siku, I cannot kosoa deputy president because there is a time he came mpaka mali naitwa Bartabwa. Kufika pale, there is a sentiment he said, kama ni wakora, washikwe ama shoot to kill. That thing brought tension to the Pokots. Na immediately, after some karibu 10 minutes, marisasi ziliinuka akiwa pale. So mimi I'm blaming the three people. Three. That is my senator, the deputy president, and the president. I'm not even interfering even with Matiang'i, because Matiang'i is waiting for orders. So those three people are the people I'm blaming. The senator should tell the deputy president, what can we do about this thing? Let us leave about party, anything to do with parties tuweka kando. Tukuje kwa mambo ya security. Tufanya aje. So these three people, I'm the one who I personally am blaming my senator and the deputy president and the president. Because the moment the senator gives the information to the deputy president, deputy president is the sitting person, the chair of the committee. Huyo jamaa hata kama anaogopa anasema ati nini yake ilitolewa ikapatiwa Matiang'i, but he has the mouth of talking. Na Matiang'i akuja hapo ndani na aseme sasa security inatembea wapi? Huko chini. The way Laikipia did. Na unasikia watu wanasema Laikipia ati kwa sababu hao watu wako na range huko ndio wamepeleka security huko. Sisi huko Baringo hatuna range. That is what people talked on Sunday. So what is there? These three people should sit down, waweke their political differences out, na waingililie. Hiyo watu wenye wao huko sio umbwa, ni binadamu. So hiyo kitu tunataka
kweli.
Yes.
Hapo sasa
so mambo ya kudanganyana hapa ati kusema ati mambo ya kudanganyana hapa kusema ati
umesema vizuri.
Yes. So Bernard, mambo ya kudanganyana hapa ati mimi, if you are wrong, I will tell you. Me, I don't fear. The only person I fear is only God, because anytime he can take my oxygen. But binadamu ule anapumua kama mimi, lazima nimwambie ukweli. Na kama pia niko na makosa niambiwe. Because this is our country. Well, how do you feel, nini Bernard? Watu wako saizi wako msituni, hawana kitu ya kukula. Na bado unakuja kuniomba kura. Is it really genuine? That is not genuine. So I'm blaming, the blame is for these three guys.
Now, Sarah, there is something I'm confused about. What information does the deputy president need to get from Gideon Moi before he can act on the security issue in Baringo or wherever places?
The other time, he said the same deputy president alisema ninaenda na chain of command. Sini kweli? So of which the area our Baringo County Senator is Gideon Moi. Apeane message kwa security na ifikishe kwa deputy president. Na asikuje kwa sababu kuna siku alikuja the same senator anasema how comes he is coming to my territory without my acknowledgement. Nona you want to vile wanatujezea karata.
Sarah, look here. From the last time I checked, the security chain of command in the country is parallel to the political chain of command. We have county commissioner, which is the administrative structure of security, purposely for security. Then we have the politics. I don't see where they mix, okay? The Baringo County Commissioner, all right? And then there is is he called the Rift Valley or wherever? What was Mutembei's job before he resigned?
The Rift Valley Regional Commissioner, that is, he was given to this Aoria person.
Yes. So through that security, through that chain, I don't see how it mixes with the political chain.
Bas, stop there. Let me clear it for you.
Yes.
Do you know our county commissioner, former county commissioner, was being transferred because of what the people were talking, the people were demanding. Then they had to transfer Mr. Wafula. He was transferred, and then we were given another one. And that was his first meeting last Sunday. Kukaa chini na wananchi. And then today, hapa chini Marakwet, mpaka ya Pokot, Baringo na Marakwet, the Rift Valley, the one who took the nini of Mutembei, he was here today in Marakwet. And also it was his first time. Na ameongea, of which tunataka kuona hii next week. Because there are some things he has told us. So we are waiting for it. So vitu zingine Bernard, kuna paka na mchezo ya paka na panya inaendelea. Ukigusa huyu anaimba huyu, ukigusa huyu anaimba huyu. Sasa mchezo ya paka na panya, nani ataumia? Si ile panya ndio itakulwa.
Okay, thank
Bernard,
you, Sarah, for
can I
shedding
conclude
light on that.
this? Bernard, allow me to say less than a minute regarding the insecurity.
Yes.
That is a big challenge that is, we are experiencing in the country today. We, like just today, you heard the news about the blasting of the public vehicle in northeastern and everywhere. Definitely, something is amiss in the country. That one we don't have to lie to ourselves. And sometimes I feel like our president is sitting back too much, because by now heads should have rolled long time ago. If that insecurity in Baringo and Laikipia are persisting like that all this time round, and the same people are still in the same region, tell me how those challenges are going to be sorted out by the same people who year in, year out have failed to take action. The other thing, when it comes to the lives of Kenyan people, I think it's high time that we drop all our differences aside and come together as one family. Whether you are in UDA or you are in Azimio or you are in which club, people should just come together. And that is where now I hold the three guys, the two guys, whether three or two. If they are coming together, will be
WG, you have muted yourself. You have muted yourself. We can't hear you.
You are not, you mean you've not been getting me throughout?
The last part, part.
Okay. So I was saying, if guys, if insecurity should bring us together, regardless of our political differences, so that we do these things once and for all. It will be so wrong that we take our political differences to an extent that we can't. William Ruto cannot sit down with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, even with Matiang'i, even having a same journey to the area, so that they can ensure that the areas are secure. People have lost enough life in those areas. Capedo, what, all this through. You mean the entire Jubilee government, throughout their government, they cannot sort out those differences. And therefore, Sarah, that is why I was telling you, sometimes someone said that choices have consequences. Even what we are choosing today, I will not choose Raila Odinga based on because I'm a Luo. My friend, his salary goes to his own pocket and that one of his family. So if he cannot help me in those challenges I'm experiencing as a citizen of this country, then I have no business, endorsing him for any post, leave alone the presidency.
WG, can I continue, Bernard? Kidogo tu.
Please be very brief. We must.
Kidogo tu, I respond to WG. WG, and that is why the meeting of Sunday, we had to give out an ultimatum. If you don't do this, we will do like this. So I think today they were running up and down. They had given out up to Thursday. And I know they are now running up and down. By Thursday, we'll get a full report. But what I've had today, there's something positive which is coming, because we've given out an ultimatum that if you don't do this, we will tutachukua sheria mkononi. Na tuko na tayari, we've hold a pay bill. Kama ni mbaya for the security of our own people.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Let's move on. Let's move on. We hear from Ephraim. You've just come. Unless the question or a brief comment, we must hear Jack Mpesa first. Yes, sir, Ephraim.
Good evening.
Good evening to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I wanted to contribute a bit on what Sarah has been talking about, the issue of insecurity. Hello? Ni kama nasikia kuna
If
echo.
it's a hold on, Ephraim. If it's a submission, you should
Not
add it to
submission.
your submission when it's your turn to submit. But if it's a brief statement about what Sarah has said, make it now.
Okay, I just wanted to say, from observation from the three persons I want to name, one Mutembei and Dr. Alfred Matiang'i, there is a similarity with what is happening in Bomet and Laikipia. They discovered the bandits that are taking that are doing whatever they are doing. They observed those people are using weapons, and they were able to trace the bullets that are coming from Eldoret, and the guns are from Uganda. And there was still another NGO, an English woman, who said on issue ya Laikipia, akasema ya kwamba those people who are attacking people, they are not just after animal feed, but there is something, meaning whatever is happening is politically instigated. There is somebody who is praying the reverse psychology on people, and people need to wake up and identify the actual person. I don't want to speculate, but there is somebody in mind, a very powerful person, but we need to expose these people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And it's not surprising that every time we get to an election here, these things re-emerge. And when the elections are not closer, we seem to be getting along. So, but we'll dive into this. I think we need to have a show that will be dedicated to that security issue. But for now, let's hear Mpesa giving his submission. Then I think we go to Engineer Ephraim, then Stone PK. Mpesa, upo? Hey, Mpesa, ume hali vipi dadi? Pole, tumekuweka sana.
Mpesa.
No, he's gathering himself.
So, what we always
Ni mimi.
Yes, karibu vipi?
Salama, mjambo.
Hatujambo.
Nimefurahi sana.
Pole, tumekuweka sana. Karibu, toa maoni yako.
Asante sana. Mi naweza kusema kwamba nimefurahi sana juu ya vile mambo yanaendelea katika upande wa azimio la umoja, isipokuwa mimi kitu naweza kusema kuhimiza wa Kenya ni kwamba lazima this time watu tuone kwamba tumeangalia ni vile wale viongozi ambao tunataka kuwachambua. Yeah? Na naona mama amezungumza leo jambo la muhimu. Sikuona kwamba kama amezungumza isivyowezekana.
kitu ambacho naweza kusema kwa upande wa mheshimiwa leo kusema kwamba wanasema kwamba nani ni project wa nani, sidhani kama hiyo itakuwa ni jambo la muhimu kwa sisi wana Kenya kuambiwa kwamba tuna viongozi wengine ambao ni project. Hakuna, hatuwezi kuchagua, hatuwezi kusema kwamba tutakuwa na kiongozi ambaye ni project na yet ikifika wakati wao wanataka wawe project, yani wanataka waungwe mkono. Wakati wanaungwa mkono sio project, hiyo ni jambo ambalo sidhani kama ni la muhimu kwa wakati huu. Mimi nasisitiza sana tu kwamba tuunge mkono azimio la umoja kwa wakati huu. Asanteni sana.
Okay, thank you Jakindube. Tumlete engineer ni Sir Ephraim. Then Sir Ephraim, umeongea kuhusu Bomet, unaulizwa hapa kwa comments, Bomet wapi? Ulimaanisha Baringo ama unaongea Bomet wapi kuna insecurity? Unmute.
Pole, I meant Baringo.
Okay.
And Laikipia, and the common denominator kote Pokot ndio wanatumika. Sawa sawa. Is that okay?
Yes, that's fine. Now you can make your submission. We move to PK.
Okay, on what is happening, kama kawaida inaonekana kulingana na matamshi ya Muthama leo, I find UDA in a shaky ground, and at the same time exposing one Musalia Mudavadi, kwa sababu inaonekana ni kama anachezwa. Halo?
Yes, carry on. Endelea tu, tunakusikiliza.
Nasikia echo. I don't know what is happening.
Oh, sorry.
Kindly check.
Carry on. My mic was on.
Okay. Ndio nilikuwa nasema, naona kama Deputy President ako in a corner, because yesterday I had, and I believe it was a coded message to Deputy President from one Rigathi Gachagua, akitumia some youth from Nyeri when they were demanding for the agreement of the Deputy President with the Musalia Mudavadi and the Fort Kenya Moses Wetangula. And I believe hiyo kitu ni kama inamwekea Deputy President pressure, and that's why Muthama had to make that sentiment in a way to kind of calm them out Kenya. But I believe in a way ni kama inamwekea Deputy President pressure, because it appears for him to maintain both the Western and the Mount Kenya, here he will be forced to name his running mate, maybe earlier than the Azimio, and that would give Raila Odinga an advantage, because it appears the casualty will have to run to Azimio. So naona ni kama mambo itamkalia our deputy president. Naona sina mengi. Let me just wacha nifikisha hapo.
Okay, thank you, Ephraim. Now let's go to Stony PK.
Thank you very much, Bernard, and fellow panelists. Hamjambo nyote. It's a good evening again, whereby we are.
Stony PK.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good morning from Nairobi.
Okay. Thank you, Bernard. It's good morning.
I was waiting for you to interpret for me this video. So please watch it, then you come in.
Sawa, Bernard.
Okay.
Azimio ya Meru leo, showground ya Meru, tumekubaliana na tukamaliza, tukasema dunia yote ni nini? Dunia yote ni nini? Azimio yapi? Azimio yapi? Raila wapi? Raila wapi? Uhuru wapi? Uhuru wapi? Na Munya wapi? Asanteni sana. Thank you so much. Asante sana.
Bernard, that was a real ambush.
Now you can tell us.
Thank you, Bernard. Can I begin with that?
Yes.
Tony, utatudanganya.
Mimi siwezi kudanganya. Sasa nitakudanganyaje na mimi ni mwenyewe? Mwenye mambo adanganyi ndugu. Wacha nitoe kofia ya baba kwanza. Now, this is what I spoke to yesterday. When I was doing my submission yesterday, I told people, and I so much tried to distinguish what is happening in we call it Lower Eastern. Lower Eastern is Meru, going the way Tharaka, then Embu, and then down to Ukambani side. Somebody had challenged that, I think he was called Kamau. He had said that Raila has lost support because Kalonzo is not supporting him. And I tried to elaborate so much so that Kalonzo is actually on his own.
Its name was Jeff.
Yeah, thank you, Princess. His name was Jeff. I tried to elaborate and told people that Kalonzo gets votes from Ukambani, one, because of sympathy that he is their own. But then they also make it very clear that they know he cannot make it to presidency. And they even recommend which side they would want him to support. That aside, when I came to Meru, I told people Meru has two very serious competition, which unless you come from that side, you never know. People think that Kiraitu commands the entire Meru. He doesn't. Of course, he's one of the senior most politicians, but he has his own weaknesses. And Meru people also are very individualistic in terms of when they start rating their leaders. In Meru, Kiraitu has a serious competition of one Mr. Munya. Munya comes from the Lower Meru, which is called Tigania. Now, Tigania are as much as in numbers as even the Upper Merus, who are called Igembe. Now, this has been traditional competition. They have their own way of fighting. They fight in terms of academics, in terms of leadership, in terms of intellect, and in terms of, they involve everything. So it has been a serious competition. And as we are talking now, the Igembes are saying Kiraito has done his time, he has overdone his things, he had all the time in government, so the time is for Munya. So the Merus, Tigania, are saying wherever Munya will be is where they will be. And this will influence the Igembes. No wonder you are seeing that kind of meeting. Why that meeting was called is because for the last 3-4 weeks, Mr. Kiraito has been seen to kind of not even design the way forward for Meru. Because initially, number one, he had said he would be with Baba Azimio. Then a little bit weeks later, he moved and he was saying it does not mean that they can move with anybody. Those were statements that were not taken very well by the Mwananchi, who are the custodian of votes. Now, in the very recent times, Mudiomi, who comes from the other part of Meru, Chogoria, the Chogoria, he started saying, oh, you know, we can work with any. More likely, he was seen to be leaning on towards Yuda. But Munya is solidly on the side of Azimio. And that's why now the two powers are playing, and Munya is what the Merus will go for. Yesterday, I told people Meru will go 60% Baba. And I'm happy that we have this kind of clip. That meeting, I don't know whether it was yesterday or today. It is just actually supporting what I had presented about Meru. Ukambani is also coming very soon, because Ukambani have said, Kalonzo, if you want to go on your own, you go, but we will not follow you. The people, the voters are saying, we would want you to go this way. But his pride and ego says he feels so proud that he wants to go to the debe alone. The Kambas are saying there is no problem. Mzee, wewe ukitaka kwenda kwa debe, hakuna mtu anakuzuia. Wewe teremka tu kwa debe, utajikuta huko peke yako. Sisi tutaenda mahali tunafikiria. And that's why Ukambani will not be with Kalonzo. Let me come to the topic of today. Now we are talking about okay, the Muthama thing. Muthama, to say the truth, he has been watered by events, and unfortunately, he was thinking of contesting for the post of governorship of Machakos. Now, because of his jumpy, the way he has been playing around, he's having marital issues. He's been seen by the Kamba people to have mistreated his wife, and he's been seen like he's too proud just because of, you know, he feels he's so wealthy and all that. The Kamba people have taken his arrogance so seriously, and they believe the best way they can punish him is never to give him leadership position. I'll soon be proved right or wrong come the 9th. He is so much concentrating on, you know, kind of bad-mouthing people, bad-mouthing Uhuru Kenyatta, bad-mouthing Kalonzo, who he had been supporting with resources, his own money, all along. Then all of a sudden you start saying this man is bad. The voters are not very foolish. They start and stop to think, hey, how come this guy you've been spending your money on, or this party you've been spending your money on, then yesterday is when you start saying that they are not the right people, or they are not doing the right thing, there's something wrong. And Kenyans, by the way people mistake the voters are very sharp, and they have already made up their mind. This is another thing that can be noted down. I doubt if Muthama can get a seat elected in Machakos. Then we talk of the insecurity. I'll touch it a little bit because I found it when I came in. I found it happening. I would want to quote Kibaki. Kibaki was so depressed by the insecurity that has continued to happen in Kenya. Kenyans killing each other. One, in the name of culture, cattle raids. And then when he came over, he said that is irresponsible. It is useless. It is nonsensical. And he ruled it out. He called it off and he said, I don't want to hear at cattle raids to prove your manhood, to prove all this. Kibaki tried that. But then later he realized, a little bit while, he realized this was not even the cultural attacks that the community used to talk about. He realized it was corruption. It was raids. It was theft. It was thuggery. One community raiding the other to get cattle to sell. So it was actually business where it was equated to bank robberies and all the rest. So for me, honestly, I would say, and I love how Baba is looking at it. When I read a bit of Baba's manifesto, and there is a section on cattle raid and on the instability in the part of northeastern all the way towards Baringo. And there is a way he wants to kill that. The way to kill it is to criminalize that act. Who are you to come and raid and steal my cattle? You are a criminal. So they should be treated as that. It doesn't matter whether it's cultural or whatever it is. And for me, the hope I have is in the life of Azimio or in the leadership of Baba, because it can be quelled. I like the way Sarah has said it. People have been nursing around, dilly-dallying. Oh, you have people meeting to talk. Why are you calling people to come and meet and justify that this clan stole from this, so you guys return this? Why don't you treat it as criminal? Mwaga jeshi hapo, itandike whoever has illegal arm. Simple as that. Let them be beaten 6 months. Maliza hao, whoever is a thief, let be. Unaambiwa ukipatikana na bunduki na una barua, you are a criminal. Today in Nairobi, if I'm caught with a gun and I don't have a barua, I'm treated as a bandit. So why is it so special in those areas, Baringo and the rest, people go, wanaenda wamebeba bunduki as if it's a common weapon? That is wrong. And that's why I would want, if Baba gets on, he just declares, mtu yeyote anabeba bunduki bila barua, it is criminal. Unabeba bunduki kulinda nini? Unalinda nani? Ama unalinda ng'ombe kuibiwa na nani? Whoever anakuja kuiba kwako ni mwizi, shoot on sight. The government should be there to defend the citizens. For me, I would think this has been encouraged because of the so-called at your so and so akondio sijui ako position whatever, and then when they meet they are talking about it. They are the criminals. The leaders you guys elect from those areas, Baringo and the rest, ndio wezi. Those are the wakoras. Those are the crooks. The MPs, the senators and all that, they should be able to bring in the government, and that can be cleared. Why is it Karamajong not stealing cattle in Uganda? That is the question I would ask. Try that in Museveni land and you regret your life. Why is it only happening in Kenya? Since 1963, 60 years down the line, we are talking of cattle rustling. That is criminology that has been documented and embedded in our constituency. In constitution. That is horrible. It is terrible when even our neighbors cannot encourage that. No one should be talking about ati uwezi kulala manake unaogopa kabila ile watavuka kuja kuiba ng'ombe zako. That should be a thing of the past, and it's one of the things that for Raila, and I'm so happy I was in one of the meetings and sessions where that issue was raised, and he quoted Kibaki. Kibaki was about to eliminate that thing, but I don't know what happened, but I think Raila will be able to eliminate that, because hiyo ni wizi. Banditary ni wizi, ni criminology. Whoever anapatikana kubeba bunduki bila lenses, wewe ni bandit. Unatakiwa kupigwa risasi mara moja ukwende tukakuzike. Hakuna mambo ya kusema. Why can't we have people in Central carrying bundukis? Ati unabeba bunduki ni kama is a noble thing. That is it's nonsensical. It shows like that country is not part of Kenya. So lastly, let me say it is true that this country, we cannot talk of unity when we have our brothers and sisters hawalali kwao nyumbani. wanapigwa, wanavamiwa, mama na watoto wanachukuliwa, ng'ombe zinaenda. It would be a useless company. Ati sasa sisi tunasema when we are in Nairobi, we are in Central, we are everywhere, and we think we are in a peaceful country. We are lying to ourselves. Until when this country will be as peace, people from north to south, east to west watakuwa wanalala bila kufikiria mali yangu itaibiwa. That's when we should talk of umoja, and that's why it is key kwa azimio la umoja to make sure that the achievement of that adage will only be realized if we can have peace all around the country. UDA and all these guys, that's a gang of thugs. Wataendelea tu kuprospect the same, because if DP, for example, he comes from the North Rift, why would he not have been able to solve that as a DP? So I don't trust him at all, you know, because he should be the one. In fact, the one thing he should have achieved in his legacy for 10 years was to bring peace in the northern Kenya, to make sure that the Pokots, the Marquette, and everybody else, they live in harmony. Hakuna mtu anaiba mifugo kwa mwingine. He has failed in that and he cannot achieve it. So for me, I rule him out as a leader. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Stone PK, for that elaborate submission. WG, your hand is lifted. What is it?
Yeah, just a comment, less than 30 seconds.
Carry on, please.
Yeah, I think the thugs within that area also take advantage of infrastructural malfunction. Like, you know, areas like Kapedo, you realize there are hardly roads there. So some of these security, be it security, sometimes the problem is intertwined. It can be, you know, communal, and some of the development failures. And it's quite unfortunate. That is why I wanted to come in, to just tell people that President Moi used to say, siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. You see, so with lack of development in those areas, they are very, very remote areas. They are the total lack of roads. So that even if the forces wanted to go there, how will the machineries reach there? You see, these are some of the challenges they are grappling with there. And you see, it's not just permanently security. It also emanates from other things, which is a political failure. So when we are during this time of election period, we should know how to vote, because our choices makes our, you know, the consequences we are going to face lies with the leaders, the kind of leaders we are putting in place.
WG.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, WG.
Bernard.
Yes, Sarah.
Can I respond to WG?
In less than a minute, we need to bring in engineer.
Sawa. And I heard WG saying about infrastructure. Let me clarify to you that all the roads, it is only the Karande Mochongoi road is on, or it is being tarmacked now. But in Marigat to Tiati, to Kapedo of Baringo, it is well tarmacked. I don't know about the Kapedo of Turkana. You come to this route of Oinapmoi Paka Barwesa, already tarmacked. So mambo ya infrastructure, about the vehicles you are talking about, it will go easily. Because if you can drive from Marigat to Tiati, that is Chamalingot, it is only 30 minutes drive. Unlike the other time, you go for 2 hours, 3 hours.
That means the infrastructure is not the issue. And beside that, I would say that those regions have not just come from heaven today. They have been there all along with us. And by now, if there are security apparatus They must have a way around what goes on in the place and how to nab it before it gets out of hand. I believe we have we have been entertaining some laxity on the issue security, and we need to wake up and realize that the more we go slow on the issue of security, the more we empower the wrong people in our midst to overpower us. One of the things that I miss about President Moi's leadership is how fast he would deal with an insecurity issue. He will not let it take 24 hours. The longest it lasts is 48 hours. Everything is back to normal. It doesn't matter what has transpired. Even if we had aggression from our neighbors, it was nabbed within 48 hours. That is how security is controlled. But this thing, security going on 2 weeks, 1 week, you're still sending their minister to threaten, then the president goes there and threaten. Security is not supposed to be threatening people. You go and deal with the issue. Get to the bottom of it. Let it be fixed within the shortest time possible. That is my proposition. Let's not have all these committees and sittings. Let's have some actions being taken. And the people perpetuating insecurity should be brought to book. Because when sacred cows, if there are some untouchables, let them be nabbed. Okay? If they cannot be touched, let them cross over and go to another country where they cannot be touched. But within this soil, they should be touched.
Bernard.
Yes.
I think the problem with my county, it is there are some people who are untouchable. And give me only 1 minute, because there is a time the head of security in Parliament, the security committee chairman, was Asman Kamama. And Asman Kamama was the MP of Tiati. So there is a time they had to go on kupigana ngumi with the late Grace Kipchoim MP Baringo South and the sitting now Mheshimiwa Cheptumo. Na walipoweka na mangumi atarani mbele ya watu, that is where hiyo kitu ikasisi karibu 1 year. So sahi tena imerudi imeerupt kabisa, na ukikusa mtu kama mtu wa Tiati, mtu nani, the same Kamketi is telling you I'm dining with the president, what will you do to me? So this one is superiority that kills our county.
Let's pray for the best as we work towards a lasting solution. Tumlete engineer tafadhali. Karibu engineer, toa maoni yako ndio tuende kwa huyu Honorable Bundi. Honorable Bundi, umerudi na giza?
Bernard.
Yes.
Nilikuwa naomba maybe 30 seconds. Nilikuwa naomba 30 seconds. I wanted to add something on what Stone PK said on the issue ya Kalonzo na mambo ya Oka. Initially, Kalonzo was leaning, or rather cleaning toward Azimio. But I see on the other hand, Ruto is trying to use Jimmy Wanjigi to win him on the side of UDA. And strategically, we also see two people there, the Princess of Gideon Moi and Kabogo. Those are people that are on the side of the Uhuru, and they are trying to snatch Kalonzo toward Azimio. And actually, I remember 2 days ago, actually Gideon Moi revealed that secret. Actually, he told of Jimmy Wanjigi that he shouldn't take Kalonzo, or rather he shouldn't bring deputy president to Oka. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That is another dimension. Kenyan politics is very, very tricky. Is Engineer Minini still here? These people behind the Ninia seem to be out of here. Okay, there is. Can somebody respond to this? Is it ignorance or is it reality? Security is not the work of the DP. It's the work of the president because he's the commander.
That's ignorant, Bernard. Ignore that.
Okay.
That is ignorance.
All right. Let me share
My
this
question
video.
is,
Let me share this video and then we respond.
my question to that guy is,
Hold on.
Oh, we are so greedy. Greed has taken over the ethics of leadership. We want to be the richest. We want to have the biggest house in the neighborhood. In Berlin, where I live, my friends, I haven't seen one house with a fence. Never mind electric fence. And there are over 10 million people in one city. Not one fenced home. What did they do right? What did they do correctly that they don't fear the poor and the neighbor? They did something right in the beginning. But here, there are fewer cellular phones in Berlin than in Katutura. They don't need cell phones. My friends, where I live, I take the bus from my little flat to the office. It takes me 6 to 7 minutes by bus because you have to change from one bus to the other. From the first month I'm there to now, not one day did the bus driver or the train driver ask me for my ticket. Nobody asks you. The system is such that you are supposed to know your rights and your obligations. You know that I'm going from this station to that, so it is €1.80. You buy that and you keep it, nobody asks you. But my friend, every now and then, the traffic officers will arrive on the bus or train. They'll wait until the bus closes. And they say, "Fahrschein bitte." And please, if you don't have one, the humiliation that you go through, they put it in your passport that you violated the law. They give you 3 chances. After the 3rd time, you go to prison. Because you're supposed to know your rights and obligations. When you steal a ticket or you don't pay, you are depriving another citizen from the enjoyment of the transport public. What did we do to ignore ourselves like this? And it's very simple. We Africans have to return to our own dignity as human beings. If we do not get that right, what do I mean by this? Nowadays, you go to a funeral. We people here don't miss funerals. You've never met the person, but you go. Or women go shopping for a funeral in Oshakati. They've never heard of this person, but they go. You go there after the burial, there's eating. There's not one single white man running the show, but there are protocol people who will say, they look at Kasera coming in, depending on what Kasera is wearing and who is with, they will direct him to go to the place with tablecloths and potato salad. If he looks like any uncle, where you have food in a paper plate. Can you see how we are denying ourselves that self-worth? You don't have that in India. You don't have that even in China. That you discriminate against your own people by the way they look. Who taught us that? How do we get out of it? We steal from government. Ministers steal from government. Yeah? Who told us? It is because we have not internalized that the government is ours. We just work there. Even ministers think this is the system. You are the system now, my friend. When will we take over the running of our own affairs is the question. And it's up to you, the youth, to take charge of that. A genuine leader has empathy for the people. Let me repeat that. Feels for, with, about around the people. You can't eat good food alone all the time and the others don't, and you still live in peace with yourself. Maybe slavery and colonialism, maybe the history of apartheid truly destroyed our humanity. We need to investigate that and interrogate it, and only you.
Hiyo ilikuwa kali.
Food for thought. Honorable Bundi, we can see some life where you are. Are you still there? Ephraim, you had something to say? Yes, Jakindube.
Huyo jamaa amesema jambo la muhimu kabisa. Hiyo jambo ambalo amesema, hata mimi huwa nafikiri nimezungumzia katika video zingine nilikuwa nimepost kusema kwamba sisi wenyewe hatujipendi wenyewe. Sisi wenyewe tunatakiwa tutoke kwa box, tuangalie tulikuwa tunaishi namna gani. Kwa sababu mimi nilipokuwa mtoto mdogo ilikuwa ni vigumu kuona mtu mwizi. Hata yani hii mambo ya wizi ambao tunaona au kusikia minister ati anaiba vitu za serikali watu, sisi wenyewe ndio tumejiharibia vitu hizi. Hatujiangalii sisi wenyewe, hatujivunii sisi wenyewe. Sisi nyumbani, sisi ni watu tunasema, ukiwa Afrika sisi ni watu ambao seme tu Kenya, sisi wa Kenya sisi ni waombaji sana, Wakristo, Waislamu, lakini ukiwa kanisani huwezi hata kuweka simu yako chini, unaona, na uko kanisani hapo kanisani itachukuliwa. Na unakuta ukiwa Uingereza utaacha simu yako hata kwa supermarket, hata kwa bus stop utaipata, itatangazwa kwamba nani. Kwani sisi utakuta mtu baada anachukua hiyo simu na ako na simu 3. Hiyo ni sababu ya kutojiheshimu. Hiyo mambo ya tamaa, tuko na tamaa sana ambayo haitupeleki popote. Ndio maana hata katika mambo ya uongozi tunagombana kwa vitu ambavyo havifai kabisa. Lazima tuwe watu wa kuridhika na kufanya kazi kwa bidii, kwa sababu tukifanya kazi kwa bidii hatuwezi kutamani vitu za watu. Hiyo sehemu anasema Berlin ni kwa sababu kila mmoja ana mapato, yani ana basic ambayo ni ya muhimu, ni human being basic. Kwa hiyo ukiwa na human basic, ni vigumu sana mtu kuanza kwenda nje ya hiyo. Akienda nje ya hiyo, inatakiwa kila moja anachukua jukumu. Tutoke kwa hii jukumu la huyu mtu wetu. Utanisamee Wekesa, Bernard, jana ulikuwa hauko. Kulikuwa na jamaa moja anaitwa Jeffrey, alisema,
anaitwa Jeff, not Jeffrey, Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff alisema kwamba yeye anaweza tu, vile alikuwa anasema, anaweza tu kupatia Raila kura kama akichagua makamu wake ambaye ni yule mjumbe wa Katanga wa zamani, Peter Kenneth. Lakini kama asipofanya hivyo, Raila hatakubaliwa na Central, kwa sababu aliharibu mambo ya biashara ya wafanyabiashara wakubwa. Lakini sasa jambo la ajabu ni kwamba wale wafanyabiashara wakubwa wa Central Province wanapomsupport wao hao kina Jeffrey hao wanaita hao watu ni bwenyenye. Kwa hiyo ni ukabila. Hiyo mambo ya ukabila ndiyo inafanya sisi tunabagwana, inafanya tunakuwa walafi, kwa sababu kukubali huyu ni ndugu yangu lakini amefanya makosa. Kwa sababu tukikubali kwamba huyu ni ndugu yangu amefanya makosa, tutaishi kama vile huyo jamaa ameeleza, kwa sababu kila mmoja atarudisha heshima zake mahali inatakikana. Lakini kama huwezi kumwambia ndugu yako kwamba umefanya makosa, hiyo haitawezekana. Naomba sana, nilifanya makosa, kwamba mkanisamehe sana. Watu wa UDA na Ford Kenya na ANC, sasa nafikiri yale mambo yote wametuambia uongo inakuja kujulikana, kwa sababu Muthama ametishika na watu wa Central, kwa sababu wanaamini kwamba kuna mipango fulani ambayo imefanywa bila wao kuhusika. Lakini ndio mjue kusema uongo ni mbaya, ni ambayo nimekuwa nikiwaambia kila siku. Mkikumbuka makamu wa rais alisema wamezungumza kwa undani zaidi, kwa urefu zaidi kuhusu mambo ya ANC na Ford Kenya. Unaona, leo Muthama anasema hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Kwa hiyo mimi nimefurahi sana kwamba uongo mwisho utajitenga. So mimi nataka niwahimize wa Kenya tujaribu kutoa mambo ya ukabila, ndio inaleta hii mambo ya sisi kutojiheshimu. Ndio maana hatuheshimu vitu. Mtu akifanya makosa, mtu wetu hatukubali amefanya kosa, lazima tukubali. Tukikubali mtu amefanya makosa, hata kama ni ndugu yangu, hatutakuwa na wizi itaisha. Huwezi kuiba serikali, kwa sababu watu wengi wanafikiri ukiiba mali ya serikali eti ni mali ya serikali. Hiyo serikali ni wewe, kwa sababu ndio maana hata ushuru tunaongezewa wakati mnafanya vitu ambavyo mnaharibu mali ya serikali. Unaharibu mali yako. Hiyo sisi hatujui kwamba mali ya serikali. Hata sisi wananchi binafsi inatakiwa tukiona mtu anachezea kitu cha umma tumkataze, hata kama yeye ni ndugu yetu. Hiyo ndio tunaweza kulinda heshima yetu. Asante sana Bwana Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Mpembe. Let's keep discussing and come to a amicable solution. We have a great deal to repair whatever that went wrong with this country, and lay a right foundation for our children and our children's children. I believe every sensible leader should take this as a sacred call upon their lives, that your aspiration and your desire to be in leadership position should be with this sense of fear that the responsibility you are taking on can either help this country become a better place or make this country worse. And so we need to be more keen on who do we entrust this country to, so that it can bring us back to these values. Because we have a crop of leaders who don't care anything about values. They care nothing about right dealing. All they care is how much can I make within the shortest time possible. Yeah, we are looking for the shortest cut to the greatest catch. That is the wrong way to go, because our children, somebody was sharing a joke the other day, some time back, about he asked his son, when you grow up, what do you want to become? He says, when I grow up, I want to become a cartel. Is it because I hear on radio and on TV that cartel is the one that has all the money? So he wants to become a cartel. Now, if that is what our children are aspiring to become, then we are badly off. So we need to wake up and save this country from all this. Now, as a reminder, before I bring in Kasuti nasemekana ushaanza kulala. Ni watu wa comments, sio mimi. Ni watu wa comments, sio mimi.
Naamuka alafu naanza kulala. Waambie waache umbwakini.
Sawa, kabla Kasuti aje, alafu na inawezekana, naomba tu kuwakumbusha tunaendelea na huo mchango wetu wa kusaidia watu wa Marsabit who are affected by the drought. Tafadhali endelea kutuma hela yako, hata kama tuma tena. Lori iko mbali na kujaa, mbali sana. Tuko almost tuko 10%. 90% is yet to come in. So let's work hard and ensure that we get to our target. The till number is 9205481. That is the BuyGoods Mpesa. You can use that, and I'm told that it's more eligible for the locals. And then that is if you're in Kenya, you can use the till number. It's easier. But the people in the diaspora, you use the Mpesa number. That is +254-718-454585. It will give you my name, Bernard Ingozi. Please, let's continue with the contribution. We have not even reached the 150. We are working towards that. As at now, on the latest figures that I have, it should be around 100. We are approaching 130 something K. So we want to get to our million that we targeted by Sunday. So let's not relent. Let's keep taking the challenge and do our very best. Because the trouble of going to Marsabit with a little amount of food is that we get an overwhelming number of people. And then instead of it being a blessing, it will be problem. Let us not go and create problem in Marsabit, but go and offer a solution that will be a relief. Then in the future, we can talk about how to get a lasting solution, because I believe with the right governance, these issues of food insecurity should be buried once and for all. If we have a really government that really wants to solve problems, a government that will do away with a ministry called Ministry for Semi-Arid Areas, okay? Yes, because the moment you appoint me as minister for semi-arid areas, I cannot get rid of semi-arid areas because my ministry depends on semi-arid areas being there. So we begin by eliminating that ministry so that we can permanently do irrigation where it's supposed to be done, so that these semi-arid areas get sufficient supply. Maji inaweza toka River Nzoia, hii maji inasumbua watu Budalangi. Na generator moja tu inaipiga inapanda Mount Elgon. From Mount Elgon pipe, haitahitaji pump, haitahitaji pressure, maji itateremka tu yenyewe mpaka Turkana bila kusukumwa. And that is a government, a project that the government can do in the shortest time possible, and the issue of water and dry areas will be eliminated. But people want to capitalize on people's problem because they use the problems of the people to ascend to power. That needs to be brought to an end. So let's look for a lasting solution. But in the meantime, let's be our brother's keeper. Let us be a support system to those that require our help. Jesus said, I was sick, you did not visit me. I was in prison, you didn't visit me. I was hungry, you didn't feed me. Then he said, many will ask him, when did we see you hungry? When did you see you in prison? When did you see you wherever sick? And then he says, when you did this to your brother, you are doing it to me. So this is a noble work initiated by Mutembei TV and Mutembei Foundation. Let us all buy into the same and make our contribution. Thank you very much. There is this Susan Wanjiku, your language is wanting. Please watch your language or else we get rid of you. There are some words you don't use on this particular channel. I don't care where you come from. It doesn't matter. You are risking our channel from being wherever affected by the YouTube community when you use unbecoming language. So respect people. Let's respect one another. Thank you very much. Let's hear from Fred Kasuti.
Yes, hamjambo nyote.
Hatujambo, karibu.
Na bwana, leo ni kama background yako imebadilika. Huko wapi? Huko Kakamega?
Si unajua leo kulikuwa na Western Consultative Meeting.
Tunasema aendaye mawindoni ni lazima akubali mambo mawili. Unaweza shika ikuponyoke ama ushike mnyama mwenye hakufaa kushikwa. Wewe umetekea kushika sungura, unakuja unashika porcupine. So hiyo ndio shida yenye mkumba watu wetu mali walikimbilia kwenda. Tuliwaambia hapa tu kwa hii forum nikasema ya kwamba instead of choosing a cultivator, they decided to choose to go for a hunter. The consequences of a hunter is very high because a hunter will hunt your skill, will hunt your potential. He makes sure he kill it, and then he makes sure that he make you a soup, bushmeat soup. So at the end of the day, ndio naambiwa ulichomoka kutoka kwa frying pan ukaingia kwa jiko direct. So there is a lot of confusion in inaitwa ANC party. Watu wako huko, yani confusion element imeanzia juu mpaka huko chini kwa ground. Ukiangalia my good senator that I didn't vote for, sasa huyo ndiye hata hatambuliki because hiyo ndio ule mtu alisema ukalisosa. Ndio maana tulikuwa tumeweka Mudavadi kwa offer, buy one get one free. Na hiyo position ya kuuza Mudavadi ilifanywa vizuri sana. Marketing manager alikuwa ni Malala, so alimarket vizuri Mudavadi na aka make sure amemuuza at wholesale price bila shida yoyote. Sasa kile wanakumbana nacho ni kile tu. Unajua hawakuwa wameona, mtu hawezi akatuambia ati hakuwa ameona hiyo ikikuja. They saw it coming because Malala was a person on a mission to make sure that you bring your enemy closer to me, bring that friend of yours close to me because he's my enemy, and I'll finish him. Once he reaching my courts, I'll finish him within my courts. Now, before he realizes he'll be finished, even although he can escape from my gods, he will never succeed again. He will never raise up again. That's what happened to the ANC party. Because right now as you are speaking, walikuwa na MPs wangapi? Unaweza niambia how many MPs, wajumbe wangapi Musalia amepeleka kwa UDA? Nothing. Maybe wawili, Malala na Sakaja. Na Sakaja hata si wa ANC. Sakaja ni wa Jubilee. Unaona? But the rest wote wako nyumbani. Nyumbani. So uniambie hata kama ni wewe utakubali kuweka agreement kusungumuza na empty shell. Sungumuza na yeye kama yeye, kwa sababu at the end of the day he has nothing to give you, to offer you. Na hata wao wamesoma na wakaona ground, huyu mtu mwenye tulikuwa tunatarajia atakuja na mazuri, amekuja akiwa mikono mitupu. Na wewe uweze ukakuja kwangu mikono mitupu alafu unakuja kwanza kunipangia ati unataka kupanga yale nilikuwa nishakupangia. Hiyo nayo haiwezekani. And hiyo clip, hiyo short clip yenye umeplay pale, mi naona hiyo kitu kama in a different perspective. Unaona wale watu kitambo kidogo, watu walikuwa wanaenda shule, wazazi walikuwa wanawaaminia sana watu wenye walikuwa wanaenda shule hizo siku tu. Nilikuwa naona, cause mimi sikuwa na hiyo opportunity. Nilikuwa naona watoto wakienda shule walikuwa wanapewa school fees. Unaona? Wakishapewa school fees, unaambiwa mtoto enda ukalipe school fees. But you find out that later on unakuja kurealize ikifika siku ya kuchukua ya living ama ya kuchukua result shule, mtoto anakuambia ya kwamba siwezi nikachukua result. Kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu si kumaliza school fees. In the back of the mind of the parent, anajua vizuri ya kwamba mimi kama ni school fees nililipa yote ikaisha. But mtoto kumbe alikuwa anajibia yeye mwenyewe. If you can afford to steal for your own, do you think ukiona kitu cha mtu mwingine ambacho si chako utakiacha? Hutakiacha. Kama unaweza jibia, and this is your own education, it's for your own benefit, umejibia. Unataka kuniambia ukiona zinatapatapa pale hata ikiwa imewekwa vibaya, so utapita nayo? Utapita nayo. So hii ni kitu watu wamelack morals, watu wamelack discipline, and then tunakuja tunakuta kwamba tunachukua watu, the wrong people, tunawapatia the right job. At the end of the day results zinakosekana. Ukiwa mtu umefanya watu wenye wako kwa production line is like it's a chain, na hiyo nyororo wakati tu nini moja imekatika, function inakuwa paralyzed. Hakuna operation itaendelea kama kuna kasoro kidogo tu. So unakuta our government is a chain. Unakuta we have different ministries, we have different people, we have different places. So unakuta ya kwamba watu wanateseka kwa sababu tu ya mtu mmoja. Watu wanateseka kwa sababu ya watu wawili. Watu wanateseka kwa sababu watu walienda wakakaa mahali na wakapanga njama fulani, at the end of the day wakasema hizi ziko hapa, hizi wacha tupite nazo. Hiyo inachangia na kitu fulani. Watu kulingana na ile society tumetoka. Wacha niwapatie nini kidogo tu, alafu I think katatusaidia mahali. Mtoto akisaliwa, mtoto age 0 to age 10, age 5 there, age 10, 8. Huyo mtoto anakuanga sijui kitu, nataka kujua. Sijui chochote, nataka kujua. Mtoto akifikisha miaka 11, 13 mpaka 18, najua kila kitu, sitaki kuambiwa. I know everything. I don't want to be told. Alafu ukitoka hapo ufike 35, unakuta ya kwamba huyu mtu, hiyo ni miaka ya kuregret, because unakuta pengine ulikuwa na opportunity fulani mahali, haujafanya, haujafanikiwa, haujapenya, maisha imekukalia ngumu. So kutoka hapo ufike 60 or 50, miaka ya kuregret, ya kuwa umekuwa mtu umekuwa very well established, unakuta ya kwamba hii umri ndio mingi sana watu wako kwa serikali. Unakuta watu watu walikata tamaa, yani wanachutia. Ndio maana ukiona mtu amepewa ministry, iko na pesa, akiona kitu imekaa vibaya amepita nayo. Akiona nini imekaa vizuri, pesa zimetoka mahali fulani zinafaa kufanya kazi fulani, amepita nayo, kwa sababu anachutia. Alikuwa na opportunity fulani mahali fulani, hakuitumia. Kulikuwa na wakati fulani alikuwa ambapo atengeneza, ajimarishe kimaisha. Unakuta huyu mtu, the majority of them, hao ndio tumechakua, hao ndio tumeweka kwa maofisi, hao ndio tumepewa kazi ya serikali. Sasa wanapora tu, wananyonya tu, huyo anakiona hii imekaa vibaya. Kwa sababu gani? These people hawakuweza kuwekwa kwa misingi ambayo inafaa. So ndio maana tunaambiwa ya kwamba before you elect a leader, please Angalia huyu mtu akona tabia ya aina gani. Huyu mtu ni wa kwenda kujinyakulia, kujisitiri pale, akisema ya kwamba mlinifanyisha kazi ngumu sana kutafuta ili mkonipigie kura. Sasa imefika wakati wangu, wacha nikule. Kini kiongozi anasemanga wacha tukule kwa sababu hii yote it belong to us. But somebody who doesn't have that leadership morals anasema ya kwamba kwa sababu nimeng'ang'ana na nimefikia hapa, wacha nijisaidie. So let us be vigilant, let us be wise when we go to vote. Let us vet our leaders and make sure that we put the right people in the office. That is the only way tutamaliza hii mambo ya kusema ya kwamba tunaweka wewe na kura yako, uliamka asubuhi, you went ukapikia mtu kura. Huyu mtu kamweka kwenye ofisi. Hii ofisi bado haikusaidii, bado unaendelea kulia. Na wakati tulikuwa tunapika siasa hapa tunasema ya kwamba tafadhali angalia watu, vet people, au hata MCA. Huyu MCA tabia yake, huyu mtu, kwa sababu inaanza pale nyumbani. Mtu mmekaa na yeye, mmesoma na yeye, community. Ndio unaambiwanga be very careful, don't become a subject in the community, because your morals, your behavior will expose you widely. So from the village umepanda ngazi mpaka umefikia pale. So let us vote wisely. Let us vet our leaders before we elect.
Thank you, Kasuti.
Nimemaliza ndugu yangu. Unasemaje?
Asante Kasuti.
Ameongea kama profesa. Kasuti, congratulations. Lakini nataka kukuchallenge. Toa 2,000 nitoa 2,000. Toa 2,000 Kasuti. Kasuti.
Nimekubali. Nimesema nimekubali.
Haya, Kasuti ndio. Inawezekana. Tufike 10,000. Inawezekana. Unatuongezea ngapi?
Inawezekana tu.
Nitatoa 1,000.
5,000. Huyo ni nani yako hapo bana? Iko mtu hapo nani huyo? Bernard, leo acha tuku challenge. Bernard, tunakuchallenge bana. Marsabit tunaenda si wote.
You better do that in English. I said you do that in English.
Weka tu 5,000 saa hii. Wacha nani aweke hiyo 2,000, mimi 2,000, nawezekana 1,000, tuendelee tena tutachallengeana. Tumetoa 5,000, unapata yangu saa hii.
Yangu itakuja tu. Bernard, itakuja. Sawa.
So mnisaidie hiyo 5,000 nyingine hiyo mnichangie ndio ifike 10,000 niende kulala. Time ya watoto kulala imefika.
Matanga.
Iko nani huyo ameongea tuongeze mpaka 10,000. 10,000 inafika, tumefika 5,000.
Si nimesema ile 5,000 imebaki. Sasa nataka kuchangisha sadaka. Kila mtu anipatie 1,000 tufikishe hizo 5 kwa jina langu.
Sawa.
Watoto waende kulala.
Amen.
Bungula. Wanao, by the way, let me tell you something.
Yes.
My Bible does not lie. Inaniambia kwamba the people who used to work on altar in the old religion, those people who worked on altar, they used to eat what is being brought on altar. So in this altar, I don't see if there is any sacrifice, and without sacrifice, altar is useless. It cannot speak. You want altar to speak good, you have to put sacrifice. So ukisema hivyo ni vizuri. So nilikuwa na heckle tu sentiments yako ya kusema ya kwamba sadaka lazima itolewe. Dhabihu, hakuna ibada inakamilika bila dhabihu, bila sadaka. Tafadhali.
Tuendelee. Engineer, are you there? Wiki ananiingilia eti nimechoka. Sijasema nimechoka. Now, can we make progress? Engineer Misiani.
You survived.
Yes. Speak up. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. What about you?
I'm good. Good to hear you.
And your entire battalion.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
Who you
I
see,
saw
Gerard?
you.
Who you see, Gerard?
Hapana, hebu mwache gossip. Wacha engineer ongee.
Yeah, I'm not Gerard. I don't know. Like, all right. How are you doing, guys? I'm sorry. I think Bernard, today you have been busy on me. You kept me on the break room. I don't know the background there for so long.
No, I called you out. You did not respond. So when you are on the screen and you are not participating, we put you on the waiting lounge.
No, I tried to come back because I had when you called coming back, I found myself muted already, and I tried to to come back, but okay. Anyway, mine is just I want to talk on maybe one or two things here from the video you just played a few minutes ago.
Yes.
I would just I request you to like you all to think probably with me a little bit on the line I'm going to follow on this, and see whether we can analyze that video systematically and see whether that's the problem we are facing right now from our country, majorly not only in Kenya but the entire Africa. You know, that video was talking about like where we are right now for the Western and the Europeans, whereby they don't have fences around their compounds. Their compound is they are empty, like they are just open field. You can walk from one house to another. You can drive from one house to another, and they are just safe like that. From my understanding, I can say the reason here is simple, and it actually comes down to what our leaders and those people who have think and how they behave, how they treat those who don't have. For instance, you would find, let me put this as a disclaimer first, an empty stomach controls your head, actually. Your head, how far you can think is from your stomach back to the top of your head and back. That's how your stomach controls you when it's empty. But if something comes into your stomach and they say it halfway full, now you can think outside your box. That's your head. You can think a little bit. The more you are full in the stomach, then now you allow your system to think or to work as required. And unfortunately, most of our leaders who are just self-centered, egocentric, and they only think of their families and their relatives and their people who are in their same class. They know that if you are full in your stomach, that means you can get the gut of questioning them, whatever they are doing, even bringing kind of opposition to them by even rebelling against to their thoughts and wherever actions they are doing, because you are full. So anybody who is angry, it becomes hard to listen, because everything is, you are controlled by your stomach until you are full. So that's why we see most of our African leaders, they run down there to these less privileged people. They give handout, they will give you just 50 shillings, 100, 200. You eat now, then a little bit, because they cannot empower you so that you get the flow of daily food which you are going to satisfy your stomach daily. But they give you something which they know that it's going to end. It's just for just a few hours or for just a day, so that tomorrow you will go for them again and they do whatever they tell you, so that they can give you another 50 or 100. So that's how they control us. That's how they control our people, and that's how they have managed actually to damage our country down to the ground. So having said that, you can see those people, even from the village you come from, those people who are a little bit, let's say they have, those who are a little bit better off compared to others, there are few. Most of them you find, maybe if they have a store building or a good decent house, they have to fence it around, make sure they are secure. They even put the electric fence around them, because these people, they don't care about even their neighbors, whether they slept hungry, whether what they eat, whether their children went to school, whether what they did or how they wake up. So they are always, because they always fear these people, because these people are angry. For the moment, if they leave the compound, these people will automatically break into this house looking for food. The only thing driving these people is food. Their stomach is empty all the time. That's why these people always, they fear, they protect themselves using fences, because an angry person can aid. The only thing thinks is to satisfy the stomach first. Then everything comes second. So if our leaders and those who are a little bit better off in the community become caring and become actually be like your brother's keeper, and become more of hospitable to these people by even training them on how to get something more, on how to make ends meet in one way or the other, we will definitely eliminate in a very drastic percentage this kind of fences, whereby we just fence ourselves around in the name of security. Security lies actually, it's not about the government giving you security or the police. Security is you yourself, because those who are causing problem comes from actually the community, the people, us, because we are the one who can make our communities safe, and we are the one who can make our communities unsafe environment for us to live in. Lastly, I will say about the political nature of our country. I'll say there are some. Allow me to speak on this a little bit on a philosophical level. We have some instinct like I can call it 3, but I'm going to talk about 2. We have 2 instincts, which is the first instinct is like the mindset of the people. And actually this one, let me put it general, not only the politician, but also the general people. The first instinct, which is the mindset, what you think, what your mind stands for, what is you are thinking right now, portrays what you are. And they also depicts or predicts your tomorrow. So the moment, or if you find yourself that every time you cannot control yourself, there is an external force driving your mind that you cannot decide by yourself, that every time lazima mtu akuja kuambie Azra is the right direction, Azimio is the right direction. So like you yourself, you cannot decide and listen and make a clear judgment on what is right by facts, and just considering the facts at hand, then you don't have control of yourself, of your mind. And that's very dangerous. If you don't have control of yourself, of which most of our politicians, most of them, they don't have in quotes, then you don't have control of anything which is owned by you. They say that let me use this this made up phrase, is kind of a saying that the genitalia of a drunken man or woman is not owned by himself or herself. Rather, it becomes a playfield of those people who are conscious in their minds. Meaning that if you lose your head, probably whatever, even what you can produce, what comes out of you is already in control of whatever which was controlling your mindset. I don't want to go into details so much, because I know there are some people want to talk, maybe comment on some issues here and there. We'll be talking about this. Probably I'll be adding if time allows. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, engineer, for that perspective. Probably before, okay, let me, where is Alex?
I'm here, Bernard.
Aha, umesikiliza engineer. Uko na swali kwa engineer?
Hapana, mimi sina swali kwa engineer. Engineer ameongea vizuri sana. I like how he's calm and composed. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
Bernard have not spoken.
I know. You have not bribed me.
That's where the problem starts.
Inawezekana, karibu.
Asante sana Bernard, hata umenipatia point ya kwanza nayo. Concerning the last video you played, ambapo huyo mjamaa ameongea vizuri sana on what the problems that we are facing as Africans, why we are different from those developed countries like Europe, amesema ako Belgium and USA and Canada, you know, and the way this engineer has also spoken, I've got some few small points concerning that. And you know, Kenya is a man is man society. Everyone, kila mtu anapenda kujitegemea. You go to bed, you wake up, you just think about your stomach. You just think about your family that you have. Hata saa zingine ni ngumu sana to think about your relatives. You are just, because maisha imekuwa ngumu, maybe concerning the leadership of the day, imefanya maisha ikakuwa ngumu venye imekuwa, so you are just working for yourself, and no matter whatever you will find on the way, you want to take it. That's why unapata kuna hizi cases mingi, cases za wizi, cases za a lot of cases occurring in many ways. These are the problems that are facing us Africans. The poor management of the country. When you look at the bigger picture, we have a very poor management. I'm not ati nasema the way our president anaendesha nchi is poor, but to some extent those leaders that are there in the position, they are not doing what is supposed to be done. You know, taxes have been collected, and the way they handle those taxes, pesa zenye wanapatiwa ziwekwe kwa sehemu fulani na nyingine zinatumika vibaya, pesa hazifiki kwa mwananchi. So kila mtu inabidi sasa anajisort, kila mtu anaendelea kuishi venye anaishi. Sasa kila mtu anajifikiria kivyake. That's the biggest problem. Whenever you move to these other countries, hata sisi wenye tuko huku Uarabuni, the way things are handled, it's different. Wale ambao wako Europe watakwambia the way things are being handled there, it's really different from the way people in Africa they live. So we are a man-eat-man society. We are also a depressed country because haujui utapata wapi chakula. What you are earning in a day, it's just ni ile tu pesa yenye kwa mfuko. Ukinunua sapa, ukinunua lunch, imeisha. Tomorrow you have to think of doing another thing, and that's what the majority of Africans are suffering from. Tunaishi tu kwa kukula ile kitu yenye iko kwa sasa, hatujui ni nini tutapata kesho, ndio maana sasa tuko insecure. Moving from that point, I would like to talk about some little bit of politics. I like what people did in Kakamega yesterday, what they did in Kakamega, and they promised to go around the whole Western Bloc to do those meetings that they had been doing. And one person that nilifurahi sana kumuona akijoin the Azimio team is Mr. Kamala, Titus Kamala. You know, nilikuwa nasikia wivu kidogo when he was on that other side, when he was on ANC. He was, the way he speaks, the way he articulates his Luya, akiongea unafurahi sana, anaongea na ulimi yangu ya Kiluya. You know Luya is divided in many sub-tribes, but his tongue is synonymous with mine. So nilifurahi sana kumuona on Azimio, and he has said he wants to do his homecoming thing, and he wants Baba to come there. So Azimio team is actually growing very much in Western, although sijui much about the history of Luya politics, but I think this time round there is going to be a very huge turnout, and a lot of votes are going to be on one side, and it's going to be on Azimio side. What else did I want to say? I wanted to talk about Musalia Mudavadi, our beloved leader Musalia Mudavadi. I think he has always been having a bad timing during his political career. I think it is headed to deathbed. His politics are headed to grave, and he has always been having a bad timing. Sasa sahi ameenda kwa Mr. Ruto. Yesterday he was telling the media that yeye pamoja na Ruto, they have no clear presidential candidate, they are yet to decide. You cannot say that Ruto is our presidential candidate. They have not decided. And yet on this other side, this guy, nimesahau jina lake, anasema ya kwamba we are just friends. You know, yes, Muthama anasema we are just friends. Hiyo ni lugha ingine ya mtaani. When someone says we are just friends, it is really laughable. It means we are not taking you seriously, bado hatujafika on serious matters. So I think hapo Mudavadi really destroyed himself, and the way Eugene Wamalwa said yesterday that those two guys, they went on that other side, wao ndio wamepotea. Wasiseme sisi Waluya ambao tuko huku kwa wingi tumepotea. So those are just the things I wanted to say today, and thank you, Bernard. And about the JAZA lorry initiative, I will send my donation later. I am not going to send now. Thank you. I will send later. You will confirm later in the day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Inawezekana. We appreciate your perspective. Let's keep the conversation going. Kasuti, you unmute. What are you unmuting for?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Ni lazima tu nichokose kidogo kwa sababu sikukumbuka kusima wakati nilimaliza kuongea. Tafadhali samahani.
Hiyo unapigwa fine, sio samahani peke yake.
Hapo sasa nilikuwa na kungojea hapo. Sasa mmekuja sataka. Mimi kama kuna kitu na heshimu ni madhabahu. Hiyo nayo sinanga compromise kwa hiyo.
So, hebu kwanza tupate hiyo 5,000 kwanza ndio tusonge mbele kabla Themba akuje.
Wewe puana, si ni wewe ndio tuliachia hiyo msiko ingine.
Si nimekwambia na iokota sasa hivi. Mbona muheshimu mafuta?
Haya basi. Sasa leo umeingia kwa ile kikosi. Umeingia kwa ile kikosi ya kuambia watu allocant. Basi tuitike. Tuitike basi.
So wewe Fred, leta ngiri moja. Themba akikuja ataleta ngiri 2. Alafu mimi nitaongeza hiyo ngiri 2, tumefikisha 5. No, Alex hajatoa sadaka. Alex ametoa sadaka. Okay, let's hear from who Princess has been silent, or Mama Selina.
Mama Selina ndiye hajazungumzako bwana. Asungumzeko tumsikie sahi.
Ongea kwanza Princess. Nimeongea, acha nisikie sauti yako alafu nikuje.
Aya. Mimi kile naweza zungumza, nimesikitika sana kusikia wenzangu wa bonde la Ufa wakiwa na shida za security. Lakini hii shida ya security mi vile naiona ni kwamba kuna politicians wale wanataka jipendekeza nayo ili wapate mileage. Kwa nini baada ya miaka 5 ndio unasikia hiyo insecurity inakuja? Na sio hapo peke yake, kuna sasa kwa kila mpaka, karibu kila mpaka, mara ukienda mali Luos wamepakana na Nandi, hapo utapata shida. Niliona hapo pia kulikuwa na shida kidogo. So nafikiria ni baada ya miaka 5 watu wanaleta insecurity, ndio akiwa anaenda kuleta peace. Sasa anasema nikitaka kuleta mawiano hapa ili watu wafanye nini? Wanipigie kura. Lakini kile naomba wanasiasa wawache kucheza na maisha ya binadamu. Manake maisha ya binadamu haipatikani kwa urahisi. Hata hii sasa tunachanga ya watu wa Marsabit. Sasa wanawacha watu wanakaa na njaa. Watu wakifa, nani atawapigia kura? Nani atawapigia kura mkiwa mnawacha watu wanakufa na njaa? Ila hali saa hii wao wanatembea na mandege. Unawapata gari kubwa kubwa barabarani. Mikutano mikubwa zinaandaliwa ya milioni. Ila hali watu wanakufa na njaa. Ni vile tu rahia sisi hatuna umoja ile inatakikana. Tukiwa na umoja, siku moja tunafanya tu, hakuna kuwapigia kura mpaka mtengeneze Kenya iwe nzuri. Tusisikie kuna mahali kuna njaa. Tungelikuwa na umoja huo, sidhani. Lakini kwa sasa hivi kura yako ndio tunasema kura yako. Weka kwa MCA ambaye utaona ni mtendakazi. MP mtendakazi. Senator ule atakutendea kazi. Jidhamini kwanza. Anza na wewe. Ukisema ya kwamba katika hii serikali ni lazima nione nimemchagua mtu ambaye atatenda kazi kwa kila mmoja. Inasemekana ukiwa mjinga inaweza malizwa na masomo, lakini upumbavu haiwezi ikamalizwa na masomo. Kwa hivyo heri tuwe wajinga tumalize na masomo kuliko upumbavu. Mimi nawaomba Wakenya wakati huu wa kura tuwe tu pamoja. Nikizungumza kwa Kalonzo kidogo, Kalonzo nilimuona wameenda kwa kina Martha Karua. Wanajaribu kuwinda kura. Sasa hivi simsikizi Wanjigi, simuoni. Simsikizi kama wanaongea kuhusu Azimio hata kidogo, ili kuongea ubaya kama vile Wanjigi alikuwa anazungumza. Kwa hivyo nafikiria wanaendelea kupigia sasa Kalonzo ili apate kura zake. Mimi naomba tu Wakenya tuwe na umoja na undugu na amani. Hiyo ndio Kenya nzuri, ile utakapokuwa unatembea ukimpata Mama Selina unasema dadangu ujambo. Lakini si Wakenya urafiki, hatuna umoja, kwa sababu hata kule tunakoishi, nafikiria Selina anaishi ng'ambo, akipata mwingine atamuuliza we watoka wapi? Mimi ni Mkenya. Watoka wapi? Kenya. Lakini Mtanzania huko ng'ambo, mahali hata mimi najua tuko na Selina tu hapo, uwezi muuliza. Ukimuuliza we unatoka wapi, ati Tanzania, kaka, dada. Lakini Kenya, ukishamuuliza mtu watoka wapi, ati Kenya. Sehemu gani Kenya? Lazima umuulize sehemu gani Kenya. Kile naomba tuwe na umoja na undugu. Hata sisi wa Kenya tukienda nchi za nje, tukiulizwa watoka wapi, utasema mimi ni Mkenya. Haya, mtu akikupata unasema dada, ndugu au mama. Hivyo ndio nawaomba Wakenya wote tuwe na umoja. Hayo tu Bernard.
Okay, asante Princess.
Yeah.
Swali moja kwako tu kutoka kwa kinywa cha Atuoli. Wewe utatengeneza uchumi ukiwa kwa barabara? Si unaingia ndani ya serikali kwanza ndio utengeneze uchumi? Sasa tukisema watengeneze uchumi kwanza tuwapigie kura, watatengeneza wakiwa barabarani?
Nimesema ya kwamba kuwachagua, saa zile unawachagua, chagua yule ambaye unaamini atakutengenezea vizuri, sio yule uliona mambo yake hayakuwa mema. Usimregeshe.
Princess, on your point, I hope you understand, professor, mathematician, ula akona jina ngumu kuliko majina yote. Professor alipoingia West Pokot ilikuwa fukara. Ndio hiyo, ilikuwa fukara, watu walikuwa hawajielewi, watu walikuwa wanapigania ng'ombe wenye hata ukiangalia haiwezi ikatoa maziwa kilasi moja. Bado ng'ombe inatembezwa kaunti kama 10, kitambo ipelekwe sokoni, ime lose value. Profesa amejaribu kufanya kadri ya uwezo wake. As today, hawaangalii ng'ombe tu, hawapikanii uto ng'ombe tu, but ukienda sahi West Pokot is among the green, yani chakula kiko West Pokot kwa wingi sana. Wamefundishwa kulima, wanalima. Inamaanisha nini? Mkiweka watu wenye wako na ile utu, yani ile uraia, ile passion na watu wao na hali ya watu wao chinzi walivyo, I'm very sure to transform a place, it doesn't need miracle, it doesn't need God to come from heaven so that the place can be transformed. No, hiyo area iko na watu asilia wa hiyo area, the people who are born there, who are raised there, the people who understand the geographical area very well. It means those people, if they decide to develop a place, in fact, kuna mtu tulikuwa, it happens once upon a time, nilienda Kakuma, and Kakuma huko, wale watu wenye wako Kakuma wengi wanakuambia wana prefer kukaa Kakuma, they are lazy. Kwa sababu gani? Wana prefer wakae Kakuma because pesa zitakuja, watapata msaada, watakula vizuri na walale. Lakini ukiambia huyu mtu, wewe uko na akili mzuri, umesoma, si wewe uamue tu utoke kidogo, just be exposed, and then at the end of the day when you come back you can make a difference in the community. Wale watu ndio unaambiwa ya kwamba sijui, umesema ujinga inatolewa na masomo, lakini Biblia nasema enyi wajinga, acheni ujinga, mkaishi na mkaenende katika njia ya ufahamu. Na ndio nauliza Wakenya wetu wengi, majority, enyi Wakenya, ni nani aliyewaroka? Kwa sababu kila wakati you make the same mistake, same mistake. Umeona mtu haja kufanyia chochote, wewe ndio huyo unaamka asubuhi, akikuja akupatie kidogo, alafu ndio unaambiwa ya kwamba usikachukue chakula cha watoto umpatie mbwa, kwa sababu huyu mbwa siku moja atakuuma na atakuachia vidonda. Ukiendelea kukuza vidonda za kwako, basi mbwa ashaenda. So mbwa ni wale watu ambao wanajitakia tumbo zao wenyewe. Wewe unachukua kura yako ambayo ni chakula chako, ni chakula cha maisha ya watoto wako ya baadaye, wewe unaenda kupea mtu ambaye anajichali tumbo yake yeye mwenyewe. Ukishampea anatorokea Nairobi, hajui kwao, anakuwa anaonekananga siku moja kwa wiki, alafu maisha mengine yake yote ni Nairobi. Anahamisha familia, anapeleka Nairobi. Sasa mtu kama huyu surely atatusaidia na nini? Na sisi tumekupigia kura ili ukaweze kufanya area yetu ikaonekane pale kwa ramani. So let us be wise the way you have said, Princess.
Bernard, nina jambo moja nizungumze.
Endelea Princess.
Nilisikia mmoja wetu hapa, sijui kama angali yuko, anaitwa Sarah, alisema yeye yuko UDA na anamchagua deputy, na analalamika ya kwamba pale kwao kuna insecurity, na analalamika ya kwamba senator wake yule anasema hata mchagua, ndiye anafaa kupigania hiyo insecurity, ila hali angali anasema atamchagua huyu kwa sababu ile mimi niliona hakusema, lakini kwa kusema kwangu mimi, sitaki kumtilia kwa mdomo, anamchagua kwa sababu ya ukabila. Aangalii mwenendo ama tendo. Hiyo tu hayuko hapa, lakini angenijibu. Lakini mimi hiyo tusije tukachagua mtu kwa sababu ni wetu. Sasa hivi tusiangalie, wala hata pale kwa MCA usimchague yule mtu kwa sababu anatoka kwa ukoo wako, anatoka kwenu, niseme ukoo. Chagua mtu ukiwa unajua atakutendea vizuri, atatenda vizuri kwa jamii yote, sio kwa jamii yako peke yake, kwa hiyo jamii nzima ile iko kwenye village hapo. Ni hiyo tu Bernard, nilikuwa nataka kuongezea.
Nitaongeza hapo kidogo. Bernard, naweza ongeza kidogo ama utanitupa quarantine?
Ni wakati wa wazee.
Alafu ukimaliza kwa sababu karibu niende kazi.
Bernard, wakati hiyo submission ilitolewa, it was a by the way. Na to be honest, there was so much we were supposed to rebut. Na iliongelewa na watu ambao wako hiyo region ambao probably wana understand that region better. Lakini in the submission ya my sister, there was a lot of things that we really needed, especially you, because as a moderator, so that we could carry and help the platform in terms of security. Wakati security reforms of 2014 ilikuwa tabled in parliament, we only remember the statement ya Bwana Honorable Orengo when he said revolution eat their own. But what was discussed intensively in both houses, people forgot about it. Cattle rustling was one of the issues that was discussed intensively because it's something that was elusive to us over the years. And the people from that area refused to acknowledge the truth. And political center stage took on. And it was at the heights of Jubilee versus CORD, whatever we can talk about. So we ended up having something called political expediency over issues that we all share as people. Security, food security, and any other security is a collective issue. And it cannot be resolved selectively. It has to be resolved collectively again. If there is insecurity in Madare, it will not affect a certain people from this party and not from this party. Remember Saitoti, when it came to a point whereby there was insecurity, alienda Eastlands na akasema, whether you like it or not, I will flush out these people who are bringing problems to all Kenyans. And I remember the Muslim community, the Somali community, and Kenyan community at large, they supported him because we direly needed security at that point. And we took no offense. At some point, they even went inside the mosque, and some youths came out and started running and saying, oh, you cannot do this. Joho himself, even though he was not in the government, stood up and said, we have no alternative. We must do this. So security is not a tribal thing. So my sister came here akasema, mtu ambaye ni senator, ni rafiki na ni mtu wako karibu sana na the president, anaweza chukua hata simu amwambie, that's not the country we want. That if Alex is a member of parliament from Kitutu Masaba and I am against the president and his party, and there is insecurity in my constituency, that now I'm not a part of people who can call the president and tell them. No. When we say any security issue must pass through the National Council of Police, and so that when we deal with the security issues, the biggest organ of security in our country must be the Security Committee in Parliament, which must not be, ni kama CPAC, it cannot be political. First and foremost, it should be headed by the opposition party so that it can put the security into check. Look at the budget committee. We have a special committee that is headed by the opposition to check how the government is spending. So that was the kind of things that Orengo and other people were proposing. But what happened to the Jubilee government, the previous one, the one with TNA and URP? They put politics ahead of security. So today we have a security system that is a lame duck, a dog barking without teeth. Kimaio resigned because at the end of the day, you remember he resigned. Olelenku was moved out so that sweeping changes could be done. What happened again? The security meeting was done inside the president's office, and now they brought weaker people. Boynet was so weak. What happened? You have seen throughout what has happened. So the issue of security, we cannot blame one person. We can blame all of us because we politicized it. Some point Matiang'i has gone so far to make sure there is security some places, but he has been criticized by some section of politicians thinking that he's against them or is for us. The moment Kenya will realize that we cannot politicize our security, that is when we will get true security. As long as we criticize and politicize security, so as you go as far as members appointed to the Senate who sit on the security said, umebakisha miezi tano, tutaona ukitoka, we will deal with you. when the president stands up and tells even the judiciary, we will revisit, my friend, we will never have security, because in the end of the day, the executive is too powerful. The reason the judiciary is against the BBI was simply the ombudsman, nothing else, because the president was going to be too powerful. We need institutions that are independent, which can deal with security, so that our politics will be partisan. We can argue about politics, but not about security. But the way the security is structured, Bernard, today, it is political, and we will never have security. Thank you.
Hey,
Tena,
Mama Selina coming.
thank you. Okay, kulingana na vile Princess alikuwa ameongea na Sara ametoka. Kwanza Sara na Gideon wanatoka Baringo, so sio ukabila, lakini kulingana na mkiangalia hiyo mambo imekuja wakati ya uchaguzi, na unaona wanalalamikia Gideon kwamba hiyo mambo ya Baringo na West Pokot na Marakwet ni mkono ya mtu ya siasa, na kuna bunduki ilipatikana zilikuwa zinatoka Uganda. So Marakwet, gavana ya Marakwet ni Azimio, member of parliament Kiati ni KANU, na wamesema wako na Gideon, wako Azimio. Baringo mahali Gideon ni senator ni kwamba wako na deputy president. So ni kwa njia ingine hawa jamii ni Wakalenjin wote. Wangekuwa deputy ameita gavana ya Marakwet, aite gavana ya West Pokot, aite gavana ya Baringo, aite the 3 senators, aite members of parliament, kwa sababu wanaongea lugha moja, ilikuwa ni kitu rahisi. Lakini sasa wana compromise kumaliza Gideon, kwa sababu wanataka, anajua watu ya Baringo wanapigia Gideon kura saa zingine kwa sababu ya heshima ya Moi, na sasa vile alijaribu kupetray kwa mambo ya BBI ikafaulu, na sasa after this election mutasikia hiyo mambo imeisha. So mimi kwangu, mimi nilikaa Baringo, mimi ni kama mwenyeji ya Baringo, but ukiangalia deputy president na watu kama Makurmen, muliona vile wa Marakwet walikasirika wakisema walikuja na ndege na wakatoka na wakasema wameingia Azimio. So hii ni siasa wanafanya, si ati na unasikia inasemekana kwani Gideon anaweza kuwa rafiki ya rais kushinda deputy mwenye wanashare pamoja. So hiyo ni siasa, lakini ni bahati mbaya watu wameuawa. Walijaribu kupeleka hiyo mambo Laikipia kwa sababu ya walisema Mwingiki, walisema Njenga Maina ameenda kwa Raila. So kuna mtu anajaribu kucheza siasa na maisha ya watu, lakini security tunaomba tu, kwa sababu wenye wanaumia ni raia. Mimi pangu ningesema security ama rais wasimame wasaidie those innocent people, lakini mwenye kutenda hiyo mambo na ikifuata hizo mapunduki watajua mahali zimetoka. So wanataka kuonyesha ndio walaumu Jubilee, na hata si Jubilee, walaumu Gideon, waseme ako kwa uhuru na tunauawa. Kwa sababu ukisikia hata Sara vile alikuwa anasema, uwezi sema unalaumu Gideon senator, na kuna serikali na kuna deputy president mwenye anastahili kwenda Baringo akalishe hiyo watu juu wanamsikiza. Turkana saa hii gavana ya Turkana ako na Ruto. Kwa nini? Na hiyo watu ndio wanapigana. So watu wengine wanatoka sehemu ya Kenya hawajajua hiyo siasa, na walitaka kupeleka hiyo siasa tena Coast, ikasimamishwa haraka sana, So kuna vile tunataka kuongea kwa hii TV kuambia Wakenya na kuambia serikali pia waweze kusaidia raia, na kwa sababu wenyewe Wakalenjin ni madada zangu, mandugu zangu, wanatetea, wanasaidia mtu mbaya. Kama mtoto yako ni mwizi, sema ni mwizi. Kama mtoto yako ni mzuri, sema ni mzuri. Kama mtoto yako anataka kura kwa sababu kucompromise kwa sababu yako, ni Wakalenjin wenyewe wasimame wamwambie TVT tutakupatia kura, lakini si kwenda kupiga ndugu yako. Na ndio vile ninasema, ukiona Central sahi wamesimamisha hizo all those political parties, lakini hakuna mtu anachapwa. Ukiona Ngilu, ukiona Gavana Mutua, ukiona Gavana Kivuta na Kalonzo hawapigani. Sasa hapa kuna mtu anataka kuwa overall, kuna mtu anataka kuwa yeye ndiye mwanaume peke yake, na yeye ndiye anatakikana kusikizwa. Na kama yeye anataka kukua ni yeye peke yake Rift Valley, yeye ndiye anastahili kuita hiyo watu ya Rift Valley na akomeshe hiyo mambo inafanyika Rift Valley, kwa sababu hataki kusikia kiongozi mwingine hako juu yake. Hiyo ndiyo shida wako naye kwa Rift Valley. Na Mzee Moi alisema siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya, na sasa hiyo ndio kitu iko kwa jamii ya Kalenjin. Hakuna kiongozi. Ukiwa na kiongozi hawezi sikia, ukiwa na kiongozi hawezi itwa na wasee, ukiwa na kiongozi hawezi sikia kilio ya wamama, ukiwa na kiongozi hawezi sikia maneno ya vijana. Kiongozi anataka kuwa ni yeye anajua kila kitu, yeye anajua kila kitu, yeye anapanga, mambo inaenda mbaya. So hayo tu ndio nafikiria kusema leo. Ya mwisho nikimalizia ni kwamba niliona hiyo mkutano ya Meru na nikafurahia. Nikaona hiyo mkutano haikukuwa na Raila. Nikaona hiyo ingine ilikuwa Western, ilikuwa ni viongozi ya Western, haikukuwa na Raila. So unaweza ona mahali wenyeji viongozi watu ya hiyo kama watu ya Western walikutana na wakakaa chini na wakatengeneza mambo yao, haiwezi haribika mambo. So ni kwamba baba sahii tumejua ako na kingpin kama Meru, asipoenda ako na watu huko. Western itakuwa namna hiyo, Nyanza of course, tukisema Coast ni hivyo, Nairobi ni namna hiyo. Rift Valley kuna silent majority wengi sana, watu watashangaa, lakini tunasema baba naye akichukua, kwa sababu amechua hii nchi ya Kenya. Kwanza, kitu ya kwanza tutamuomba aende amalize hiyo mambo insecurity once and for all kwa Bokot, Marakwet, Baringo, watu waelewane na Turkana wapate. Nilisikia mtu mmoja akisema West Bokot, yes, wako na ardhi mzuri. Hata pale Chemalingot kuna mahali iko desert na kuna mahali Tangulipei wanaesalima. So ni vile tu watu wanatumia wakati ya siasa. Sahii wanataka kusema Kamuket ni mtu mbaya, walisema hivyo kati ya Kamama. Sasa sahii wanasema kwa Gideon, lakini nashangaa deputy president akikosa mtu kama Gideon, Gideon akuwe opposition ama akuwe kwa serikali, kwa sababu in case yeye asipoingia serikali, at least kukuwe na mwenzake mmoja anaweza tetea. Lakini anataka kusanya mayai yote aweke kwa kikapu, vile alikuwa anasema amefunga kurasa wa Kalenjin sote akapepa Central. Ningeomba tu wa Kalenjin wachakue watu kwa vyama, ili kesho mtu kama Gideon akuwe dawa. Msikubali kutupa Gideon kwa sababu hayuko kwa UDA. Wacheni Gideon asimame na KANU, ndiye kesho mkue hata na mtu moja ataenda kuwaombea maji, ama mkue na mtu moja atalilia serikali kumwambia watu yangu. Lakini wakali nchini najua hatujui kukaa nje, tulikuwa serikali 24 years. tumejaribu na tumeingia hii. Sijui kama watu wetu watajua kukaa serikali vile watu ya Nyanza wamekaa, vile watu ya Coast wamekaa, Western wamekaa nje na wameweza kuvumilia. Sisi hakika hatuwezi, kwa sababu hatujajua kukaa nje ya serikali. Ile tu wangefanya kama Isaac Ruto, kama anaweza kuwa kwa chama yake Bomet, huyu mwingine akuwe hapa, at least tukue na marafiki yenye kesho serikali ikiundwa Wakalenjin wasikue nje. Ni hayo tu Penat, hiyo yangu ya mwisho, na jitayarisha kwenda kazi. Ni asubuhi kwangu, ni usiku, lakini naenda kazi ya usiku. Asanteni, mbarikiwe, lakini nitaendelea kusikiza mpaka wakati tutamaliza. Otherwise nashukuru.
Thank you Mama Selina, tunakushukuru kwa maoni yako. Na Mungu akubariki, akupe nguvu, uchape kazi vizuri. Naomba sasa tumsikie Ancestor.
Asante sana Mama Selina.
Bernard, before 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Yes.
Ningekusihi vile huyo jamaa ameandika huko, wakati utapata time ulete hii topic ya security, so that sisi wote tuiongee, isikue based on a certain region. Tuangalie, kila mtu ajue kuwa security is not a sectional problem, it's actually a national problem everywhere, so that kila mtu aelewe that without security there is no country. Vile mzee wetu anasemanga saa yote Jakindu Bay, unaweza kubali uweke siku na uambie sisi wote, mtu asikatae kuja wale ambao wako interested. Vile ile kiti ya bottom up ulisema, okay, nyinyi watu Ndeto, kila mtu umekuwa invited, to invite out, tuongee juu ya security.
Noted. I think we can dive into that by the later today, the show in the evening. We should be, I think we can zero in onto that. But I want us to arm ourselves as we come. Let's come with facts. Let's come with proper understanding of this chain of security details, so that we don't lay a blame on the people who are not involved. There is lobbying for security, and there is ensuring that there is security. So I want us to be set. I think we'll do that tonight.
Yeah, because Bernard, we are trying to peg security with politics, which we should never do. And that's why I'm saying let's discuss it, so that we can know that the people who are for our security are not politicians. And we should separate politics and security. I'm only saying as a matter of urgency, so that as we go to elect people, we understand what is legislation and what is security. Thank you, Bernard.
Alex, that is a good one, but I beg to differ. We can't separate security from political, because the head of security is holding a political office. and our decisions as country on matters governance are all politically wherever decided over. But I get your point. I get your point. I think we should give it a view of professionalism in ensuring the security of the nation. The security of this country has been very intact. In fact, we have had one of the best security system especially during the Moi era and partly of Kibaki era. It is only in this late of Kibaki era and then the Jubilee government. The Jubilee government has done very poorly on issue security. And so we will want to dive into that and find out what is wrong. Why is it because of the challenges of the new constitution? Is it because the incompetence of the people being given responsibility? Is it because there is poor legislation? Because there's so much around security that we have to bring into light. Because some of the security lapses that we are witnessing now are unthinkable. Okay, unthinkable. Not long ago, there was this case of a man that stopped the president's vehicle in was it like summer? The president's vehicle was in motion, and he managed to stop the vehicle where the president was. That that is unthinkable. That the vehicles were passing and he was able to pick on the one that the president is in and able to stop it. That is not how whenever security is done. So I think we'll have much to talk about. Let's prepare for the same.
Bernard, those are small issues. The bigger issues is how did even Sudi get away from his own house without the security knowing? And he was in State House police. The State House police took him out. How did the arms deal got signed in the deputy president's office and nobody has been put into account? Those are security issues. That's why I'm saying that's a bigger topic than we need to, so that people can understand.
Point of interruption. Yes, please allow me to comment something here for a second.
Very briefly, because we need to get
before you comment, I think Sarah want to speak something. Can you allow Sarah to speak something first before you comment?
Kasuti, tutakupeleka quarantine side. Hold on, Sarah. I have seen you, and you are the Minister of Security on this platform. So hold your horses. Let these people talk, and then you will give
Bernard, you give me only 2 minutes. I talk and then I go and retire. I've got only 2 hours to get out on
Sarah. I know when I give to you, you will speak longer. So let
I will not.
Give brief.
I will
then
not.
We come to you before we go to ancestor. Engineer.
Yes, I want actually to brush you over your minds, and I want actually to throw your minds a little bit out, so that I think we can expound on this a little bit beyond wherever we are right now. Security is something which we should handle it with care, and I think worldwide, when we talk of security, like more so from our country, it's not about necessarily the security the definition of security, it's beyond that. It is politics. It is about a kind of business taking place here. So we should figure out, we should actually tackle this in a perspective which is a little bit different from more of looking at it as more of a security, because this is something which is driven by 3 or 4 agendas for this big, the so-called wenyeji, besides the wananchi. Those who are controlling this country, they are the one who are actually driving into politics and also business and control. So it is not more necessarily like there is much of a lack of security, but they are doing their business here. So we should look at this from this perspective.
Okay, engineer, thank you. I get your point, and that's also another angle that we must appreciate as we look at the holistic aspect of security. But the main thing is here is we look at what is going on with our security. Now, that business angle, it is part of the bridging of our security details to facilitate an illegality that places our lives and the lives of Kenyans at risk. And that's something that must be addressed. We cannot say it is an area we shouldn't go simply because there are some important people. Even if they are important people and they are putting the lives of Kenyans at risk, we should at least, if we can't stop them, Let us talk about them. Somebody will hear from somewhere and do something about it, because this too much of loopholes being left here and there, that is what is causing 10 lives just go that way. People left in their house in the morning to go and look for bread to bring back for their children, and they all perish along the way because somebody slept on the job, somebody brought in those explosives, planted them on the road, and the people who are innocently looking for their livelihood end up losing their lives. We can't take this sitting down. Something has to be done, and so we must have a nerve to ask right questions in order to demand right answers. Thank you. Now, Sarah, you can come in as we wait for answers. Temba, karibu sana, and wakati wa watoto kwenda kulala umefika.
Asante.
Sarah, come in. Sarah, come in.
Yeah, I wanted to do my contribution, and then I go and retire. No, I'm not even retiring because it is 4 now. So, Bernard, nasikia unasema ati security gani hiyo mtu mwenye alienda kujitetea hapo kwa president? Hiyo mwenye alienda kusimamisha kazi ya president hapo hakuna mambo ya security. Huyo mtu alikuwa anajitetea, and the people who are security within the president walikuwa wanalala. So hiyo si issue ya security. Security ni ile watu wanaweka mabunduki huko chini. Hiyo ndio security.
My point, Sarah, my point is the most guarded person in the country, who is the president,
because
gets exposed to a stranger.
Bernard,
what of that villager in the interior of Tiati?
Bernard,
how exposed is that person?
Inafika mahali you want to give out your grievances, haisikiki mpaka inabidi unasimama kwa barabara, and that is what it happened to Mzee Moi once. I think it was 90s. That is what happened to Mzee Moi. Mwingine alisimama kwa lami katikati, kama unataka kunipita naye nipite naye, because anataka kuea his grievances. So kama watu wake wa security wanalala, shauri yao, lakini the security we are talking about is these bandits. Ni watu bwana, people hawako kwa manyumba sahi. I'm telling you. Na hata Benedict risasi moja wewe ukisikia, nafikiri tumbo yote, kichwa yote itaingia kwa tumbo. Waje yenye mnaongelelea sahi, kichwa itaingia kwa tumbo. Like the Sunday, watu waliingia kwa magari bila kujua, na wajui hata hiyo magari hakuna bulletproof, sijui watapatikana huko ndani. So the issue we are talking now, thank you, because you taken the issue as it is a serious issue. So by tomorrow, I will put all the necessities that I want to do. Wacha niweke kando. We talk about the security, because hiyo ni kitu ya maana sana. So other things, hiyo yenye unasema, hiyo yenye huyu anasema sijui nani ametokea wapi, inaitwa nani? Sudi. Wacha na hiyo watu ni wajuaje kivyao. Hawana shughuli. Lakini let us talk about this security na hii mambo ya mabombs kutupwa kila mahali. Where are the security? Hiyo ndio vitu tunataka kuongelelea, lakini ya kuingia State House, yeye ni mtu mwenye anaenda kujitetea bwana. Hata mimi saa hii kiumana kama nikishinda sindaenda kupiga nduru kwa
gate ya State House. Dismiss others to be insecurity na yako ndio insecurity peke yake. We have to talk it as a whole. That is what we say.
No, but sasa hii Sudi, hiyo ni mtu anataka kupenda, anapenda kwenda kufanya.
That's why we are listening to you. You also listen to us.
Now, don't limit me then.
Order, Alex.
No, we are
not limiting me.
We are not limiting you. We are saying security must be talked as a whole.
I give you the time. I give you the time, so you cannot interrupt my issue. You just wait until I clear. Hey, why are you interrupting me?
Relax. Relax.
Hata wewe relax.
Alex, mjue mama anasikia uchungu. Mama ako na uchungu.
Mama ako na uchungu. Unajua kitu gani?
Msikise mama akilia, kwa sababu kama si hiyo mama ndio tuko na shida, kwa sababu nyinyi wanaume mkitoroka, watu wenye wako na shida ni wamama na watoto. So wacheni huyu mama atoe hiyo uchungu yote
Wache zenu
amesikia,
hapa.
na vile uchungu watu wamepata. Najua mahali wengine mnatoka iko safe, lakini sisi sote tulilie Baringo, tulilie West Pokot. Vile tunachanga saa hii, tumechanga pesa ya kwenda Marsabit, hatuko huko, lakini tunajua wako na shida. It is the same, Marsabit ni njaa, Baringo ni punduki. So tusimwambie itoshe na tusimupinge, na hata akitaka kuongea sana muache atoe ile mambo iko kwa uchungu. Kesho hata Mungu atasikia. So please, nawaomba msione kama ni rahisi. Hiyo marisasi, hiyo pinduki sinatoka Uganda, hata askari ya Kenya wanaokopa kutoka. So Bernard, mi nataka tu tusikize vile Sara anasema, tukue upole, tutaongea in general, lakini tuweke hii ya Baringo first priority. Please, asanteni.
Thank you, Mama Selina. Thank you, Mama Selina. What I'm requesting is what, okay? We have already slotted that tonight's show is going to be dedicated on the security issue. So right now, we are only preparing so that by evening, we'll start the show very early. I want to work so hard to see to it that we begin as
Bernard.
As 8 p.m.
Bernard.
Sarah, please.
My question is, why all of the time when I'm talking, someone is interrupting my contribution? Have I ever interrupted someone's contribution here?
Sarah, you have just interrupted me when I was giving a directive.
But people should be disciplined here. Hakuna mtu mwenye ako na hakuna mtu mkubwa kuliko mwingine hapa bwana.
Mimi naomba tuelewane. Hold on, Mama
Selina. Agegatukuke mwae biik muite Sara kaikase kany komwa lakini muitagitonon komie kuje ba muren. Okay?
God have mercy on me. Now, please, what I'm saying is this. We have slotted a whole show on security. We'll begin as early as 8 p.m. East African time. I will run all the way to 4 a.m. So let all matters security be brought up in the show tonight. Sawa. Leo tumekuwa tuna kionjo introduction. Now, even if it means getting some security people to help us into the discussion, we'll go an extra mile to do that. But more than that, the best way to deal with security is to avoid getting emotional about it, because the moment we get worked up, we will not deal with the matter squarely. So let's relax first, be able to sober up. Then in the evening, let's come with all the facts that are available. What is compromising the security of the people of Kenya? Is it the corruption in the police force? Is it the laxity from the head of the security? Is it the political angle? All those matters, we'll deal with them. But as at now, let's not get at each other's throat, please. Thank you.
Bernard.
Yes.
But you've not answered my question, because when every time I'm contributing, someone is injecting my contribution. What is wrong with it? Or who is superior here? If we have some other people who are superior here, tell us. We are all the same. Ni nani mkubwa kuliko mwingine hapa?
Asa unagombana nini?
Wewe wacha zako bwana.
Unagombana nini? Si uongee pole pole. If you want
you people, Sarah.
But hey, Bernard, you've been seeing me in this. No, Bernard, you've been seeing me in this thing. Sipendange kukosea mtu. But when someone is contributing, naongojeanga akimaliza na inua mkono juu. Hii ni gani? Wanakuja kuingilia kama mushrooms.
Tafadhali.
It is okay.
Okay?
Yes.
Mtu akikosea anakosolewa, okay?
Yeah.
Let's not turn this into a personal war.
It is not personal. If you want to go that way, we are ready for that, but it is not personal.
Let's argue on matters, debate. not matters personal and who interrupted who there. If somebody's interrupting you, the reason why there is a chair is so that he can protect whoever that is speaking. But if you have to protect yourself and you have to contribute by yourself, then this show will no longer hold, because everything will be chaotic. So please, if somebody interrupts, you can wait. I will intercept if I'm chairing or if Temba is the one chairing. But if we get personal and begin to exchange among ourselves, there will be no show. At the end of the day, the viewers will be tired and they go, see, that's a confused platform. So let us also use the chain of command as per the standing orders of the platform. That's all I request. And I'm sure on this platform, we insist on respecting one another and respecting each other's opinion. Let the chair interrupt or report the person to the chair. Call the attention of the chair, so and so on, is out of order. That is how to debate. But if we go personal, shut up, why are you talking, why are you interrupting me? We will turn into a chaotic platform, which is unnecessary. That is all my request as at now. Thank you very much. Now, yes, Princess.
Mi naomba tuache tuonyeshe yale maheshima tu, tukiwa tunaongea tuzungumze tu kwa hii platform vizuri. Najua sisi wa mama Bernard, wacha nikuelezee, sisi wa mama huwa tuna hasira ya juu, tunapanda. Kwa hivyo mtuachie tu saa zile tunazungumza, uache mtu azungumze zake amalize, kwa sababu sisi wa mama tunakuaga na ile hasira ya kuwa tumewazaa nyinyi. Kwa hivyo tuheshimiane tu kidogo. Ni hivyo tu ndio mimi niko naye. Nisema dadangu Sara, tuchukuane, tusi wote ni wa Kenya. Tusiwe tuna nini, tuwe tu pole kama mimi kama nimekosea mtu, naomba msamaha. Haya.
Lakini Princess, nauliza tu swali. Wakati itakuwa wewe unaongea, Sara anaongea, Selina anaongea, nani atasimama katikati? Kwa sababu umesema tuwaache muongee.
Wacha nikwambie. Saa zile ukiona Sara anaongea, usiingie kati, nyamaza tu, na mimi nitanyamaza na Salina anyamaze. Hiyo ndio sasa tutaelewana. Lakini nikiingia, unaona mimi Sara akiongea nimenyamaza kabisa, hata sizungumzi. Kwa hivyo akiwa naongea, muache azungumze. Ni hiyo tu. Wewe kama coordinator unaweza ingia kati kama kuna mtu ameingia kati. Ni hiyo tu.
Sawa, please let's all remain in order. Naomba sasa tufanye hivi. Mimi muda wangu wa kusign out ushafika. Naomba kuhand over kwa Themba. Themba, leo kulikuwa na challenge ya 10,000, tumefikisha 5,000. So ilikuwa ukifika hivi ulete hiyo 2,000, alafu mimi ni jaze. Sasa sijui unasemaje?
Ati unasemaje?
Alex
ndio nimefika sasa mimi sijui challenge.
Alex, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Elezea Themba, alikuwa atoe sadaka ya 2,000, alafu mimi niongezee tupate ile 5,000, tuongeze kwa hiyo 5,000.
Themba, challenge yetu inaendelea Themba, na tunafanya vizuri. Nilitoa 2,000, rafiki yangu inawezekana akatoa 1,000, mwingine akatoa 2,000, Bernard akasema tuongezee. So wewe ndio ulikuwa umebaki na 3,000 yako, tufikishe 10,000, alafu tutaenda challenge nyingine. So that was the open challenge ilikuwa. Sasa tunangojea yako 3,000 tufikishe 10, then somebody else will throw another challenge.
Okay, I will send to Bernard tomorrow the 3K.
Thank you. Bernard, sasa you can go sleep.
Watoto waende walale.
Unafukuza mimi after 6 hours.
Bernard, umepata yangu?
Hebu nione. Hebu nione kama serikali imefika. No, yako haijafika.
Are you sure?
Yeah, nimeona.
Sawa. Haya.
Sawa. So let's keep doing good, and Themba, the following people have not spoken. Give them first priority. Ancestor, Eli, those two. Kasuti amekuwa anabeba mkono sana. Chungana na yeye. Lakini yeye pia amekuja kuchelewa. Thank you. See you later later today. You are great people. Please, let's keep the conversation going.
Sungeenda kama nishatoa maoni yangu at least kwa dakika kama 3 hivi ndio watu wasinipige mawe hapo.
Sawa, nipo.
Najua watanipiga mawe hapa nikianza kuongea kama ushaenda watasema moderator hafai kuongea. Kuna watu hapa wako na So good evening, good night. I know the Kenya right now is good night, good morning rather. So here is good evening. 2 quick ones. First of all, I want to give my 2 cents to what Mama Ida said. The reaction that raises in my view, the very complex discussion that has gone on for many years about the role of religion and its practice within a society. So I think that's something that needs a lot of discussion. What is the role of religion in a society? What does it do? As one of the institutions in a society, it has its role. It's just like looking at families as an institution and other institutions that we talk about. And then, of course, discussing if there's a need to look at religion and those religions that are, the churches or the ones that are not having trained people, not leading them, it will also raise similar discussion amongst other institutions, like are people who are not trained to start families, should they be allowed to start families? And many other roles and societal institutions that need to be put together. However, coming as a religion, I want to quote one person that I think most of us have probably come across him, Karl Marx. He opined that religion is the opium of the masses. And in most cases, when religion has been used, it has been used to disempower, especially the people who are lowly of the masses. And in most cases, religion, when it has come, it has made sense, especially to those people of the lower cadre of the society. Why? Because sometimes religion provides a sense of hope to those people. So most of them go and sell hope to the individuals. When the colonialists came to Africa, they came with religion. And by the time they were done, actually someone says that they came with the Bible and the gun. So by the time we were closing our eyes to pray, our lands was gone. Now that role of religion, the only people who have changed it are the people who are now using it. And other people have used it for different reasons. So why is it is easier for you to have keshas and stuff like that in lower places where you have more churches per kilometer in lower suburbs than higher suburbs. In higher suburbs, you don't have as many churches. and you could probably have one cathedral at a particular place. But in lower suburbs, you could have probably every other kilometer you have a church. One thing of looking at it is people tend to, when they are down, they tend to be more spiritual, and that has been proven over time. Now, some people, and most of them, those who engage now in religious practice, without mentioning any in particular, they have taken advantage of that. And of course, as time has gone by, since there's no specific, in fact, you want to go anywhere and you're told that this is a curriculum for training certain theologians. Of course, there are those people who say that there's a way you can train a theologian, but now they argue that it is also possible for you to be called without any training, and they quote several examples of calling. So you cannot argue with a calling from God, which they say is not a calling from man. So there's the preacher who is called and the one who is trained. So there are those kind of debates that have gone on over time. So I think that, in my view, it raises a concern, because over time you notice these people, religious sects. Of course, it also raises other issues where you're looking what is a sect, what is a cult, what is a mainstream religion, what is not mainstream. Then, of course, religiosity and spirituality, which one now? It raises all those. Then, of course, is there some relevance to what she said? Yes, she had genuine concerns, because a few years ago there was a commission that was I think was it Njoya? One of them was chairing that commission to look look at devil worshipping in Kenya, and they released a report where they articulated some of the things that they thought that they were kind of devil worship. So she's not saying something new that has not raised concern in Kenya. It is something that has been discussed. The NCCK itself has even appointed part of technical committee to try and look at some of the mushrooming religious educations. What has been come out of this, however, is that it is happening at a point where it is a political, a political season, and anything that a political leader says will definitely get some, political, angle to it. Does it have? Will it change much? I don't think so, because in the previous times, when the religious leaders have taken a position, it has not had any major impact in either decisions that Kenyans have made. For example, during the referendums, religious leaders took a common stand against the constitution, because they said the constitution was going to bring out the concept of gay marriages and stuff, and abortion. So when they took a stand against it, the constitution still passed. So I don't think it's going to really change, because the church generally has not provided direction when it mattered. They have not stood, like coming with responding to such a statement and then imagining that will change a lot. I don't think so, because they have not stood. The church has failed Kenyans at the time when they were supposed to stand with one voice in certain situations. Like right now, we are having issues of, drought. There are issues of insecurities. We have not heard the church standing as a voice and offering themselves. There has been political rhetoric going on. The church has not stood out so strongly to move in a certain place. So, to create the direction in which people are going to follow. So they have not given that direction. So I don't think it will raise a debate that will go on maybe for 1 or 2 days, but in that backdrop, nothing much will happen. Now, finally, so that I can allow Bernard to go, just a comment on the issue of security. Our history of Kenya, if you go back to every political cycle, we've always had a tendency to have, like security issues sprouting in different places in Kenya. So matters of security in Kenya has had some political angle to it, where politicians use it for a reason, some of it being to destabilize the voting masses so that they can acquire. And that's why you find it becomes a challenge. There was a report released by Kenya National Human Rights Commission, I think. It says that in Kenya, there are about over 200 militia groups. And these groups always come to life around a political, time. That report is available. We can read that and even appreciate how those particular militia groups are used around political times. And that is something that I think I'll invite most of us who would want to engage to look at that. The recommendations that were released by then, I think the vice chair was actually Omar Hassan in the Kenya National Human Rights Commission, I think. And they released that report about militias and how they are used around political time. And these are politicians. That's why some of these political problems need to be addressed politically. They require political solution where you have all these politicians. The government, if it was to be involved so strongly without engaging all the system, the political players, it will be a security issue. And when the government comes like that, then it is even the army, and that becomes when something becomes a security issue, then it uses the arms of government, and it might raise issues like human rights, issues coming up. So most of what is happening requires political response and political solutions. That is what I can say, at least for now, as we engage. But other than that, I think allow Bernard to go rest so that we can move on.
Okay, sawa. Themba, you will add the people on the kuna watu wako kwa backstage. You add them back. Kina Sarah, there is Geoffrey and Ellie. Thank you very much, you guys. Let's keep the conversation going. Alex has sent 3,000. There is Benson Okello has sent 2,000. Dominic Kisabuli has sent 500. Let's keep the contribution going. Mungu awabariki sana, tuonane jioni.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. I know. I was told that Eli and is it Eli or Eli? I don't know. Do you like it in Kiswahili or you like it in English? And then of course there's Harun who has also not spoken. But before I bring those,
the ancestor was longer.
Okay, before I bring those two, kindly wale ambao mko kwa curtain, what has happened? Do you wanna keep on staying in the curtain or what? So that we would want at least to have people who we can be able to see, like I can see that Selena is there. Alex, you wanna stay in the curtain? Who is this engineer? Somebody? You wanna stay in the curtain or you wanna come on, because we want to see you guys on?
No, I'm breaking the curtain soon. Don't worry.
Okay. Harun.
Thank you, Mr. Themba. Kindly ningependa upatie Sara nafasi. Najua sasa hivi ametulia. Na Sara, asante sana kwa kuleta hii issue ya security, itaangaliwa leo. So mimi as a big boy katika hii channel nitaongea wa mwisho kabisa after Njiru Mwaura. So apatie Sara nafasi, upatie Eli, upatie Geoffrey Mwaura. Mimi nitaongea wa mwisho kabisa as a big boy kwa channel. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Kuna mtu haja mute somebody. Eli, if you can mute kindly. When you are unmuted, inaleta feedback. Oh, niliacha Sara nini sana mori imepanda sana hapa karibu ya nini. Sara,
Mami ametulia. Wacha ongee, alafu Eli vile nimekupatia hiyo nafasi baba, yani hiyo order.
okay, sawa. Sara, kabla ulale, karibu toa maoni yako.
Hata hakuna kulala sasa, ni kuongojea masaa ifike. Temba, nafikiri mnanijua nyinyi, mnanielewa. Tumekaa na nyinyi kwa hii kipindi, ni ile tu muda nimepotea kwa miezi kadhaa, I think 2 months. So community, tumekuwa na nyinyi and I think tumekuanga na sheria yetu hapa ndani kusema when someone is talking others to keep quiet and then afterwards kama mtu wako na swali anaweka mkono juu. That I knew that is still the law in this group. So hii ingine tumeshangaa watu wakisema kumbe sheria siku hizi ni ya wamama. I'm seeing some people are inboxing inboxes ati hii nini security imekuwa ya wamama. And in fact utu ya mgongo nowadays ni kina nani? Who are the team leaders in this republic right now? It is women. Sisi wamama tukiamua kukaa chini hakuna kazi ile itaendelea. Hakuna. So what is there, Bwana Temba, as our chair? Thank you because you've bring up the discussion of this nini security today, and I'll make myself available in the evening, and then we discuss about the issue because I had discussed a bit with akina nani a long way today, last night, yesterday tumeongea na akina nani. I've told them what we are facing there in Baringo County, and I think God will see us through as from Thursday going on. So mambo ya security ya Baringo nilishasema community na sitaki kuirudia because the people inside here walisikia na tutaongelelea because si ati mimi ninaongea kwa sababu ya because of Baringo alone. We have so many places yenye iko na hii insecurity ya kuua watu. You can be in the shoes. Watu wako msituni mpaka saa hii na wengine wanalala kwa manyumba. I think that is something too painful in our republic right now. In fact, hii contribution hata sisi tuko na contribution ya huko Baringo and we were given the limit by Thursday in the morning. We need some things of about 5 million. So all the elites of Baringo, we have our WhatsApp, and also I will contribute here because the other in Marsabit are our people. We feel the pain. So please, kitu ya securities tusichukulie kama ni mzaha, ni kitu ya uchungu sana. So I will contribute baadaye. Thank you community for giving me that chance.
Mami, we love you so much.
Okay, thank you for that. Of course, like Bernarda said, we are going to meet later in the evening to discuss. And if you're going to discuss the issue of security, we need to understand the backdrop in which it is happening. Now, security in Kenya mostly, it is a political issue, and they are quite a big deal in which we need to, to face the stakeholders that and the players in especially internal security among certain places, so that they can, appreciate the need to engage. You find probably the question being, why would you have insecurity issues coming normally, increasing more around a political season? So that is something you want to think about, and it goes on in certain areas. Why in certain areas in a certain period at a certain time? So it's something you want to consider reading that against the history of insecurity and the relationship with politics and how it pans out. So that's something we need to think about very seriously as we discuss it. But thanks, we are going to have that discussion, I think, more in the evening, and hopefully we can have, if possible, those people who are affected more, raising that and even talking about it and being given time to talk about it more. Yeah, that way I think we can be helping those who are listening. I want to bring in Ellie as we move on with the debate.
Hi everyone. So I'm gonna just highlight a few things, and then later on, when we come to deep into it, I can finish the rest. I think for me, insecurity, we got to define it in the right way. I think the priority of the government has been wrong, because some things happen that really requires attention, but the government does nothing. So, some of us who come from those areas that are affected or have worked there or have seen it, you realize like there's no reason in Kenya right now why we should have an insecurity issue while we went to Somalia and got rid of Al-Shabaab. There's no single reason. Another thing is, I think there's so many interests within the people that are supposed to be taking care of security issues in the country. The head of this says, I want this to happen, to protect his interest. The other person comes in, wants to protect this kind of interest. So that is the second point that I think, is really, really major. We have very good intelligence department in our country. But if you see the way it's being used, they don't, insecurity to me is when people's lives are in danger. But you find a member of parliament makes a comment or does something, and the DCI and everybody is on him or her for weeks, 100 people, while we should be doing those intelligence actually in the correct areas. So those are my 3 main points now, and I'll come up with more details later, and more evidence of what has happened here and there. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to the other debate. Ella, if you can mute. We move on to the debate of today. We move on. The security will come in later. So this other person is who has joined in right now? Njiru, karibu.
Okay, hello everyone. Hello everyone. Can you get me?
I hope
Yeah, go on. We can hear
kama
you.
kila mtu anakusikia. Yes. Hello.
Hello, can you get me?
We can get you.
Okay, fine, thank you. I want to contribute to our topic today. First of all, thank you for welcoming me into the organization. It's a good organization. I'm listening, and I'm happy of what is happening. Yeah, maybe I'm also happy the way we also want to diversify onto many areas of discussion, security and other areas. But allow me first of all begin by commenting on our current affairs in terms of politics. As we currently know,
yes.
We have Azimio.
Njiru,
Yeah.
Njiru, you need to kind of work on your, I don't know what you're using. Is it your mic? There's a lot of interruptions.
Oh, I think my mic is working. You're not hearing me?
It has. We are, but there's a lot of interference. And I don't know if it is. If you can see me, you need to either change it or you remove it.
What I'm doing, I'm just unmuted, and nothing else is on my phone. So I don't think the interference is from what. So if you can hear me, I think you can just allow me just press my.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Okay, let me change my location a little bit. Can you hear me now?
It's not the location. It is your audio. There's a problem with your audio. There's a lot of interruption. So whatever it is that you'll say, we will not get it.
Yeah. Okay. How do you get it now?
Okay, get
I
out
can
and then you
hear
come
him
back
clearly.
again.
I can hear him clearly, Themba.
Can you get me now?
Alex, relax. Can you go out and then come back again?
Okay, so you want me to get out and come again? Okay.
Okay, now that's better. That's better. Buonge.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, it's good for people to understand one another. Yeah, I was saying I wanted to comment on the current affairs of our politics in Kenya. As we are aware now, we are having Azimio and UDA. Yeah, first of all, you know that all these two people, they have a lot of political history in Kenya. Where Azimio, Raila Odinga, he has his own political history in Kenya, dating from his youthful age. We also have UDA, Mr. Ruto, with a lot of political history, starting from 1992. So, from my own analysis, first of all, I would say that I would like to judge these guys from their contribution historically and what they have done for their people and how they have been able to carry out the political agenda in Kenya. Why? Because one thing which I understand is that I know both of them. It's not that they are extremely good people. That is one thing which I can say. I cannot say that I'm having the best candidates who I would have in the political sphere now, because as you know, we have been having so much political meandering in Kenya, and sometimes we do not have an absolute candidate who we can say this one is the right person who has the right qualities. Having said that, first of all, let me begin by giving you the analysis of what I see. From where I stand is, first of all, I would like to first of all do some discredit. I want to discredit Mr. Ruto, first of all, because globally there is something we call insubordination, and in whichever the country, insubordination is not something which is very good. That is from my own point of understanding. I don't see it right when you are a principal assistant and you are directly attacking your leader. Your leader might attack you, I don't deny it, but the way Mr. Ruto has handled it, he has not been able to handle it very well. And actually, that is what has brought to all these parasitic conditions which you are seeing here. Because frankly speaking, I do not see the reason why Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta could have refused to support Mr. Ruto. There is a problem, and we have just been hiding our heads on the sand, thinking that there's no problem. I'm not saying that Mr. Kenyatta has the best character. For your information, I've never supported him. But the fact that they have been able to work together with Mr. Ruto, and they have been able to work a number of things in our country, I support them. But the challenge which I'm having on Mr. Ruto is the insubordination factor, because you know that globally there are very many deputy presidents who have been able to ascend into power by just having good working relationship with their predecessors. We have Mr. Obama, Mr. Biden, we have Ronald Reagan and H.W. Bush, and so many other places globally. So the fact that Mr. Ruto was not able to support his leader very well, I do not, I see some problem there. Number two, historically, Ruto has been involved in a lot of lies, and I have to be honest to say this. Maybe somebody supports him. I don't deny. We have the 9 stadiums. He lied about them. to me, I hold leaders on what they say. He was saying 3 months, 6 months. Those stadiums, we don't have them. Then we might say that maybe it is the presidential policy or what. The other thing, it was coming into the defense of Kim Warel. The fact that he was able to come out and correct the figure, he said it is not 21 billion, it is 7 billion in question. That was a mistake from a point of view. Mr. Ruto has been mentioned in many scandals in our country. We have to be honest about it. He has been mentioned in many scandals, including getting land from an IDP, and after getting that land from an IDP, he was prosecuted and he was told to return that land. It is something we need to put a question mark. Let me return to Mr. Odinga. What do I know about Mr. Odinga? Number one, Mr. Odinga, yeah, it is true. Many people in Kenya want to put him in the on this issue of the coup of 1982. I don't know what happened in 1982, but I know somehow people are tired because of the things which were happening in the government. I'm not saying that it's something which was good which happened. That is number one. Number two, which I know about Raila Odinga, the 1992 ordeals, when we wanted to change the one-party system, he was highly involved. Along the way, he has been persecuted in our country, and very many people in our country who have been persecuted, some of them have died. Number three, he has been involved in, he was first of all involved in getting Moi out, something very good. I was happy about it. We were tired of Moi. 05, he brought in the ODM, that is the orange banana thing. The constitution fell. 2010, he was among the architects of the new constitution. We got it. He came up with a handshake. You know very well in Kenya, we cannot say that we have ever had a credible election. We have to be honest. We have never had a credible election. 07, we can't say our election was good. 2013, we can't say our election was good. 2017, we can't say our election was good. And because we don't know how the results looked like, there is a likelihood that Mr. Odinga might have ever won 1 or 2 elections in Kenya. That is one thing which we cannot dispute. Again, regardless of what happened, he was able to circle around and he was able to do something which even some of his supporters disagreed with him. And he said, for the sake of the country, let me do the handshake with Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta. What are the benefits of the handshake? We know them. At least the political temperatures came down, and there are so many benefits we have seen from the handshake. So, what is my comparison between Raila Odinga and Ruto? They are like day and night. Number one, yes, I know right now Mr. Odinga is not playing at his full potential. He is an old man. I do not expect the president to do everything. But one thing which I expect is that I expect Mr. Raila Odinga at least to give us some phase shift within our political scenario in Kenya. At least I can hold him on a number of things he has ever done in our country. He has been involved in so many things. So at least I can assure of a phase shift. Number one thing which I can assure you of Mr. Ruto, if Mr. Ruto gets our government, for your information, Mr. Ruto is very tribal. And I will not shy to say this. Go to all the people who he brought into the government. You know them. Mr. Ruto made us to have 6 cabinet secretaries who are Karenjins. Whether they came from Uhuru side or Ruto side, he had a responsibility. And Karenjins being the 3rd or the 4th tribe, it was unfair for us to have 6 cabinet secretaries coming from one tribe. I will never forgive him because of that. One thing which I'm sure is that if Mr. Ruto became a president today, we will have a minimum of 5 Karenjins as cabinet secretaries. We already have 22 slots. There is no any tribe which is supposed to have more than 4 if we go, even if you are the people who have produced the president. So Mr. Ruto has to first of all tell us how is he going to fight tribalism. Then look at the image which is bringing in his political campaign. We are having Waiguru from Kirinyaga, not a good person. We are having Cicely Mbarire in Embu, not a good person. Nairobi, we are having Margaret Wanjiru, not a good person. Susan Keeka, not a good image. In Kiambu, look at the people he is bringing on board. Frankly speaking, UDA, okay, look at their chairman, Muthama, not a good image. So even if I wanted to support him, Mr. Ruto doesn't have an image. Look at the billionaires who are supporting him. There is none. Yes, they are talking of the bottom-up economy. That is not something I can buy, because in Kenya, there is nothing like bottom-up. The principle is simple, is we need big industries. Mama Mboga, whoever, they do not have capacity to like build these big industries. The concept of bringing money to the Mama Mboga, fake. You cannot do it. There is no concept of how money will be able to get from the government to the Mama Mboga. He is separating the money always America, Europe, everywhere. Money trickles down through billionaires. So I want to see Mr. Ruto connecting billionaires and the people in the grassroots. He has failed to do that. All the manufacturers have not seen serious person supporting Mr. Ruto. Yes, he is working on the emotion. He is saying that he wants to support the basic common mwananchi. To me, his idea is not workable. His idea has a lot of force. Today, it has also proved that these people are liars. They have disowned an agreement which they had with Mr. Mudavadi the other day. I do not think that Mr. Mudavadi could have been able to join them if there was not a pre-agreement. Surely there was a pre-agreement. After 3 days, they are disowning. So you can see the level in which we are going. I'm not saying that Mr. Odinga will behave like a god. No, that's not what I'm saying. But for me, I would be happy of the status quo, how things are moving on, than the brand lies which Mr. Ruto wants to use so that he gets the government. I've analyzed this policy. His policy cannot work. Wewe tunaweza kuwa na watu hapa waseme mimi ni mtu ya UDA, mimi ni mtu ya nini. But frankly, look at the bottom up approach. I would like somebody who is supporting UDA to explain to me how is the bottom up approach bringing in billionaires, people in the manufacturing, people with the ideas, people with the knowledge. How are we bringing these people on board? Because you cannot tell me that Mama Mboga, Boda, those people will work on their own. Many people in the Mama Mboga, the business is one person. Boda, it is one person. Even if you give this guy of Boda 100,000 or 1 million, I do not see a concept which the Boda guy will be able to build so that he can be able to do something serious into the society. That one is, you will only work it out on a personal level. So I would want UDA people to think onto their idea, and there's no need of lying onto the masses in the name of wanting to get the government. Yes, they can get the government if they want it, but you cannot lie to the people openly. I have looked into the government. I have looked into Moi Kibaki policy, and maybe during Moi time we didn't have any policy. At least I have looked into Moi Kibaki policy, and the way he was able to bring the middle income sector, our economy was growing. Now, what is Mr. Odinga saying? Mr. Odinga, each and every time when I'm listening of him, he is talking of the way he wants to grow the infrastructure. He wants to do. At least I can circle around. Then I can try to see 1 or 2, 3 billionaires who are supporting Mr. Odinga. Those are investors. Those are people who will continue fearing their money into the economy. But from Mr. Ruto, up to now, I've not seen any billionaire. And let me tell you, in politics does not add into the economy. Politics is an eater. Politics doesn't add anything. So even if you tell me that you are being supported by 150 MPs and what blah blah, I do not see, and I'm not seeing capital movers into your system. I cannot understand the system, because even if you are being supported by 150 MPs, those people we are paying them. Even if you are being supported by 100 governors, those people we are paying them. They are not creating anything. I hope we are understanding one another. So what I would like to tell the UDA guys, please stop falling into open lies. This guy is lying. It is open in the. I've looked into the economical philosophies of many countries. UDA policies cannot work in Kenya. It's just an open lie. And you people, you know very well, Mr. Ruto
is very well in lies. Even during the Jubilee, he was a guy who Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta was using in lies. That was a guy who was being used to pimp their manifesto and the rest. He was a guy who was being used to explain the lies. So, frankly speaking, Mr. Ruto is right to Kenyans. Whether you are supporting him, let me tell you, you'll be in for a rude shock 1 year after his election, after that guy disowns everything. Jubilee government told us that they would bring laptops. They even lied to kids. Yes, walikuja wakazunguka wakaanzia kusema sijui hizo laptop ati stima hakuna, sijui tumefanya nini, whether laptops came or not. And then it is shameful for Mr. Ruto to start saying that the government has refused to okay, 1 minute I finish. I'm just 1 minute.
Yeah,
please,
1 more minute. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
please. It is very shameful for Mr. Ruto to start saying that the Jubilee government was unable to function because of Mr. Kenyatta. That is shameful. Why? And Mr. Raila Odinga. Number one, the impact of Odinga in the Jubilee government has been seen. We have seen, yeah, even if that is not what we could have expected as a society, but it is shameful for Mr. Ruto to start saying that Raila Odinga is responsible for the misfunctioning of the Jubilee government. It is unfair. You cannot have your cake and eat it. So what I'm telling all the Jubilee guys in this platform, guys, you are operating with a liar, and it is the high time we need to start knowing what people are saying. I'm not happy with what Mr. Ruto is doing, because he is lying to Kenya. He has insubordinated the president, and we are not happy. We are not electing an angel. He should not behave an angel. All of us, we worship the God. And somebody should not come and even start saying that wengine ni waganga. He is not the only person who worship God. All of us, we worship God. And he cannot use the empathy of Christians so that he can get the votes. That is very wrong. That is my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Njiru, for your contribution. Any question, any comment from any rebuttal from the members before we move to someone else? I think your presentations as well. Sarah, are you there? Sarah, you are the only UDA member we have here. Can you ask your question?
No, I don't have a question right now. I will answer later on.
Okay, Sarah. Okay, that's okay. Yes, Ellie, you have a question or a comment?
Ellie, unmute.
Oh, can you hear me now? Okay, so mine is more like a comment. So obviously, I don't expect Mr. Maura to say anything good about somebody he doesn't support. I mean, it's simply that simple. If you say something good about Ruto, you're failing. That's not supporting the person you support. It's that simple.
Mute Ellie. Ellie. Ellie, you sound like you are supporting Ruto.
Yeah, I'm kind of still. I haven't taught my line yet, so I'm still. That's why my comments are, a little bit short.
So, do you agree with what Njiru has said?
No, I agree. Some of it I agree that none of them is an angel. That's correct. But also some of the facts he didn't get right. That being calling somebody. I mean, everybody in that era is. I mean, we can dig all the lies that all the politicians have said. Today Raila is saying that Wetangula stole the Kenyan embassy and sold it. the parliament handset is saying Raila is the one that cleared Mudavadi of any wrongdoing. So really, all those guys, there's many things we can dig and go round and round. So, I guess at the end of the day, it's just about how much do you buy from these guys.
Okay, I can. Ella, if you can mute.
I want to rebuttal.
Okay, Njiru, 2 minutes.
For your information, that information I've given, I've not been told by anyone. It is my own research. I want to ask Ellie, can you tell me why is Mr. Ruto insubordinating his boss? Number one. Number two, can you tell me, to me, I cannot elect somebody who has force. Can you tell me, did Mr. Ruto not steal Moteshi land? That is. Then number two, I want to ask you a question. Didn't Mr. It is in tape. He was even interviewed. Didn't he say that stadiums are going to be complete in 3-6 months? So which other lies were you expecting me to iron out? All those things I'm saying, I've not been told by anyone. I know Mr. Ruto character. So when you say that those are lies which have been sold to us, that is my only research. I have looked at it and I'm not happy with his character because it is the same lies he is exaggerating. Now, when he's talking of bottom up, are you happy with him lying to the common mwananchi, somebody who cannot go and buy an economics book and decode that name? Are you happy when he is lying openly to people? Let's be factual. What does bottom up economics mean? Simple, because even your people have been unable to explain it. I will give you a clear explanation what bottom up economics mean. Bottom up economics means bringing resources through a conduit, through an economic conduit, to the people in the bottom of the pyramid. And when we talk of the people in the bottom of the pyramid, they are people who are already in operations and in the economy and contributing in the economies of scale. So you are bringing money from the big government to the people in the ground. Already in Kenya, that thing is happening. We are having the county government where almost 30% of our money is taken to the grassroots through the county government. So that one is already bottom up. If you want to know how bottom up is working in Kenya, we have the county government in operation. Number two, what do we have which can prove we already bottom up is happening in Kenya? We are having parastatals. Today in Kenya, we have like over 40 parastatals. We have parastatals working with SME, pesa iko huko. We are having youth, so many, kuna pesa imewekwa kwa na youth nini, there is a lot of money. So ile kitu hatuna, it is checks and balances, and that is what they should be talking of. But right now in Kenya, we are even having NGOs, international organizations who are bringing a lot of resources huko kwa watu. So what we should be talking about is the percentage. Let's talk of the percentage which we are devolving, and let's talk of controlling. Hiyo pesa iko huko inafikia Mkenya wa kawaida aje. But I cannot trust Mr. Ruto with 40% of the Kenyan budget in the grassroots, and we know how they operate. Unajua, I have done my own research. We know what they are doing with these governors. Vile wanafanya nao, hao magavana wote wanatoanga tithe. That is what we know how they operate. Hao magavana wote they give tithe. Unasikia sijui gavana wa Nandi kuna kitu wanatuma sijuko, sijui gavana wapi kuna kitu wanatuma huko, and those are the people who have made devolution become very unworkable. Then number two, Mr. Ruto has been known not to be somebody supporting devolution from a long time in memorial. He opposed the first constitution for his own benefit. Kwa nini alioppose constitution? For his own benefit, sababu he wanted to pull people, he wanted to create his own political movement. So he has never supported devolution, and now he wants to empower the common mwananchi. My friend, hiyo vitu sijaambiwa na mtu. So when you tell me that I'm using lies, I have told you Mr. Odinga is not an angel, but ukiniambia ati naongea story ya Ruto, it is because you people mnachukua Ruto kama ati ni mtu mzuri sana. I have my own reasons why I would prefer Mr. Odinga than Ruto. So just tell me one thing. What has Ruto done for Kenya? Ile kitu unaweza sema huyu mtu amesaidia wa Kenya. He has been a deputy president. That's an employee. Tell me one thing which Mr. Ruto has done for Kenyans. Niambie tu kitu moja. Juu tu kazi yenu tu ni kusema hapo sijui nini. Tell me one thing. I can tell you 10 about Odinga. Tell me kitu moja Ruto amefanyia wa Kenya alafu tumpigie kura. Niambie kitu moja. And don't tell me that being a deputy president or doing anything, that is anyone can be an employee. Huyo jamaa amekuwa mtu wa mkono wa Moi all through his lifetime. He has no record. And I'm through.
So you just asked me to say one thing that Ruto has done. When Ruto was the Minister of Agriculture, fertilizers was the cheapest. It has never been that cheap till today. That's my case.
Brother, let me tell you, Mr. Ruto cannot take credit of Ministry of Agriculture. Ministry of Agriculture is a parastatal with so many other people. So he cannot take credit of that. Yes, he might have done the right structures, Huko, but that credit is from the Minister of Agriculture all the way from the president. So you cannot separate at the alifanya hii. So bring something tangible to all Kenyans. Like for example, tell me, niambie kitu moja Mr. Ruto amefanyia Mwembu, ama mtu wa Marsabit, ama hiyo vita iko Baringo. Tell me what he is doing to solve such problems. Just tell me one thing which Mr. Ruto has done and it can be felt in Uko West Pokot Uko. Let's be factual, man.
Now, I think you're bringing all the problems Kenya has had since independence to be Ruto's problems. I think you're kind of going out of the way a little bit. You know, you're speaking on both sides of your mouth. At the same time, you're praising the government. At the same time, you're saying Ruto is part of the government. Ruto is not part of the government. So I think you're a little bit bitter about something. I don't know what, but that is good though. We're cool.
It's not about that. What I asked you in a brief is, tell me Mr. Ruto record, because you cannot just promote somebody who is already doing insubordination and claiming he is the guy who has done all the good things in the government. It is not practical. Ile tu kitu nimekuuliza, so that we can trust him with bottom-up economics, so that we trust him with so many other things he is saying he is going to do for Kenyans, and not that watu kama akina Moi walikufa kama hata wataki kuongea na yeye. I'm not saying that Moi was a good person. During his time, we don't know. Let me tell you, the deputy president of Kenya, hata alete uongo inatoshana na muda gani. Some of us, we have analyzed him and we know that he is not a good man. Brother, even if you put lipstick on Mr. Ruto, he cannot be, uwezi muuza. Ni sawa, munaweza sema sijui imefanyika, but let's debate here on qualities of leadership. Mr.
Brother,
Ruto
relax,
has
relax.
worked all over Kenya. Tell us one thing amefanyia mtu wako Kakamega, amefanyia mtu wako in the lake. What has he done to people in Embu? Na usiniambie kukuwa deputy president, hiyo sio kazi. Anyone can be that thing.
Themba, don't disturb the debate. Eh?
You can respond on that. Just give us Mr. Ruto record. Mimi nataka na usiniambie ati nifikie Ruto sababu ati Kenyatta alisema yangu 10 ni yake 10. That is bullshit. We support record, my friend. Lakini usiniambie sababu ati walikuwa na, that was a gentleman agreement. So can you bring his record?
Man, his record is long. It is absolutely long. I mean, if you know, to say it again, I think you're speaking on both sides of your mouth, because your research, you actually did a research of, you Googled bad things Ruto has done, and you Googled good things Raila has done. That's where you came up with all your research. You need to do both sides. Raila scandals, Ruto scandals.
Okay,
Ruto's
okay.
achievements,
Let me
Raila's
help
achievements.
you. Let me help you,
So
Eli.
just bring that order
Eli,
in
Eli,
yeah.
Eli, let me help you. You will help us more by not defining. It does. Research can be researched anywhere. There's observational research. Sarah here comes with a lot of research. So you just need to tell us, okay, which one can you respond to? If you cannot respond to it, it's okay. You don't have to question his research. You can disagree with it in a way that you on your own way. So the first question he said, do you think? Let me now ask you in a way that you can respond. Do you think Ruto is insubordinating the president? In your own words, and if yes, why? If no, why? Just that. Just give your view on that. Then you'll go to the next question.
No, I don't think he's insubordinating the president, because he has not refused to work with the president. And president has never come out to say Ruto does not want to work with me. He has a right, just as any Kenyan, to pursue his political path. Just the way Uhuru is supporting Raila.
Okay. Now the next question. It's okay, Njiru. It's okay, Njiru. He has a right to not think that. Okay. The next question before I bring Sarah was, if you can mute, there's a bit of an echo. The next question that he highlighted was for you to pick out in your own words. For example, there's the issue of insecurity that is happening. We haven't seen the deputy president go there to try and, as someone so concerned about the welfare of those people, we haven't seen him do like what Sarah is saying, a more proactive duty to try and help there. And he's also raising a concern where you haven't seen the deputy president. As in, if there are, you will highlight. But you haven't seen, apart from what you're talking about, fertilizers, which is also basically, in the Rift Valley, because the maize producing place for Kenya is the Rift Valley. And the other one was the Tana River County, which did not produce much. Yeah. So what else do you, in your own view, you think the deputy president has done? You can highlight, but if you don't know any, that's okay. According to Njiru, being a deputy president is something that anyone can be. What are the, according to you, things that you think he has done for Kenyans?
Okay, I'm going to focus mainly on that insecurity issue. He has repeatedly called on the relevant authorities to take action against any insecurity in the country. And I mean, over and over, he said, do not follow politics, go do your job. I mean, there's nothing really he can do. He cannot go get a gun and go defend the people, whether it's his people or not. So people that are relevant on that need to act on it and, make sure that everything is good. What was your other question?
Okay, so you can mute. So what you are saying, you can mute. What you are saying is he hasn't done anything. He has just talked about it, but he has not gone to the ground. He has not been there, called meetings like you're being told. He's not done that. So basically, that's what you're saying. So, and of course, there are no any other things you are aware of that you can say that he has done, according to you. Unless I got you wrong, you can clarify if I get you wrong, because you want also to get your point.
So I mean, man, it's just what has happened in the last 10 years in the government is part of Ruto's what he's done. The roads have never been this long since independence. The electricity has never been connected to so many people since independence. That is part of his work. I mean, I don't know what villages you guys come from, but you can see clearly that power has been supplied all over. That guy said that some of the ministries Ruto had, like the energy ministry, power today has been connected to over 5 million people that were never connected since independence. So just to highlight a few things.
Can you talk about tribalism?
Okay.
Tribalism.
Finally,
Talk
I think.
about tribalism.
Hold on, Jiru.
Tribalism. Please.
Hold
Let
on,
him
Jiru.
talk about
Hold on.
tribalism.
It's okay, Jiru. Hold on.
Tribalism, please.
Mute. Yeah. Mute a little bit, Eli. There's a notion that, of course, Jiru is emphasizing on. The first cabinet, when Ruto got his 50%, he almost, I mean, all of them actually were from Kalenjin land, which basically suggests that he is not generally someone who is diverse in his friendships and people that can be able to help. So what do you have to say about that? Because that's a very strong point, by the way. Okay, go ahead.
So nobody in the government has ever come out and say all the Kalenjins that made it to cabinet were from Ruto. For example, the cabinet minister of finance, Rotich, it was Uhuru's appointee. So if you come up with clearly and tell me Uhuru say Ruto brought these guys, then I'll put my hands up. But so that's just a notion. It's just like it's the names that you saw and you thought, oh, it's keep somebody, it's Ruto, it's somebody else, and you came up with a conclusion that those guys were from Ruto. So if you come up with research, your research as you do, and come up and tell me who appointed this guy, who appointed this guy, who appointed this guy, who appointed this guy. So you don't have the facts about that. It's only Uhuru and Ruto who know.
Okay, thank you.
Bro,
It's
you
okay,
are
Jiru.
insincere.
It's okay, Jiru.
30% were
Jiru.
1 minute to dakika moja. 30% were Kalenjins. Can you defend that? How did he allow 30% Kalenjins to be in cabinet? If you don't
It's okay,
respond
Jiru.
that,
It's okay, Jiru. What you pick? Eli, just mute. Eli is what you pick is that he is not having the information, and he's not confident to say he doesn't have the information. So he'd rather say you're not factual. So however much you repeat that, it's not gonna come from Eli. Sarah, what did you want to say?
Tempa, I wanted to ask, is it Njiru?
yes.
Ninjiru? He has mentioned about kina Waiguru, those kina the governor, no, the Senator Nakuru, but I want to emphasize on Waiguru. He's saying Waiguru ni mtu mbaya sana. So Waiguru amekuwa mbaya sahi wakati ameingia UDA. But when he was supporting Baba and Kenyatta, he was not bad because he was sanitized in Upper Hill. So can you answer that question?
Yes, I can answer you. Let me tell you, for your information, I have never supported Waiguru from the first day they go. Whether Baba walienda wakakutana na Waiguru ama wakakutana, that is not what I'm saying here. But it is factual that Waiguru has been involved in so many scandals. Kutoka kwa NYS, kutoka kwa hata hiyo hospitali yake iko hapo Kirinyaga. So what I was saying, let's not talk of Waiguru alone. Lakini angalia ile timu yote Mr. Ruto ako nayo. Angalia akina Waititu. Is that I was talking of an image, because unajua in this life kuna kitu tunaitanga image. Nikaleta majina ya watu wale ambao they are purportedly supporting Mr. Ruto, and those people cannot attract people. Hata waimbe hizo manyimbo wanaimba Kirinyaga ama waimbe wapi, because tunaziona. Embu akona Sisiri Mbarire, no image there. Kirinyaga akona Waiguru, no image there. Kiambu akona na kina Waititu, no image there. Though you want to do, Waititu was impeached, na unajua kile kilimutendekea hapo. In Nairobi akona Bishop Mangiritu Wanjiru, another scandalous person. Angalia even in look at the image, the core people who are supporting Mr. Ruto.
But Njiru, you've not answered my question.
Sina kujibu na kujibu, si utulie kidogo kwanza niseme.
Hujanijibu.
Relax, I'm going to answer you. So first of all, can you talk about the image? Which image is the DP bringing to the people? Okay, issue of sanitization. I don't deny Mr. Mrs. Waiguru alipelekwa mpaka Senate. She was almost impeached. Lakini akina Odinga wakamsaidia. I don't deny. Nimekwambia vizuri. That was a mistake from Mr. Odinga. I fault him. But that one doesn't mean that I withdraw my support from him. I said these people are not angels. Kuna 1, 2, 3 things which these people have done. I own that mistake from Mr. Odinga. Alifanya vibaya. But ile kitu nimekuambia, I told you from history. I have a historic record which is making me conclude that Mr. Odinga is the right person to be the president. Na nikasema vizuri sana, he is the architect of devolution. Mapinduzi ya 1992 ili wakati Moi hakuwa anataka tukue na chama nyingi. He is among the guy wakiwa na kina Matibo walituletea hiyo kazi. Na nyinyi, and I ask the people who are supporting UDA, what is the record of Mr. Ruto? What is the record? You cannot come here on only 1-4 which Mr. Odinga has done and you now want to discredit him about that. I said these people are not angels, but let a record, bring a record here, tell me, niambie ni maandamano gani huyu ama Mr. Ruto amekuwa, ili wakati moja alikuwa anatunyanyasa, Ruto alikuwa ndani. He was in the government when Moi was doing very bad things to this country. So you cannot tell me about somebody who has never done anything for Kenyans. When he was a deputy president, he has only insubordinated his boss. He has not done anything. Yeye anaenda huko akizunguka akiambia watu president hakuna kitu amefanya.
Concentrate on Waiguru.
Madeni amefanya nini? So can you tell me why is the deputy president insubordinating and using the same record to support himself? That is the question I'm asking.
Njiru, talk about Waiguru. That's what she asked. Tafadhali.
Simeongea, nimesema
Sara, ngoja.
I said I accepted.
Ngoja Njiru ngoja. Sara Sara nakuuliza swali kwa sababu anajua hautajibu. Naona hiyo imemwamsha. Sara. Now, you know,
nimekubali. Nimesema
Chairman, please.
Yes.
I want Njiru to answer me this question. Akijaribu kutapatapa kuita huko. In fact, hata ukipata bibi yako na mwanaume kwa nyumba, huwezi kwenda kuita ya jirani. Concentrate on yours. And that is why I've told you about Waiguru. Can you tell me about Waiguru? When Waiguru alipokuwa na President Uhuru Kenyatta na Raila, she was very good and an angel. But when she crossed the other side, ndio amekuwa mbaya ile hujawahi. Tell me.
Let me tell you. Unajua watu wa UDA kuna kitu moja hawajui. Let me tell you, even if I'm supporting Mr. Odinga, it doesn't mean I agree on everything he does. That is one thing you people you have to differentiate that. Nimesema vizuri
now,
sana.
But wait, Njiru, you see what Sarah is asking you is also a very rhetorical question. At what point did Waiguru get sanitized?
That is what I'm saying. You people,
you just need to ask. No, ask Sarah, because Sarah is trying to anakupeleka kwa shimo.
No, relax kidogo. Unajua,
unajiingiza kwa hiyo. No, wait,
and she is an opportunist.
Calm down. Sarah amekuingiza kwa shimo na umeingia. Amekuuliza alipoenda huko akakuwa sanitized. Was Waiguru sanitized?
Sasa mimi ndio najaribu kukuambia whatever happened there happened. Unajua sasa yeye anataka kuassociate Mr. Odinga to that character. Mimi nasema the fact that Mr. Odinga walishikana na Waiguru sikatai hiyo alionekana huko. I don't
No, the question anauliza is was Waiguru sanitized? Kwa sababu is Raila the law?
The fact that alitoka Senate alitoka Senate, alisaidiwa na MPs, she got out of the Senate. Unajua, I have to be truthful. So
No,
it
you
is
see, it is not appropriate. I mean, that is now the twist that is being used. But for example, this is what has been said, and I think I want us to expand the discussion on what Sarah is saying. The deputy president, and the other team, and of course other people, did not want the BBI. So does it mean, therefore, the influence is its fall at the judiciary?
Is that for everybody?
Yeah, for everybody. Like, for example, when something follows a process of constitution, like, for example, if someone goes is taken to the Senate, it is argued, it is thrown out, probably the whatever is not made. Does it mean, therefore, the prime minister has the power to pardon? Are you therefore suggesting that it is possible for the prime minister to interfere with certain systems?
Let me respond on that.
Yeah.
Okay. Who is that?
I
Who is
think
responding?
Who is that talking?
You can see me. It's Misiani.
Engineer.
Yes, I want to respond briefly, please. You know, in Kenya there is that. Let me use that term because we don't. We are not really independent, or we don't have that independent, wherever we call it, whether judicial or executive or wherever. It's just allow me to use that term. It's just full of quagmire beings who are just there. Most of them are driving on a certain agenda for their selfish interests. So sometimes, you know, there are those people, when something goes to the Senate, for instance, automatically, because due to our political interests, which are mostly selfish and egocentric, if somebody maybe by good luck happens to maybe go through the Senate without being impeached, we prepare a different narrative to the other side, probably for those who have been defeated from the Senate, either whether it was maybe falsely or correctly, truthfully defeated or falsely defeated. They will always say the otherwise out here, that there was some bribing, there was intimidation. So it's all mixed up. So what I can say is that you mentioned Mr. Odinga, there is not the law. And definitely when something, maybe Waiguru was, you use that term in quote, sanitized, and passed the Senate, probably, you know, uko ni kujitetea, you know, probably might have used those people who are in a defense to argue in the Senate, and they changed the voting pattern, and she became out successfully. That's one point of view. And another one is that I want you to think backward a little bit before the sanitization of Waiguru. You know, Waiguru, the case of Waiguru did not stop, even if she was sanitized. I want you to remember that. The case was still on. She was still under investigation. And the moment that case was approaching the hearing date, she jumped the fence on their side, if you remember. So I'm not taking sides here, but I want you to think from that point of view and see how these things, probably there was a political interest probably on their side, and this also, when they saw she has jumped on their side, they propelled this narrative that now she's maybe they accelerated the fire. Probably that's one way. And another thing is that if you remember, we are all Kenyans and we have been watching what has been happening since the scandal of Waiguru started. These people on the other side, how do we call it? Tanganyika is the
Tanga.
Yes, Tanga. That one. Sorry to say.
Not
I don't like
Tanganyika,
using
my
such a
friend.
term. Yeah, Tanga. So there is this I remember very clearly, and it's fresh in my mind. The rights of Senator Mulkomen and the other one. They were claiming that Waiguru should be actually taken to court, and they should be sued over those all allegations. They called our names. And all this, it was like here and there. But now, when somebody changes side and comes here, there is no side which probably is right. It's politics. They call it dirty. But when she moved here, now she's also, when you call it, there is sanitization on the other side. There is now a clear sanitization on the other side also. Now she's clean. Now Mulkomen are not talking anything about her. Now they are forgotten. You see, so when we, according to my view, when we talk about Waiguru being sanitized on their side, when she moved here also, now she ceased to be a thief, in quotes. She ceased to be a bad lady. Now she's the chief what? The one who is supposed to be in front of the war, like leading the soldiers to war. Yeah? And now she's clean and she's now fighting tirelessly. That's what my take is.
Mr. Themba, can I come?
Hold on. Mute a little bit.
Zemba, can you tell somebody who is supporting you here to tell us what is bottom up? I want to know the explanation. What is bottom up?
Let us do one thing at a go. The lady asked a question.
Nini kwanza Sara, nani ame-unmute?
Patia community. Alafu niingie.
Aya, ngoja kidogo. Ngoja tu mute. Sara anawaweka kwa shimo na naingia tu, yani inakuwa tu sasa tumeanza sasa kudiscuss sanitization. I hope community hautaingia kwa hiyo shimo pia hii Sara na Sara najua ile swali ya kuuliza.
Yeah, sawa. Mimi Sara ningekwambia ningesema namna hii. Before Anne Waiguru, let me add the volume. Yeah, before Anne Waiguru apelekwe Senate, alipitia kwa Capitol Hill, wakaongea na Raila Amolo Odinga. Kama Raila Amolo Odinga alikuwa na power ya kusanitize huyo mrembo, angemsanitize na sabuni zote zenye zinapatikana kwa hii dunia. Angeenda Senate. Lakini kwa sababu Raila hakuwa na hiyo uwezo wa kumsanitize pale Upper Hill, Anne Waiguru kesi yake ili proceed kwenda kwa Senate. Ilipofika pale kulikuwa na lawyers pande zote mbili. Sasa ikawa it was the law ambayo ili sanitize kwa wale ambao walikuwa wanamtetea. Ni kesi gani ilipeleka Waiguru pale? It was not NYS. Ilikuwa ni MCA walimpeleka kuwa kuna pesa ali-embezzle pale kwa county level. Lakini wakati records zilipoangaliwa, zilipochunguzwa pale kwa Senate, ikapatikana hakika kila kitu ilikuwa sawa, cause the side of UDA and Murkomen walikuwa pale. These are good lawyers ambao tuko nao, lawyers hitajika pale Kenya, the likes of Gerald K. They did their work na ikawa wamefanya nini? Wamelemewa. So that is the law ili take its course. Because kama the law ainge take its course, ungeona the likes of Murkomen again wakienda now the court of law kusema kuwa at hizi sabuni zenye the side of Orengos, the side of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, zile sabuni zenye walitumia kusanitize huyu madam pale kwa Senate, azikuwa asikumsanitize vizuri, so wangeenda eneo chaya kama Supreme Court waseme kuwa no, hii nini, huyu mrembo bado akona dosari. So the law itself ilichukua mkondo. Lakini kama ingekuwa ni kesi ya let's say NYS, Raila Amolo Odinga azuie isiende court, ama hiyo kesi yenye county MC, yani MCA walileta kwa Senate, kama ingefika kwa Raila isiende further, ndio tungesema kuwa Raila Amolo Odinga umesanitize huyu mama, so the blame yote ingefanya nini? Ingemwangukia Raila. Back to you Mr. Themba.
Okay, asante. Wacha Alex aongea alafu Sara uongea. Alex uko semaje?
Unajua hiyo swali ni nzuri sana, na ukweli when we are handling that question, we need to be sober and don't take political sides, because the process of impeaching a governor was fully followed. Now, tuweke NYS kando, tuweke everything, but we look at what took Waiguru to the Senate so that she can be impeached. It's not lesser than what Waitito did. It's not lesser than what Sonko did. The evidence was tabled, and we knew very well, without the numbers of ODM, Waiguru was a done deal. And how she convinced, and the senators, the way they voted and the reasons they gave, if you go back to hindsight, we put our democracy in jeopardy. And now that is why something that should not be brought again in the life sphere of our definition is now there. The question of sanitization. Unajua haingekuwa like we used two different barometers. Now it looks like they are Baba sanitizes people, but is Baba capable? Even that question alone. Waiguru alikuwa sanitized na nani? But now the problem now came, had it stopped there and the UDA side continued to be adamant and say she's guilty. The moment they took also, she went to the other side, na kesi yake tena ikaendelea koti, akaanza kusema ni kwa sababu ameanza the other side. So sanitization looks like it's happening from both sides. Before it looked like Upper Hill could sanitize somebody, but now it looks Sugoi also sanitizes people. And that is not the direction that we must take. If there are clear ways that a governor should be impeached, because the frustrations of the MCS, you saw all MCS at even one time, the MCS even slept. You remember their frustrations. They even slept in the assembly so that the next day they could not be barred. I could only imagine why they could do that. Why? Because they knew there were forces that were going to help or thwart their constitutional rights. So it was not only Upper Hill, it was not only from Ruto's side, even the security forces were used.
And that is where now our democracy is in jeopardy, because when somebody is clearly guilty and we don't follow the due process, it becomes harder that when you follow the process and another governor is impeached, then we look like we are taking the sides. Now the Malala, who was the chair of that committee, seems to be on one side with him. So Malala cannot criticize him. Or Murkomen, who was on the other side, cannot criticize. So, I mean, it just makes our democracy so difficult and complicated, and that ambiguity make us always not to move forward. And that is the sad part of what is happening when the Senate
Alex,
is not given the power to become the upper house.
Alex,
Yeah.
just before I bring on Sarah, you know, did you follow the proceedings of Waiguru's case in the Senate?
I did.
If you listened carefully, did you read the final? I mean, did you listen to the reasons why they didn't find merit in impeaching her?
They were petty. I don't think the due process. That's my personal point of view.
So you see now, it's not up to the Senate to fish for, you know, to help the MCAs. If you can meet, it is not up to the Senate to help the MCAs with their case. It is up to once you take your case to the Senate, it's up to you to, you know, they say that he who accuses must prove, right? So if the senators, if the MCAs were the ones who are accusing, they needed to provide evidence to that effect. Now, upon their submissions, you could find that the people they were relying on, some of them, looked like they were not. At some point, one of their witnesses could not even respond to some of the questions. If you can remember the MCAs in their case, their own case.
I remember.
Hold on. You can even remember that even at some point the lawyer said these words, that Waiguru was very clever, that you could not trace her hand in any of the signings. You see, you cannot bring a case to court and then you want the court to now help you, like in the Senate was like a mini court, the court to help you to you know, to drum up your case. So yes, there could have been, and I believe, yes, there was those issues. In fact, there was an admission that when that money was in my account, then when I took it from my account, I took it to this other part. But now these people could not, you know, find a way of pinning her down with that, you know. So you can't blame someone else for you not proving your case. And that is the difficult part of our process. So as much as Raila might have met him, and I think that is where Sarah and of course the other people come in and say the idea that he greeted her, now it made things, it's just like, for example, if the BBI fell, I mean, it was defeated in the lower court and the appeals court. You can say that because probably there was the people who did not want it, they could have had a part in playing for it to, they could have influenced the judges' whatever decision. I don't think it's true. We need to have a process where we believe in our institutions and our constitution. The law doesn't work in the way, I know there's a politics of law and law of politics. There's of course mobilization and lobbying, and there are many ways of even you know, resolving issues other than one way. You know, when you remember Nani was there's this the governor for Embu who was impeached, I think twice, and he went to court. He was thrown out. He went, I think he was given back his job by, I think is it Supreme Court, one of those. And he went back and he was re-elected. They say that he's a governor with 9 lives. So even if someone was to be impeached, there's still another process that goes on. Sonko was impeached. He is gone to court, and then now he is released. Sonko leaks, where now you are now also realizing that There are other processes within the legal system where you even now go and even bribe the judges. There's a judge who is now going through some tribunal, is being investigated for that thing. So when you understand the politics of law and law of politics, you realize that actually it is not as easy as Raila greeting you for you to go off the hook. And when you go, there's a threshold that has to be met for governors to be impeached. But of course, the perception, as you say, is that because she went and greeted Raila, then that might have had some influence. But if you followed keenly, those people did not prove their case in the Senate. You know, it was not up to the senators to help them firm up their case. So politically, that one hit Waiguru. She might have scored by not being impeached, but politically it hit them. It hit her. And that is what she has struggled to recover up to today. To the extent that I don't think even if she is sanitized by the deputy president, she's going to make it back. Yes, Sarah, I want to give you time to now give your thoughts to that. Then we can go to some.
September 32nd, you said something there that just a rhetorical question. You don't have to answer it. Just a rhetorical question, then my sister will go. When money for the account is found on a personal account for any person, is there a question that we should ask more? Let me leave it there. And it's not small money. Is there anything we need to discuss?
I said it was rhetorical, so we will not
Yeah, it's a rhetorical. We don't need to answer it.
you know, in law, if I want to give you an interesting thing in law, if you see me hitting Harun, you see me hitting Harun. You have seen me hit Harun. Do you know you can go to court and I'll be released? Because now when you go to court, now it is the person who accuses who has the burden of proof. He who accuses has the burden of proof. Okay, fine. Yes, it is my account. Now you need to prove that money, it's actually wrongly in my account. It's not up to me to tell you that the money is wrongly in my account. Okay? So the law does not work the way we see. Yes, money has been found in my account. No. So who is accusing? Now you are the accuser. Now go and prove. So the threshold is there. Yes, Sarah.
Thank you very much, Bwana Themba. So I don't think that you people, you have answered my question. Hata kama answers ta unacheka, hakuna swali ile umenijibia hapo. Sasa ni sawa, tutaweka hiyo siku nyingine. But for now, these all politicians, they are the same. I normally say they were born with the same mother. Hakuna ile mzuri, hakuna ile mbaya, wote wako the same. Because if you see the case of Waiguru, akiwa pande ile nyingine ni mzuri, akikuja huku ni mbaya. And then wapande walikuwa wanasema Waiguru ni mbaya, akikuja pande kwingine kwa UDA wamenyamaza. So tutablame nani hapo? Those people are the same. So I cannot pump nikiklapia ati Ruto ni mzuri, or I clap ati Raila is good, is like an angel. No, they are the same. These people eat in the same table. They talk about us. Na sisi huko tunagongana huko chini. So the only thing, let us embrace each other and talk the truth. Kama Raila ako na makosa yake tuseme. Kama ni Ruto, mimi hakuna siku nitapamba Ruto ati he is good. In the same hata kama ninamsupport, but I will speak the truth. Kama ni mbaya ni mbaya, kama ni mzuri ni mzuri. Yes, that is my parting shot, because sai tuzipembelezana tuambiane ukweli, because we have only 7 months to do another election. I can tell you, Themba, let me go to my county. Chopping board, they bought one chopping board at 780,000. One chopping board. Surely. Is it logic? For one chopping board? This is Kenya, bwana. These people wametoka tu, wamestakiwa na wametoka. Sasa hii ni maisha gani kweli? 780,000, one chopping board. So wacha
Comments.
Mungu atusaidie.
Iko na comment hapa.
Wa yaani chopping board hiyo imeshinda hata ile carcinogenic wheelbarrow ilinunuliwa na Lusaka.
Hata sisi tulijenga gate ya 7 million without defense.
Wow, okay. Now
Even
you guys,
now,
I think, yeah.
we have a scandal of our stadium in Kabarnet. A lot of millions were just in there, but nothing. It is a den of where people are being killed there. So every 2 weeks, one month, watu wanaenda kutolewa huko wenye wamekufa. So who are we to blame?
Now
Mr.
that's very, 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 very important information. If you guys can, you know, one thing we said that this constitution, when it came on and then it was devolved, we devolved the people who went down to become governors and you know, and those county managers were people who are in the same country, I mean national positions, and they devolved the same habits. So we are working with two things. We are trying to retrain ourselves into understanding how devolution works, but also you know, getting out the previous habits of stealing, because they were also devolved into the counties, and that's why you found out we could have non-carcinogenic wheelbarrows, which I don't know how far they went. And you see a stadium that is Kabarnet, that is you know, has already sunk millions. You have gates that are costing millions, and they do not have a fence. You know, we have so many cases, and of course, right now I can see some of the MPs launching some toilets. That like, was it the Nandi governor that was launching an interesting toilet, and the MP for Cherargei was launching a bridge, an interesting bridge. And then Ababu Namwamba called the president to open a bridge that sank. Immediately they opened it. If you guys can remember, because of the shoddy work that had been done at that time. I tell you, we got a big problem, especially with the issues of corruption. And corruption it's not just a leader's thing, it's also all of us thing. And that's why I want to raise the level of debate. I want us to start winding down, because in about 14 minutes, we are going to be losing those people who are on Facebook. Thank you so much. Hold on, engineer. I'll allow you to talk. If you can mute. Thank you. In about 15 minutes, we are going to be dropping those guys who are on Facebook. We'll only remain with those who are on YouTube. I want to just point out, we still have the MARSABET contribution. Kindly, if you can keep posting, the Mpesa number is there, the till number is there, 9205481. And the also numbers are there. If you want to send money via the Mpesa, you can send to those numbers. And then also you can call if you have the items, the non-perishable foodstuffs, and you want to give them to us. You can call that number. You'll be told where to drop the foodstuffs. Other than that, thank you so much. Subscribe to Mutembei TV so that we keep talking. And of course, later today, for those who are in Kenya, I know it's already morning, we'll meet later at 8 as we discuss other matters that will have come up, and any other thing, including the security issue in Kenya that Sarah has ably given us as it is in the ground, jinsi ilivyo on the ground. And of course, we'll come and try to compare notes and listen to each other. Thank you. Let's keep talking as Kenyans, and let's appreciate each other, respect each other, and of course, also appreciate that we don't all have to be on the same side, but we have to remain as Kenyans and respect each other. Thank you so much. Watu wa Facebook, tupo nje, tuonane kesho baadaye. Yeah, chopping board 750, and no prosecution for such broad daylight theft of public funds. Yes, I mean it's crazy. It's crazy, but we will overcome. Harun. Harun ametoweka. Harun upo?
I wanted to ask Sarah something.
Okay, I wanted to bring Jiru because now we want to start closing. But yeah, I mean Harun. But you can ask Sarah so that we now go to Harun.
Yeah, let me ask Sarah a question. Yeah, anyway, Sarah, thank you for your contribution. There is one thing which I wanted just to put for our consumption because it is important. Let's not say that these people are the same. Let's try to look at the people's character and let's try to get the best out of the people we have. Because actually, out of the group, we have, there are people with pending cases. We know them. Yeah, we know our system is not working very right. We still have crooks who manage to get into the system. But now that when we start now having people like Waiguru, not Waiguru, people like Waititu, they want to see how they can come back into the government, and other people with the cases. That's where we lose it. I know we need to clean up our system, and maybe in 20, 30 years we might start seeing good quality leaders. At least so far, I'm encouraged by people like Mutembei. Yes, those people might be criticized. Maybe Mutembei is this, is that, but at least I'm encouraged to see somebody who is having who can talk and people can listen, and it looks to be somebody who might bring some good thing if it might be erected. So what I wanted to encourage Sarah is, please, let's not say that our politicians are all the same. That is what has made us each and every day continually elect bad people. Because one thing which I know is that out of the many people will come, apart from the presidential races, in the governor, senator, MP, let's not go by the party. Let's look at the people. I know every village, every locality, every county has a good person who will be annexed by these big parties. Because one thing we have to be very particular and about, UDA and Azimio will bring thieves. That is one thing which I will tell you for free. If there will be people or there will be places where we will not be able to get the right people, it is right in UDA and Azimio. Because the guys with money, the guys with influence, everybody will want to be in those parties. Those are the people, that's where people will be. So let's evaluate our people. Let's even give people who are even in the smaller parties an opportunity. Maybe they could be having a good quality. My question to Sarah now. I have listened to you. I would like you to just tell me one thing. Please explain to me what is bottom up. I need to understand it from a common man point of view. What is bottom up? How have you understood it? And how is the deputy president integrating billionaires in bottom up economics? If you answer that, I have no problem with you. Thank you.
Temba, I thought we had a whole date. We talked about bottom up.
Yeah, hold on. Sarah, I don't know if you want to do that or I mean because we have talked about that many times here in Jiru, and I don't know. Sarah, you want to say something about it or you let it pass?
And if I can do you, will you give me 20 minutes to talk about it?
No, I won't, Sarah.
So what do I do? Tell
You can
me.
simplify.
No, I cannot
No,
simplify. I want to give out one
it's
by
okay.
one. So if you will give me 20 minutes, I'll be okay.
No, Sarah is saying no in another way. So let's just
No,
let it.
not in another way, Chairman. Not in another way. If it is 20 minutes, I'm good to go with it.
No, Sarah, I'm not giving you 20 minutes. Okay, we will have that discussion another day where we'll discuss the issue of bottom up. I mean, Jiru, that's a genuine question. We've asked it many times here. We even had a day dedicated to bottom up. I mean, a whole day for 8 hours. You know, from 8 to around this time, and we never got
We
to any
took
answer.
10 hours, not even. We took 10 hours, and Aaron will tell you it was the most watched show.
Yeah, so you can get it on YouTube. You'll see one of our discussions. But I think Sarah will be here. So if you are here, we will keep having that engagement. I want us to allow
I will be
Aaron
here in the
to.
evening.
Okay, Sarah. Okay, Sarah.
I will be here in the
You
evening. So please,
might.
can you?
I don't know. Yeah, I know you'll have your minutes. I don't know if Jiru will be here. I don't know if they'll give it. We'll have a different discussion, but I don't know if they'll give you time to talk about bottom up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. So, Harun, can we have you talk, and then now we start taking our closing remarks. Jiru, if you can mute, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Themba, for having given me this chance in order for me to air my views. First of all, in fact, I want to tell Kenyans who have not registered as voters, please, can we do so? Because I saw yesterday only 540,188 out of the 4.5 million projected voters which IBC intended to. In fact, I've already registered. So, a grouping of almost 4 million have not yet registered. So, kindly, if you have your friend who has an identity card, he or she has not registered as a voter, kindly take to him or her to the nearest where these IPC staffs are, to ensure that the next six days they have registered. And also I want to, in a special way, say many congratulations to Justice Mugambi for having given a historic fine of 9.6 billion shillings to that manager of NSSF and his accomplices for stealing NSSF Kenyan money of 1.2 billion shillings. That was a good gesture, so that in fact these looters, these tumbocrats, in fact, can at least know that in Kenya we have got serious judges. But perhaps I gonna hope that they are not going to pay 10 million as bail. You know, Kenya yetu vile iko utashtukia, instead of wao kwenda committee for 14 years vile alikuwa amesema watapeana bail ya 2 million ama 10 million, na hiyo kesi drag for another 20 or 30 years. Sometimes they die before kuletwa into justice. Alafu ningependa kusema namna hii kuhusu mambo ya hizi churches. The issue Mama Ida alikuwa anasema, by the way, makanisa mingi pale Kenya unapata kwa area moja there are too many. Ni sababu gani? Most of pastors wamegundua kuwa in fact washirika wengi sometimes they lack mambo ya finance. Ushaona wako na shida hapa na pale, so in fact they take that advantage because wanajua kuwa kama hauna kazi, kwa sababu serikali imefail kuweka kubuild structures kama industries so that you go and work and sweat and you earn your salary. Then kutoka hapo sasa hao wakianza kuhubiri kuhusu toa ubarikiwe, then you run kwenda kupata hope, na katika hiyo harakati unapeana pesa zako, lakini in the other sense hiyo kazi unaitafuta bado hauipati. So in fact hilo ni jambo, but I'm very sure vile mama alimaliza alisema kuwa NCCK inastahili ifanye hiyo kazi. So mimi ile kitu ningeomba NCCK, zile churches ambazo they are not fully registered, they are supposed to be closed down, kwa sababu hizo ndio zinatumika kuswindle these people ambao wanaenda kunini kuomba pale. Alafu nikikuja kwa topic of today, ningependa kusema namna hii. Muthama, in fact, he claimed that no deal yet about ANC and UDA. In fact, Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula, they did a very grave mistake of hurrying up without making a prior agreement on how they are going to get maybe some piece of meat kwa UDA. Ndio unaona sasa hivi, in fact, hata wakija watuambie kuwa UDA wameturuka wa Kenya tusaidie. In fact, we cannot be able to help them. Reason being, we will ask them, before you went to make an alliance with the UDA, where are the papers you signed that if I team William Samoei Ruto, if I give you my support, me as Mudavadi or Wetangula, in return, ndio watu wangu wapate chakula kwa meza, watoto wangu wasome, hata mimi utanipatia hiki na kile. So sasa hivi, in fact, wakirukwa, wakija kulia kwetu, hatutasikia vilio zao kabisa. Alafu na what forced Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula to hurry up kwenda kuteam up with William Samoei Ruto? In fact, you saw pale Naivasha, Kalonzo Musyoka, Oka, in fact, that team which came there in order to come out with a flag bearer, they found that Kalonzo was the most preferred candidate to take presidential candidacy of Oka, and Musalia to be his running mate. Then Musalia, because of maybe his selfishness and what have you, he just ran away. Ndio naona haya yamekuja kufanya nini, yamekuja kumkumba. But we hope, let's hope that William Samoei Ruto is going to do a gentleman behavior, behave well, because if at all is not going to give Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula something. Sasa Musalia Mudavadi, wale watu wake already wenye hata kama ni wachache pale kutoka Western Kenya, wenye wangefanya nini, wangekufa na yeye. In fact, they will shy off and then watapigia Raila Amolo Odinga, which means Raila Amolo Odinga, if UDA are not going to honor agreement yeyote na Musalia Mudavadi, Raila Amolo Odinga is going to get votes to the last man kutoka Western, yani Raila Amolo Odinga is going to get all support from Western part of Kenya, and then William Samoei Ruto will be dusted. Western hatapata kitu. So aangalie sana. As I finish, Muthama's that yesterday statement regarding that no agreement was reached by ANC, UDA and Ford Kenya. In fact, hii imekuja ni kwa sababu there was some backlash kutoka Mount Kenya region, because you saw those young people, in fact, who went to a press and put UDA into task when they told Mheshimiwa Ruto that he's supposed to come clear that why, because initially they thought that UDA was going to get a running mate from Mount Kenya. But now when Musalia Mudavadi came in, the matrix changed. So that is why, in fact, those young men walikuja kwa press. Wakati walikuja kwa press wakaambia UDA kuwa, in fact, kama amtatupatia 50 slot kutoka Mount Kenya na running mate, then we will not support you. So ndio unaona Muthama, he came out kusema hapana, in fact msije mkafikiria kuwa there is an agreement tumefanya na ANC and Ford Kenya. So hiyo ndio changamoto sasa hivi iko kwa UDA, but let us keep cool. Sisi kama watu wa Azimio tutaendelea kufanya nini? Kuangalia vile things will unfold. Back to you, thank you, and back to you, Mr. Themba.
Okay, thank you so much, Patriot, for that. Now I think we need to start taking our final call. So tutaanza 2 minutes kila moja ndio tuweze kulala. Nitaanza na Sara. Sara, naona Sara amechoka sana, wacha tumpatie dakika zake 2. Then tutaenda kwa engineer dakika 2. Tukuje kwa Njiru dakika 2. Then Alex dakika 2, Selina, alafu Harun, then tumalizie na Ziana kama kawaida. Sara, dakika zako 2.
Asante sana Bwana Themba. Ile kitu mimi nasema saa hii, I think what we need in this country of ours is tusiangalie someone, we need to look someone individual, not in a blanket way or we cover someone. Kama kuna mtu wako na makosa, we said, even if it is on my side, I need to check on it and agree on it. But hii ya kulalia kwingine na kwingine kunataka kufinywa, hapo haiwezekani. So for me, it is what I'm preaching now. I'm preaching peace, and sina la kusema sahi, wacha tukutane jioni.
Asante sana. Engineer, dakika 2.
Actually, I don't think 2 minutes is enough for me, but I'll just say, for those who are sleeping, have a good night, but just have this in mind that politicians are not born by the same mother. Their character is might not be necessarily the same, because probably in a few years from now you can find myself being a politician, and what matters is how I behave from here. How do I look at these people, or the problem we have back from where I come from, local in the village, the community, county, all the way up to county level, and then to the national level. So I think as we are here, everybody has that right and opportunity to be a leader. You can be a leader even yourself. Ask yourself, are you going to behave exactly the same like the one we have right now, so that those who are remaining back will be saying politicians are the same, they behave the same, they have the same characters. So it's us, because actually you never know what tomorrow has for you. So we should always think, because what I'm sure and I believe is that those people, those politicians who are up there, apart from those who are privileged to be born in that families which had that leadership in their hands, and they benefited from it. There are those who are less privileged, like me right now, and by God's will they find themselves up there. Probably what they used to say and what they used to hear is like politicians behave like this, but they end up being the same. It's because we don't actually train ourselves, even our children's, how to behave, how to protect our resources, how to take care of our resources, how to take care of our people, like how to engage, how to exchange, how to communicate with different people, how to take care of whatever we have as a country and make use of it so that it can help and improve our lives as we grow as a country together. So it is our responsibility as citizens, the mwananchi, the lower mwananchi, to see what are we really teaching ourselves into the estate, I call it the mindset, our mindset, because this is something which is contagious, believe me. The so-called corruption and how you think, the parent, you as a parent, more so if you have children, how you think, what you do is actually contagious to your children. And your children, you never know, one of it will be the president of this country, a governor of this country, an MP of your area. So the same thing, if the mind is used of hearing corruption scandals, the politicians are the same, they can't change, this is how they behave. Believe me, these children, they grow with this mentality. And
Thank you.
if they get power to that, then there is no way they are going to change unless we start giving them positive mindset right now.
Thank you. Thank you. Njiru, dakika mbili.
Okay. Thank you for my first participation today. I want to be very brief to give my closing remark. First of all, politics is a very uniting thing globally. The unfortunate part is that I think those people who have read a little bit, politics is assembled from a Greek word, which has some a bit of lie in it. Yeah, let me not concentrate with that. Let me talk today how leaders are made. We have leaders can either be born or they can be made. That is from philosophy. The ones who are born, they are like the privileged guys. The ones who are, maybe your father was a reader, then you become a reader. Then there are those who are made. They are the ones who are developed over time. So when you are choosing a reader, there is something which I would advise people here, and I would advise each one of us here, because I have seen many of us here, we are making a very broad mistake. First of all, never listen to promises from politicians. Politicians never fulfill any of the promise. If you want to elect a UDA guy, go elect him. If you want to elect an Azimio guy, go elect him. But don't go and elect somebody because he has said he will do 1, 2, 3 things. Forget about promises. For you to choose a leader, you use 3 things. It is the global standard. We look at history, we look at record, we look at scandals. But I'm very worried when I look at Kenyans, when I look at majority of us,
we are throwing all these things under the bus, and we are only looking at the promises. Every day, when I hear Mr. Ruto stand in the podium, he is talking about what he is going to do. And many other people, when they stand on the podium, they are talking about what they are going to do. Everything they talk doesn't mean much to me. I look at the history, I look at the record, I look at the scandals. And based on that, I have made my own decision. History stands right for Mr. Odinga. Record stands right for Mr. Odinga. Scandals stand right for Mr. Odinga. And what I would tell many people here who have still not made their decisions, kindly consider electing Mr. Odinga as the president of Kenya. Not because that he is going to do much, but at least he is going to bridge a gap which we have not bridged in Kenya. We have been ruled by people from two tribes for so long, although I'm not saying that tribe is a prefactor for whether you need to become a leader or not. But we cannot, a country of 46 tribes, we cannot keep on saying it's a Kikuyu, it's a Kalenjin, it's a Kikuyu, it's a Kalenjin again. In a fair play, we need to understand that we have to think of other tribes. The fact that Kikuyus have ruled, the fact that Kalenjins have ruled, it's not their time. And I think we need to stand with another tribe. Any tribe has good people. We have good people from Turkana. We have good people from Nyanza. We have good people from Western. So let's not throw the representation under the bus. It is important. Right now, it is not time for a Kikuyu. It is not time for a Kalenjin. It is not about character. I have said every tribe can produce a leader. So let's think beyond tribes. And that is my presentation today. It's not something for a rebuttal, but the truth of the matter is every tribe can produce a leader. And
Thank you.
it is time for another tribe. Thank you.
Thank you, Njiro. Alex. And yes, Alex.
Yes.
Your time.
Yes. Yangu ni machache. Tarehe 9 is approaching. Any politician who is wise will look at the ground and make a decision. Being a politician is not for development. It's being a career. If you're a career politician, go down, see what your people need, and go to the right formation. After the 9th of February, you'll be locked out. There is no party hopping. So you have 9 days to hope. About that, there's nothing you can do. Ukipata DAP imechukua Western yote, hiyo ni shida yako. I saw Halwale making a very good move. Anajaribu kuingia ODM by saying officials wa ODM wamemwendorse. That was a wrong move. Angekuja tu naambie baba, sanitize me if there is any sanitization. But as we go those 9 days, I think we are going to see more defections. And I think this is going to be an election whereby politicians are going to be shocked. We think it's only central, whereby 60 to 80% they are not re-elected. I think it's going to be countrywide. I don't know where Euphoria is going to take center stage. Azimio has done good. It has given us a variety of parties within Azimio formation. And I think the other side has also seen that they don't need one party. They need more parties to give people flexibility. So these 9 days are key to politicians to do whatever it means to dim their prospects of being re-elected. Otherwise, topic ya leo ilikuwa mzuri, ya jana in Kenya, ya leo hapa. But the security topic, we are waiting for it so that we can know how the security of Kenya, it's not a regional problem. It is a national problem. We will see a perspective of a problem of security from every region so that people can understand that we are having insecurity the whole country, not one region. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Selina. Okay.
Selina alisema ako kazini anasikiza tu. She's at work. I think she said so.
Okay, Harun. Dakika mbili za mwisho.
Yeah, I want to take 30 seconds. I want to agree with Sarah's final submission, Mr. Njiru Maura's final submission, and Mr. Alex final submission. I thank you all. God bless you.
Okay, finally, Ziana, your last 2 minutes.
Asante sana Pemba. Mimi nimewashukuru nyote, tumefundishana yale hatujui na yale tunajua, tumewafundisha Wakenya wenzetu na hata sisi tumejifunza. Nilisema hapa ujinga unaweza malizwa na masomo, lakini upumbavu vile unaweza imaliza.
Unamalizwa na kifo.
Alex wewe. Kwa hivyo wenzetu tuwachague wale ambao tutawaona wanaweza tusaidia katika Kenya. Kila mmoja achukue kura. Sasa hivi ndiyo saa ya kuajiri na kutokuajiriwa. Kwa hivyo wanaenda kwenye kazi, tuwafanyie interview vizuri. Sisi wenyewe ndio tunawafanyia interview, lakini sio kwa pesa. Tusije tunafanya interview na pesa, eti unapewa pesa, mtu ananunua kazi. Sisi wenyewe tuwafanyie interview, ujue MCA wako sio ule ati anatoka kwa ukoo wako. Kama afanyi kazi vizuri, hata kama ni baba yako, usimchague. Chagua ule utaona atafanya kazi vizuri kusaidia watu wote. Mimi kile naomba ni amani, upendo na umoja kwa Wakenya wote. Tukiwa na amani na upendo na undugu, hakuna kile hatutaweza kufanya kwenye Kenya yetu. Kenya ni nchi nzuri ambaye tunaweza ijenga. Hata watu kama akina Alex wale wako ng'ambo hawezi tamani kukaa huko, kwa sababu hata Alex anajua vile ng'ambo iko. Ng'ambo hamna shamba la mtu. Kwa hivyo Alex akirudi nyumbani atafurahia sana. Kwa hivyo tujenge Kenya ili tufanye kazi Kenya. Asanteni sana.
Temba, 1 second. Tulisema it's just a second. Tulisema tuongeze 1 week. We emphasize on because kuna watu walisema kutoka kesho watapata mshahara. Tusiwe tumechukua wiki mzima alafu tukue tuna hii pesa peke yake tuko nayo. So I think in every hour tunaongea, tunaleta hiyo nini kidogo mjadala. Every day we should challenge ourselves so that our first Mutembei Foundation philanthropic efforts should not be a failure. I am into it with all my heart, and we should do every way to encourage people so that they can give. People like to be pestered and encouraged and be noticed, and also to be repeated too so that they can give. If that is what it takes, then by every 45 minutes tunaongea, tunaleta challenge so that by wiki kisha tusikuwe tuko na 100,000 peke yake. That is my humble request.
Themba,
Yeah, thank you.
nina jambo
Yes.
hapo kidogo. Nina jambo kidogo. Sasa kama nina marafiki kama kina Alex wale hawana Mpesa, hawana hiyo sijui mnaita Western Union Wave, hawana namna yoyote ya kukupatia, na lakini wanataka kupeana hela zao, tunaweza wafanya namna gani? Hiyo ni swala.
Wakutumia wewe cash app alafu unatu.
Sawa sawa, lakini labda siaminiki.
Wakuamini kwa sababu ukituma unasema majina yao. Ukituma unasema majina yao.
Lazima uaminike. Lazima uaminike.
Ukituma tunasema majina yao, unasema kwamba hii ilitumwa na Ziana kwa niaba ya mtu fulani. Wacha nitaje majina ya wale watu ambao asante, lakini hilo swala ni nyeti sana ambalo umesema hapo. Labda kuna watu marafiki ambao angependa kutuma na labda access ya Mpesa na nini hawana. Piga hizo namba ambazo tumeweka hapo, watakuguide vile ambavyo utaweza kufanya. Kuna namba tumeweka pale, kuna till number, kuna namba ambayo unaweza piga tu, labda unaweza kuongea na jamaa maybe kule Kenya, mwambie nitumie, kama vile ambavyo sioni kama kuna mtu ambaye labda anakuwa na challenge ambaye anapenda kutuma pesa Kenya ataweza kukosa. Lakini kwa wale ambao labda wako nchi za nje, ambao labda ni marafiki ambao hawaelewi, hawajui hata Kenya ni wapi, waambie waweze kupatia, wakuamini ya kwamba hii ni msaada. Hata wewe ukikula pia umesaidika tu.
Themba, wewe acha hiyo ya.
Naona pale kwenye comment Pen Nyagaka siku hizi ameamua ni comment tu kuitana tu princess sasa. Sasa sijui Steve Mutumbu, asante. Lama asante sana. Tunashukuru Dorothy Brandt, Wycliffe Machora, asante. Dennis Ondieki, asante. Pen Nyagaka ni princess, si princess. Kuna nani pia pale, David Olo, Njiru, kuna jamaa amependa sana your comments, so kuja hapa sana. Amesema kwamba I like that guy, amesema nikuambie, so pokea nini, receive a lot of appreciation from
amempenda ama amependa comment yake, clarify that.
Nimesema nini Alex? Nimesemaje?
Umesema amempenda, hukusema amependa comment yake.
Amesema amependa comments zake. Jamani,
atachokoza Themba.
Nimepokea.
Alex anapenda ucheshi sana, anataka sana kudona dona.
No, ni wewe wakati uliweka picha kwa debate, Patriot akakwambia you look good, ukamuuliza which man tells another man he looks good. So nilikuwa nakuchokoza.
Omolo Koth. Tumeshukuru sana. Kuna na wengine tu wengi ambao wako hapo kwenye comment section, asanteni sana. Mjadala tumefika kaditama tamati. It is always they say that kila kilicho na mwanzo hakina budi kuwa na mwisho. Tunatoka hivi for a break, lakini tutarejea tena saa 2 usiku Kenyan time kwa mjadala mwingine. Tafadhali jaribu kupiga subscribe na uweze kufurahia majadiliano. Panelists wote ambao wako hapa, Njiru, Alex, Sarah, Princess Ziana pamoja na Selina, tumeshukuru sana kwa wote ambao mmeweza kushiriki. Majaliwa tuweze kuonana tena wakati wa jioni, lakini kama kawaida tunamaliza kwa kwa maombi. Ombi letu ni wimbo wa taifa wa Kenya.
Lakini, bado hujasema kuhusu kile tunachochanga na hujasema subscribe. Hizo hujasema.
Yeah. Tafadhali, unajua niliona Alex ameiongelea sana, lakini Alex ukiniruhusu, wacha niseme tena. Tuko katika we still have the contribution to Operation JAZA Lorry. Our target is 1 million by the end of next week, and we are hoping that 1 million itajaza lori ambayo itatusaidia kwenda kuwasaidia wale watu wa MARSABET. Kuna wale waliomba ya kwamba tusiwafungie by yesterday, so tumesukuma hadi Sunday, so we have a whole week kwa ajili ya wale ambao wanapata mishahara hapa na pale. Tuma pesa yote, hata ukiweza kutuma shilingi 20 kila siku, 50 kila siku ni sawa, bora iweze kutusukuma ili tuweze. Tumefika around 120,000 by today, so we are hoping that tutaweza kuisukuma kidogo ili tuweze kufikisha 1 million. If you want to partner with Mutembei, the contacts are there. Kindly link up so that tuone tutafikisha wapi. Kama wewe ni mtu ambao umekuja upya, we have a campaign, JAZA Lorry campaign. The numbers are there scrolling on your screen. Kindly pick till number and then also the Mpesa numbers as indicated. Just for the sake of those, probably you can see the till number is as you are seeing there, 9 Mpesa BuyGoods services, till number 9205481, 9205481. Number ya Mpesa, you have several. We have banner 254 718 454 585, among others that you'll be having there as you scroll. There's also Kesa's number and Mutembei's number. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Also, as Ziana is saying, I also have my own channel, Tembo Ndiege TV. Kindly pitia pale, piga like, subscribe, push me. Nisaidia pia mimi kugrow napo subscribe kwa Mutembei channel. So I want us, I'll leave it in the comment section. Please, wacha tuseme kama kawaida tunasema Kenyans must keep talking, because when we stop talking, we'll start fighting. And every time when you come here, you only need 4 things. You need a working gadget, phone or computer. You need a connection, good connectivity, because debate inakuwa hot. You need something to share, well-researched, factual, coming in to share with us according to what is happening, trending political news that is going on. And then finally, a willingness to learn. Open your mind so that you can learn from others. You can learn from Alex, you can learn from Ziana, you can learn from Selina, Sarah, you can learn from Jiru, and many other people who come here. Just be willing to learn. They say that the only time you stop learning is when you go down or when you expire out of this world. Otherwise, every single day when you wake up, get your head ready to learn something new. And this is a place where you learn something new. And here we are talking about Kenya, and Kenya is our business. So, wimbo wa taifa, first answer, we are just tuna recite, we are not singing it.
Mwaura na engineer, mwende hapo. Nyinyi ndio najua mjafika hapo kwa Temba.
Yes.
Mbonyeze Mwaura na engineer. Tafadhali.
Yes. Tafadhali mwende hapo. Muchape hiyo like, subscribe to my channel.
Okay, utatupea link eh?
Yeah, nimeweka link iko hapo, ukienda kwa chat iko hapo. Piga subscribe, piga like, so that iko hapo kwa public chat. Now we want to say
kengele.
Yeah, na ubonyeza kengele. We want to say our national anthem. Najua Alex anakuanga na challenge sana, kwa hiyo hajui hata first answer.
Mungu nguvu yetu.
Haya, Alex tuombe, lakini ni wimbo wa taifa, first answer. Alex, unmute and then you say it for us. We are waiting. Answer.
For real, I don't know that. Mi siwezi kudanganya.
Haya, wacha tuseme, nafikiri Ziana na Njiru mnaweza mkamute tuiseme.
Na Haruni wapi?
Harun nafikiri amehepa, jana aling'ang'ana sana. Haya, twende. Mungu, nguvu yetu, ilete baraka
kwetu, haki
iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu,
amani na uhuru,
raha tupate na ustawi. Kumbe Alex uko sawa, uko sawa.
Alex anaenda mbio. Unajua Alex anajua tu ile Mungu nguvu yetu. Hiyo ndiye anaenda naye haraka.
Tukishamaliza hiyo first answer.
Leader. I was a scout commandant of the whole Kenya for 4 years. So hiyo najua.
Haya basi. Inshallah tuonane tena baadaye majaliwa. God bless you. See you again.
Shukrani. Ziana, call me.